Well then, 3 days of cricket and we've had everything. We've had runs, funny catches, we've had excellent cricketing moments here in Cyprus, and we've got 2 more days of Group A action. I'm looking forward to this. You're watching the European Cricket Series here in Cyprus with me, Charlie Hunt, right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Yeah, good morning everyone. Welcome to this beautiful ground here in Cyprus for what is set to be an exciting Saturday of cricket here on the European Cricket Network. It's day 4 of this European Cricket Series here in Cyprus, and what a few days of cricket we've had early on in the season. Of course, first event started right here this year. We've had beautiful cricketing moments with some excellent batting and bowling performances all around, not only from here though, but also from out in Gibraltar. But my aim is to focus right here on the cricket out here in Cyprus, and looking forward to today's play. As I mentioned, it's the penultimate day of action here for the Group A participants, and realistically it's a bit of a moving day for a lot of the teams, so this is going to be an exciting day of cricket coming right your way. First game here today is going to be an exciting one. It's the double-header between the Sri Lankan Lions and Markor here, and both captains are out in the middle with standing tournament referee Nilkesh, who's in the middle with the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Your call? Head. It is head. We choose the batting first.
Well then, news from the toss, as you saw there, Markor, they're going to go ahead and have a bat first here, which is interesting to see. I mean, they've been very heavily reliant on their top scorer, Siddiqui. If he hasn't come off, it's been pretty tough for them to get runs on the board or chase down a total. But I'm interested to see how they go about things. They've had little cameos here and there, so I'm very much looking forward to it. But the interesting fact here is, folks, is that the Sri Lankan Lions, they've had 5 bowlers achieve 2 wickets. So their wickets have all been shared across the board. They've actually used 9 bowlers in total throughout this tournament, but 5 of them have all picked up 2 wickets. So no one's really been a standout participator for them with the ball in hand, but they've got a chance to really sort of potentially skittle Markor out cheaply and look for those bonus points. There's 5 points separating the bottom side to the top side of Group A, and with 2 days of action left to go in this group, it's going to be a very exciting couple of days of cricket. So then, news from the toss is going to be Markor. They're going to have a bat.
Yeah, they're going to have a bat, and it's going to be an interesting matchup, to say the least. A very good morning to everyone tuning in all around the world, or as I should say, Kalimera to everyone. It's a pleasure to have you alongside me. Just me, myself, and I in the commentary box here this morning. It's just a day off for Rico, and a well-deserved one at that as well. Let's have a look at what happened yesterday, and it was the first game between Nicosia Tigers and Markor, and it was a relatively comfortable one for Markor, a pretty comfortable 4-wicket victory, a 61 off 27 for Shahzad Ahmed. He's been pretty good with the bat. Solari has also been a main contributor there, so that was the first of the double-header between the 2 of those, and Markor eventually then once more well, this time they were beaten by the Nicosia Tigers. Unfortunately, it was a good few cameos for Farouk Mazumdar and Akhtar, all achieving scores in the 30s, leading to a victory of 21 runs for the Nicosia Tigers. So 1 apiece for each of those 2. Moving on to the afternoon session, it was the Kalandars taking on BF Cyprus, and it was Isidore who was able to get runs on the board, but it was in vain as they felt agonisingly short. Just 10 runs, a victory for the Kalandars there in the first of the 2 games. Zafer, he looked pretty good, but unfortunately went early, but it was the other 2 that were contributing with 30s. And there you can see, once again, it was a high-scoring thriller, this one. 154 played, 139. And yet again, scores in the 30s for Hone and for Isidore were enough to get them across the line. No one in the 30s for the Kalandars as they fell short by 15 runs. And that was an exciting day of cricket. It certainly was. It was a good day for all involved. And well, this one is what we've got coming up first of all. The Sri Lankan Lions taking on Markor. No real surprises. There's a new man in for the SLL in Samira Madushan. He comes in, as does Srinath Rajith, and there's also Umar Farouk, who makes his debut in this tournament for Markor in this game. So then for the Sri Lankan Lions, the win predictor is, well, it's predicting a pretty comfortable one at that, isn't it? 84% plays 16%. So that will be interesting to see, and we'll be looking forward to see how that unfolds throughout the day here. But a very warm welcome to everybody tuning in all around the world. Whether this be on Fancode or out in India, it's a pleasure to have you alongside me. We're ready to get things underway here. It's going to be Kamar Riaz to get us underway. This is pulled into the onside by Siddiqui. And no luck, no run for him first up. Yep, Siddiqui, as I mentioned in that intro, he has been a main source of runs, hasn't he? He's been ever present in the runs for his side. He's got a click here, isn't he, at the top of the order? Oh, and he's gone early, and he's got it here as there is a man out there. Oh, dear, he does do enough, though. Does the fielder. That's Rajith out there with the red cap on. Well, unlike other tournaments around the world, the red cap doesn't mean anything. It's just his personal preference. Siddiqui off the mark then straight away after a dot to start. Gets a single to his name. It's a splendid day. It's a splendid morning. Often seems to be the way that the mornings are a little bit on the warmer side, and then the afternoon sessions is where the wind comes in. Pulled nicely. This will be the first boundary of the morning, and this is a good-looking shot as he gets the old swivel out on this one. And that's going to be the first runs that end up over the boundary rope. Too short. Pretty quick on this one as well. Good judging of length. Goes the distance, 4 runs to start. Well, this time around, it was Siddiqui, in fact, that was on strike for that one. It was Ahmed who took the first ball. So I apologise for that little one. But a good morning to Ivan and to Litz as well. Very happy to have you with me here, keeping me company throughout the day. A little bit of something's happened here. What's happened here then? Has he hurt himself? Is he wanting a change of? I think it's a change of gloves by the look of it, which is interesting considering we're only 3 balls in, and well, Abubakar Siddiqui has faced 1 ball and is already opting for a change of gloves, which is. Well, I'll tell you what, Nilkesh, who's standing in for Stefan Gucci, is having a well-deserved day off today. And, well, Nilkesh will probably be sitting there thinking, well, that's interesting. I'm going to add that back to, surely. Yeah, you can see there, the clock has stopped, rightfully so as well. You can see, beautiful morning here, it has to be said. It's a stunning morning, in fact. I'm already just sat in me short-sleeve shirt and me trousers. It's a beautiful day. Reaching temperatures of around about 20 degrees, currently at 13. Feels a lot warmer though, no wind. Shot down the ground, and you're not going to cut that one off. It's too full, and Siddiqui goes back-to-back boundaries to start already, proving as to why he is one of the top run scorers in this tournament. And that has to be said, that he is looking in fine form. Change of gloves, same result, 4 more. Too full from Rise, isn't it? It's too full, doesn't make any use of the pitch, which is not the best way to bowl your ball. Ivan saying, we'll watch for about an hour. Been off for a local park run. Well, we appreciate you jumping in, Ivan, and good luck for your park run. Enjoy it. Hope the weather's not too bad where you are. Oh, gone down the ground, clothed it more than anything, and unfortunately, or fortunately for him, he doesn't get enough on it. It falls short. That was a good arm, good throw from the fielder in Srinath Rajith. Will just be 1 though. So 10 off the first 5. Already a pretty good start, making a lot of use of this power play. Yeah, we're expecting the temperatures for the next 2 or 3 days to be pretty decent, in fairness. There is a couple of potential spells of rain over the next few days at the start of next week, but I don't think we'll be too bad. I mean, listen, we are sort of banging, well, in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea, so that Mediterranean weather is a little bit unpredictable sometimes. Last ball of the over. It's a good delivery, and Ahmed is not equal to it. It'll be a dot to finish. Good first over for both sides, really. Nothing too crazy happening. It's 10 for none after 1. So then this is up to date after yesterday's play. Still, look at that. Nothing really changing drastically. The maximum rate sticking at 9. That's been pretty consistent over the entirety of the first couple of days here. The wicket rate is bang on at half, 5.1. And the total runs nearing that 3,000. But there you go. At the start of yesterday's play, it was pretty heavily in for the batting the team that bats for a second, sorry. However, they've now been caught up by the team batting first. So, goes to show, cricket is a game that ebbs and flows. They're going to go with the man who was wearing that red cap I mentioned earlier, Rajith. He's going to take this second over, and it's interesting to see here, by the way. They've got a fly slip and they've got a deep third man, so they are expecting a few edges. I can see why, because that was pretty quick from Rajith. He certainly put his back into it, so much so he's feeling it after that first delivery. Probably heard a few vertebrae crack. Very early this morning. I mean, it's currently, what, 10 to 9 just gone. Already into school. I have to say, it's very warm in fairness. It's a beautiful day, though. And I'm sure we're going to be in for a roller coaster of cricket over the next, what's that? Good few hours. Good delivery. Unfortunately, not in the correct areas, though. It's going to be a wide. Well, Ivan's saying that it's 1 degree above zero, so not freezing. That's true. At least it's not below freezing. Yeah, I mean, on the flight, the few days I had in London before I came out here in Cyprus were cold, to say the least. They're about -4, -5. So hence why I'm probably feeling the sun a little bit more. That's big. That's 6 runs. It's the first Maximo of the day then. And is it really a surprise to see that it comes off the bat of Bakar Siddiqui? No, it's not. And, well, off of early impressions here this morning, you'd say that Siddiqui is on fire, and your bowling attack is certainly terrified. Good shot. 6 runs. Yeah, of course, double header between these two sides. Sri Lankan Lions yet to lose a game in this group. Oh, shot. Beautiful shot. And that one will go to the boundary. And this one has almost come my way, and unfortunately I can't get it. So I'm going to have to, unfortunately, watch the man come in and get it from the 10. It's just out of my reach. And when Rico's not here to help me with it as well, I can't take my headset off and get it. So that's a shame. I was in the action there. I should have been involved. But next time, anyway, next time. Always the way it goes. When I actually can't get there, it's always come my way. So, such a shame. Anyway, there you can see, though, in the background there's Tracy, your square leg umpire, standing there at the moment. She's alongside Munibu Rahman, who is standing at the moment. Shujith Tanakun is the third umpire. And as I mentioned, Nilkesh Patel is your tournament referee here this morning. Gone for it over the top, and this one is going to be 1 bounce 4, and didn't quite find the middle of the bat, in fairness, did Siddiqui, but with mid-off up, there's no real risk in the shot as long as you get enough on it, and that's exactly what he did. Got over the hair of Chamal Sadoon and reaps the rewards. That'll be 4 more to the total, and he moves swiftly into the 20s. Yeah, of course, a lot of eyes on Siddiqui, but also a lot of eyes on Sadoon. He is the highest run scorer for the Lions, so he knows he's got a job to do, both probably with ball and bat in this this morning's play. Reaches for this one, straight to cover. They don't take the run. So, just a reminder, folks, if you're new around here as to what those scores are on those numbers in the bottom left-hand side of your screen. Of course, the run rate at the moment is going at 13.6. The excess, the expected score, is around about that 120. Well, it's exactly 122 at the moment. It's actually been pretty spot on, I have to say. There's only been a few times where it's been a bit off, but it's not been too bad. Shot. Oh, that's timing. That is pure timing. He's only just sort of swiveled on this one. Hasn't really gone for the power of it, but has just picked it up nicely. And Siddiqui races on to 29 off of just the 9 deliveries. And you can see there, just sort of checks it. Short arm jab into the leg side. And that goes for a maximum to end the over. It's 2 overs down. And the score, 31 for no loss. So this is what I wanted to show you, folks. 5 points separates Markor and the Sri Lankan Lions. of course, Markor bottom and Lions top. Just the 5 points. And the thing is here, Markor, if they pull off an upset here and they get the bonus points and the win, they move up into second. So it just shows you that this new point system really does sort of bring different teams and all teams into play. In fact, because there were a few times throughout the season last year in different tournaments where there was a one or two teams at the bottom that probably weren't getting a sniff in, but now it's all to play for. Flick nicely from Ahmed, gets involved in the action. I don't know if this has got the legs. Yeah, it does. Oh, he struggled with the early morning dew on the surface there because he's had a bit of a slip and a tumble, and that one is going to be a boundary to Ahmed. And you can just see, there you go, his foot rolls on that rope, and I don't think he's done any damage to himself, but he's okay. And he's, again, one thing we did see yesterday, Markor do like to get on each other, and I'm sure there'll be a few comments made in the field about what they've just witnessed there. That's going to be too wide. Right, he's struggling here. First ball goes for 4. Second is a wide delivery on the offside. So a bit of an overcompensation after losing his line. Hasn't quite been able to get it on the money as of yet. Oh, down the ground. Straight to the fielder, though. He has a shy at the stumps. It's a good one at that as well, because Siddiqui was wondering. He was loitering around. Yeah. A lot of cricket, though, of course, being played early here this season. Not us out here in Cyprus, but also you've got Vinny Sandy taking you through the action out in Gibraltar. There's another interesting day's play, or evening's play, I should say, in the night series yesterday. Pirates getting 2 out of 2 wins against Rugby CC. Harry Pyle was in the runs, wasn't he? Over 100 runs. He got 101 runs exactly. Scores of 43 and 58 in those 2 respective games. And a bit of a conversation between the two batters out there. I have a feeling Siddiqui's probably sat there saying, "Come on, mate, get me on strike, please, because I'm 29 off of about a handful of deliveries, and I'm quite enjoying it. So I'd like to get back up there, please." In the air. Oh, put down. Put down. And it's a rare one that goes down because Sadoun is a pretty handy fielder. And that's a big, big moment in this game because Ahmed gets dropped on 5. And, well, if he goes on to make a big score, they're going to rue that moment, aren't they? They really are. Oh, and now, oh, this one. Oh, I have a feeling that this was just dropped in front of him. It's a rare sight, by the way, of course. And the Lions, they're not going to get on top of each other. They're just going to check this just to be sure here. They just want to check just to see. It's half being claimed and half hasn't. So people aren't really, I'm not too convinced at this one. They just want to check this upstairs to see. Yeah, so what I'm being told is that I don't think that was picked up on the camera. So there's no review available on that one, I'm afraid. So we won't be able to take a look at that. I mean, my initial reaction is that I feel that that was... I feel that that one there was probably dropping short. Just by the way he sort of looked and took it, it looked a little bit short to me. So Ahmed survives. And now we'll go into the onside yet again, and this will go towards the boundary. And I have to say that Rise is not, he's not bowling well, is he? He's not finding the areas that he needs to. And Ahmed will now move on to 9, and it will bring an end to a disappointing spell for Rise. He goes for 19. Without picking up a wicket, and the score at the end of the power play is 40 for no loss. .21 coming off that last over, going magical in fact. Just 9 off that over, which isn't terrible to be fair, but not picking up a wicket in where he probably felt like he should have at least had one. So, and the man who did put that catch down only a matter of moments ago, Sadine, is going to get a bowl here. As it seems to be the day of flies. There's about 5 of them just sort of flying around the comms box, which is fun. At least see, look, they've got company. It's okay. So it is going to be Sadine to take this 4th over. Interesting. Not surprised to see they're not sticking with the bowler of that 2nd over after going for 21. You can kind of understand the reasoning behind it for not going back to Rajith, who, even though he had express pace, it was just utilised by Siddiqui. Good morning to Helix. Jumps in the chat. Hope you're well, Helix. Slower ball. And picks this one, and it's going to go the distance. 6 more yet again. Siddiqui, he is in the mood for it today, isn't he? 35 now off just 11 balls. Slides the fingers down the side of the ball there to Sadine. And it was a delivery that worked pretty well against Isidore in the back end of a couple days ago's play. But this time around, Siddiqui is very much equal to it. And it's going to be 6 more. 46 on the board at the moment, racing towards this 50. Well, this one is up in the air. There is a man out there. Oh, and he's been dropped. Siddiqui gets dropped. Wow, wow. That's a bad drop, that is. Because that is a man you do not drop when he's going the way he is at the moment. Dropped on 35 runs. That's not good. I'll tell you what. If you sat there and your name's Asanka, you're not going to be happy. Dropped on 35. Oh, good bit of keeping this. And they are just going to want to check this out here. Here's Tracy. She wants to take another look. Keeper doesn't look too certain. Batter's not really moved. That bat leg doesn't move. I think the keeper was just sort of saying, I'm quite impressed with myself there. I think I've done quite well. Yeah, so no need to really look at that again. That'll just be a dot ball. But even still, though, it was pretty impressive. I have to say, in fairness, that 9 times out of 10, the wicket keeping's been pretty impressive. Isidore, probably the best of the lot. The Caribbean man himself, playing for the BFC station here. And again, just sort of swats this one away into the offside more than anything. And a good morning to Jamie. I have to say, Jamie, this is my first time seeing your name whilst I've been on comms, and I like it because Jamie Dodge is a great biscuit. Says, is it warm in Cyprus? It is. I don't know if you heard me. So, sort of what? 10 minutes ago I said it was 13. It's already got up to 15 degrees Celsius. Slapped down the ground. Rajith does the work. It is warm. It is certainly a warm one today. And that will be the end of that 4th over then. It is 49 for no loss, going at a very, very healthy rate here at the moment. Going at 12 1/4. I'd be pretty happy if I was Marcour here, and they're making that decision to bat first look pretty good. They've been helped by 2 big drops, though, haven't they? Ahmed was dropped on 5. And Siddiqui, a man who is in fine form, well, he was dropped on 35 and has already added 2 more to his total since then. But interesting to see, though, still at this point, SLL, Sri Lankan Lions, are 80% to 20% favourites. Which is interesting, isn't it? Because, I mean, you look at it and you sort of think, at the moment, they're going at just under 13s, but you have to remember the batting that the Sri Lankan Lions have. This one up in the air should just be one bounce and stopped. It is. You can see there's all the crew behind the fielder there, and I think that's Medaguch and Samir scoring this morning. Sam Williams, Stiggsy's back after his day off yesterday. I was told it was a relaxing one. Rightfully so as well. Then we've got Halsey and Russ and Nilkesh as well. Shot, 6. No question about it. You can't bowl there. And Ahmed, although, albeit going at a rate that before that shot was below 100, he has got the ability to go large, and he is sort of just playing second fiddle here to Siddiqui, and rightfully so, but that delivery's in the slot, and it's not good enough from Cyril Adana, and it's another boundary to the total, and it's 6 of them. Needs a response, doesn't he? He's gone for 7 already. It's in the slot again, and he throws his hands, but there's a man out there, and he's gone. And oh dear, Ahmed gets it all wrong, doesn't he? He chased the wider one, and it's unfortunate for him, but it does mean that Cyril Adana does pick up the first wicket, and it's a good opening spell from these two. It's a spell worth 56, but it will come to an end, and it is 56 for 1. As it will mean that Shahzad Ahmed will go for 16. Score is 56 for 1. Just chasing the wider one, wasn't he? That angle of right arm around the wicket going across the right-hander, proving to be too much for Ahmed. Of course, he was dropped on 5, but ended up adding a further 11 to his score before being caught. So not too expensive as a drop, that one, but I feel that one would think that Siddiqui being dropped on 35 could be. Here's Solari coming in at 3. Hit very firmly, and oh dear. Well, the fielder down here, just in front of me, in all honesty, in Sadoon, and there's only one way to describe this, was caught in 2 minds. Was not sure on how to take on this this bit of fielding, because it was bobbling about, it was hit firmly, it was sort of on the half volley, and he just wasn't sure on what to do. And you can kind of understand why. We've seen it a few times. If you go flat and hard, it's so tricky on this outfield, but it's 4 more. Solari with a 4 straight away. Oh, now this one properly miscued. But we'll get nothing for it. Sadoon straight away, disappointing with himself with that one as well. And you can kind of understand why, but at the same token, you do also have to feel for him. It's not easy fielding down here because you're in the firing line, but it's also the fact that it's tricky on this outfield. Solari then, last ball of the 5th. And it is going to be a dot ball to finish. It will be 60 for 1 at the end of the 5th. And it's a good time to welcome you into the commentary box. Just myself on my own here in Cyprus. Very warm welcome here. And it's a beautiful day. It's a stunning day. You can see the sun. Where am I? That side. Coming in onto the commentary box. It really is a beautiful day here. But at the moment, I'd probably put Marco just slightly ahead. I mean, you have to bank on the fact that the Sri Lankan Lions have got a very good batting lineup. But at the moment, the bowlers just it's not quite clicking for them. There's a few mistakes in the field as well. That drop of Siddiqui, though, that could be crucial. Huge shout out to Parimatch, our official betting partner here. And appreciate all of our partners here at the European Cricket Network. And the thing is as well, it's so early in the year. We've got so much cricket planned for you throughout the next 12 months or so. Lots of flagship events coming away as well. It's going to be very, very exciting. And oh dear, that's going to hurt. That is going to hurt, as that's Asanka who's come in to bowl this next over. Siddiqui just rubbing it. Probably not a good idea, but yeah, that was a sore one. Bit of an inside edge, then onto the sort of inner thigh. Hoiked into the onside, and he's hoiked it into a bit of space. That's another boundary and moves into the 40s, and he's staring down the barrel of yet again another half century. And the move to put him up to the top of the order, albeit didn't quite work yesterday, this time around, paying off nicely. .42 off of 16, and still that win predictor for Marco is dropping. But it just goes to show that the win predictor is saying, it's okay, Charlie, we know what the Sri Lankan Lions have got batting-wise. Oh, that's not far away, by the way. It's not far away at all. Just plays down the wrong line of it, does Siddiqui, has to be said. That's well bowled. Good delivery, good length. I can't believe I've just seen an appeal for that one. That's atrocious. You can see that there, that the wicket keeper and the skipper as well at that, by the way, today, Patharana, asking the question. I guess if you don't ask, you don't get, I guess. Gone, got him, and Siddiqui will go for 42. Uncharacteristic from Siddiqui, bit of frustration potentially coming out after being hit on his thigh, then on his foot. Bit of pain potentially. No foot movement, plays right down the wrong line, gets the head in an all sort of unnatural position, and it will mean that he will go for a well-made 42. So that drop by Asanka doesn't end up being too costly. He only had 7 to his total, but 2 big fish back in the shed. Marcour, 64 for 2. Yeah, it's good delivery from Asanka, has to be said. And well, there you go. I mean, that's just proof in the pudding there, by the way, that you stick at it and you'll get it. You'll get away with it, because Asanka put him down, and Asanka turns around and says, "You've had your 7 runs of extra fun. It's time to go." But out comes the left-handed Kumar, who we've seen him in a mixture of positions. We've seen him as low as 6. We've seen him open. Now comes in at 4 with a big task on his hands here. So left-hander up against left-hander here in Asanka up against Kumar. Oh, he's gone for it. He's got nothing on this. This should be a simple take, and it is. So it's 2 in 2 for Asanka, and it means that Kumar goes for a golden duck. And it will be the first appearance of Derek here this morning. And Kumar looking to go big from the off, gets that front leg out of the way, tries to go downtown, doesn't connect, and it's a simple catch for Srinath Rajith. And Kumar goes, and Golden Derek is here. Derek says a very warm good morning to everybody. And Kumar goes, and it will mean that when Asanka returns, he will be on a hat-trick delivery, because he's taken two wickets off the last 2 balls of the over. It is the end of the over. It's another wicket down, 2 in the over. It's 64 for 3. There you go then. Two batters not really doing much at the moment in terms of Kumar and Solari, but Siddiqui going well, 42. But this is the issue with Marcour. The batting lineup just isn't as strong as what it was last year. They just seem to have lost a few batters. So they've got to look for someone else for an outsource of runs now. Well, Rajith took a catch. He's now going to get another chance to have a bowl after going for 21 off his first over. So this is a chance for him to redeem himself. He, of course, took that good catch. But now, well, he's got Solari in his sights. If they get Solari early, then it's going to be an uphill battle from here. Oh, well, I'll tell you what, I might have called it here. Oh, and I have. Well, there you go, because Solari gets, he struggles with the shorter ball, and he's been had there, has to be gone. And he will make that long walk back. And I tell you what, well, it is a team hat-trick. It's 3 wickets in 3 balls. And it's a good catch down at deep third man. And, well, now it is certainly an uphill battle, as Solari will go for just 4. And it's now 64 for 4. Not a good start for Solari in today's play. Good catch up there, though. Has to be given to Mad Dog himself, Vindu Maduranga. I love the fact that that's come out of the chat as well, Mad Dog, the other day. It's very rare that I say something that eventually actually happens. Very rare that it sort of comes to fruition, so I'm quite pleased with myself there. Apologies to Solari, but I seem to have that effect today. Jamie saying looking very smart. Well, I'll take that, considering back end of last season I was getting told I look a little bit like a car salesman, but I'll take it. 2 fresh batters at the crease. And this is hit nicely into the offside by Sahel. And that time is good, well fielded out there by Asanka. He'll be and he surely has to be aware that when he comes back he's on a hat trick. Surely. Well, look at that, by the way. That expected score has dropped severely and heavily to just 100 hit. By the way, one thing I want to bring out: we've had only three games in this tournament where there hasn't been a score of 100 plus. This is hit nicely, just sort of opens the face. Might have been a bit of an outside edge, but we're certainly aiming to play down there as Kamar gets off the mark straight away. Yeah, there's only been 3 games where a team haven't scored 100 plus. So it just goes to show you that there's a lot of, well, there's a lot of runs to be scored out there. But saying that is only half of it. It's having the ability to go out and do it. Sadiki seems to be the only one for Markle that can say that he has it at the moment. Oh, and is there a tickle here? There is. Tracy puts the finger up, and it's going to be another one to go. It's 66 for 5 now, and things go from bad to worse. So even worse for the Markle side. It's a good call from the standing umpire there, Tracy. There was a possibility that was their bat on pad, but for me, there's very much a bit of open air and clean earth between bat and pad, and there's an outside tickle off the bat, and it's another one that goes 66 for 5. Yeah, you see there that at some point there is a thought that maybe it's bat on pad, but Tracy bang on the money. Very good call early on this morning. You can see there in the background there's Russ, there's our new crew member. He doesn't realise he's on camera, but he's having a nice little stroll. He's got the legs out, by the way. He's got the pins out. Getting a bit of colour coming from the UK. You can't blame him. Okay, then. Cher gets this away. That's well fielded by the man at backward point because that bobbled in front of him. Okay, then. In the last... He said, I forgot the used car salesman tag, Charles. Come on now. It's early in the season. Let's just give me a bit of time, all right? Watch the wardrobe develop over the season, okay? That's all I'm gonna say. Fingers crossed. Anyway, the last, how many is that then? The last 7 balls, there's been 4 wickets and 2 runs, folks. And that's gonna be a dot to finish. What a superb over from Srinath Rajith, by the way. 21 off his first. Only 2 come off this one. Picks up 2 wickets. End of the 7th. It's 66 for 5. This is what we're all looking forward to over the next month or so. It's 37 days now, I believe, till the 26th of February, where the European Cricket League 2024, the Champions League of Cricket, gets underway. Group A starts on the 26th. It all leads up to that big championship week. And unlike the European Cricket Championships, the winners don't get an automatic promotion up to championship week. So they'll be taking on Byron, Paris University Club, Empire and Ljubljana in Group D. That's a big group. There's also a derby in Group B with Wimbledon taking on Hornchurch. Looking forward to a spectacular display of cricket. Hat-trick ball, by the way. Asking the question. Doesn't get it. And, well, I think for me, it's pitching outside leg, isn't it? It is. It's also not going on to hit anything. Not hitting any sort of form of wood stumps. But even still, though. Good delivery first up. Asanka. What a bit of bowling this has been. It just seems the Lions have just sort of got them by the scruff of the neck and dragged them back into the Lions' den. Oh, good take. Exceptional take by Patharana behind the stumps. Excellent bit of work. Watch this here. It goes between bat and pad. Swings. He sees it late. Gets it on the full. Had to get the dive in. Impressive stuff. Shot over the top. That's going to be 6 runs. And that's a welcome sigh of relief. Luna, watch out. You're in the firing line. Luna's here once again, everybody. There she is. Oh, she's a happy doogie. But a good shot from Kamar. Finally a sigh of relief. Finally getting some runs on the board. Holds the pose, by the way. Look at that. Oh, yeah. I mean, considering you've just lost 4 wickets for about 2 runs, I don't know if it's valid, but I back it. I back the fact you hold the pose. You've got to, listen, when you get in front and you get your time and camera, you've got to take it. Respect the grafting. Respect the game. Don't hate the player, hate the game. That's all I'll say. Asanka wouldn't have liked that. Does sort of dig it in, but it's going to get swiveled on and turn around the corner. It's going to be back-to-back boundaries. So still a bit of fight left in the old dog for Marcourt. Trying to get something going here is Kamar. He's gone 6 and 4. It's been a while, but we'll say it. He might be hungry for some more. Good-looking shot. Gets the old swivel on it. So then, Asanka, 2 boundaries in the last 2 balls. It was a good start. He's lost it a little bit. Can he try and get the final third of the over back into his favour? Oh dear. I don't think I've ever heard that sort of sound come off of a cricket bat before. That bat doesn't sound healthy. Considering he's just hit 2 boundaries, it sounds awful. But nonetheless, right off the splice of the bat, almost off the handle in fairness. That's probably what that very bizarre sound was. Last ball coming up of the 8th over then. This will probably be a wide now that I've said that. It's not. It's going to be 4 runs even, because Kamar has opted to give himself a bit of room on that offside rather than dominating the leg side, and it's paid off in that over because they get 3 boundaries to their name and they end up with a score of 12 off the over, and that will help them, but they need it. They might need a miracle here. End of the 8th over, going at 10s, 80 for 5. You can see there, 2 wickets falling in the 6th and 7th and 1 in the 5th. Just shows you, stick at it, and that's exactly what the Lions have done. I'm actually quite proud of the line I used about 5 minutes ago, dragging them back into the Lions' den. If you don't like that, I quit. If you don't like that line, I'm not standing for it. I'm proud of that one. Got the Lions and the Tigers here today. Of course, Nicosia Tigers taking on the Limassol Calanders in matches 15 and 16. That's at 3 o'clock, 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock here in Cyprus. Local time. As this is hit up in the air as Cyril Wadana comes back into the attack. Starts with just 1. Yeah, I'm not happy about the used car salesman and the sort of the home. I'll take a real estate, but the thing is, I was getting told I look like an estate agent that's sort of stuck in the 1970s, which I thought was a little bit harsh, really, last year. Wild from Kamar, and I think just getting a little bit of ahead of himself there. Has a little look at the pitch and sort of says, that was the issue, Charlie. That was why I didn't hit it, because there's something on the pitch in my way. Up and high and handsome and long. 6 more for Kamar. And, well, there's a couple of football goals around the area. There's one in the opposite field, and he's got all of this one. This was just picked up really on length and helped it on its way, did Kamar. And that one sails over the boundary. 6 runs, maximo time. And 87 comes up on the ball. Kamar, 21 off 9. Healthy cameo, this from Kamar. But the issue for Marcourt, no one else around him really going, apart from Siddiqui. And he went a long time ago. That's a dot ball. Good comeback. So then, one thing I have to say that I've been quite impressed with, there have been a few tournaments, especially during last summer's season, where a lot of teams struggled to get their 40 overs in, or their 10 overs in. This one is a chance, by the way. He's gone. Good catch as well. So the man who put one down earlier, he dropped Ahmed a fair amount of time ago in Chamal Sadoun. He takes a catch this time, and it will bring an end to the onslaught from Kamar. The little cameo comes to an end. He goes for 21 off of 11 deliveries, but it's a good time to get that wicket with an over and a bit to go. You don't want him having any more confidence going into it. It will be another wicket then to fall. It is 87 for 6. There he is. He's Well, what you don't know is under that hat is probably one of the worst barnets you'll ever see. But hey, each to their own, I guess. And I feel like I'm actually qualified to be able to talk about that. Because if you look at the display of haircuts from the commentary team over the year, it's not impressive. This one, Ayub's all over the place. Oh dear. Ayub was, Ayub lost the plot, didn't he? Had a bit of a fall and a tumble. He's okay though. Watch this here. Where's he at? His balance is all lost. He looks like he went out last night and he's only just got back and he's struggling to get alive this morning. But hey, he's here. End of the over. It's 88 for 6 at the end of 9. Yeah, I feel. And I remember that at one point these commentary top trumps were coming out. They were being released, these cards. Great idea, by the way, whoever came up with them and produced them. But what I wanted to be on there was haircut or trim or whatever. Because I'd be 100 out of 100 on that. Not saying I've got the best trim going, but what I'm saying is that compared to the other commentators, it's miles above. I mean, Vinny doesn't have any first touch. Rico's is on its way out. Corey's very windswept 9 times out of 10. Last overtime, by the way. Well bowled by Sadine. Asking the question. It's a late shout from Patharana, and I don't think Tracy's too interested, to be honest. Have a look at this just to be sure. Well, we might not be able to see anything because Asanka's in the way. It's a late shout. It was a late shout. Oh, dear. Hang on. No, he's fine. Bat's down. He's okay. We move on. Cheeky. Slower ball. He's picked it, but he's only gone high, not long. Well, what's... Oh, no way! Oh, my word! That's unreal! What have I just witnessed? I have to say, I saw that Srinath Rajesh was charging in on a catch that wasn't even his, and he's been parried the ball to him, and he's taken it one-handed. What have I just seen? Oh, my word, that's outrageous. Look at this. Look at him charging in here. He says, he's like a bull. He sees red, and he goes, I'm going to take this one no matter what, and it gets palmed to him, and oh, wow. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Cyprus. Oh, that's absolutely outrageous. That's incredible. Well, there you go. Get that on the social media because that's sensational. I saw it. I saw it out of the corner of my eye. I saw him charging in and he just decided. It's unreal. Oh, dear. Unbelievable scenes. Anyway, it's another one to go. 88 for 7 here. Well bowled. Oh, dear. Oh, what's happened here? Well, there's left. Yes, no, maybe, no, yes. I don't know. No run in the end. Oh, dear. I wonder if we've got time to have a quick look at this one again. Watch this here. So he goes this one here onto the offside. Yes, no, maybe. Sort of stands there. The ball wasn't taken by the keeper. Then they say, oh, maybe we should run. Then they say no. And it's a dot ball. Oh, well. It could have been very good. But Tasha Mao played a shot that looked good, but was nowhere near it. And the keeper was a fair way back just in. Just to see what was happening. I still can't get over that catch we just saw. That's unreal. Oh, dear. Anyway. I think there we got it again. Look at him. He's charged in from 25 metres away. And then just taken a catch. Unbelievable. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome. Welcome to the first game of the day. Slower ball and hit. Nice. He splits the gap. That'll be one bounce for. And it's a good shot, this from Tajamal. These are healthy, small little additions to the total because they're up to 92 now with a ball to go. Not going to get to that magical 100. So it's, well, I said it's only been 3 games. Add this, it's 4 games now. Tajamal gets one going for him there into the offside. I'm going to change my notes now because it's been 4 games, not 3. There you go, see? Last ball coming up in what's been a very entertaining innings of cricket, it has to be said. Only halfway through the game. But this one you feel, well, should be a pretty simple chase for the Lions. Last ball, and I think he's going to be gone here. And Tracy doesn't even want to have a look at the replay. I don't think Tajamal was too stressed either. That'll be another wicket to go then. And we see here, already out of his crease, doesn't really make an effort to get back. And I think that's gone. I think that's gone. So it will be given, and it will mean that they finish on 92 for 8 off of their 10 overs. Below par from Marcour. So that choice of electing to bat first has not worked for them here. And it will be an interesting chase, though. You feel that they've got a good bowling setup, Marcour, but they're going to have to be on fire if they're going to take on and defend this below par total. It was a good start for Siddiqui, and the morning dew had its first victim. And well, this one was hit nicely, but it was dropped by Sadoun. That was Ahmed getting dropped on 5. He went on to make a few more runs, nothing drastic, only about 12 or so more, but he was eventually gone bowled for 17. That was Siddiqui with a rush of blood. Then this was the tumble, this was the collapse really. Kamar, he went for a golden. And then there was another one, and this was Solari, and I called it on comms. I said, if they get him now, it's an uphill battle, and boy was I right, because that was an excellent bit of keeping, in fairness, to take this one as it went through the bat versus pad. And we'll hold the pose, baby. That was a good shot, have to be said. And well, there was a little flourish at the end, wasn't it, from Kamar? 21 off of 11 for him, but unfortunately, I don't think that's enough on the board. And that was the best moment of the entire innings. He's turned around, palmed it up and said, there you go, buddy. You ran 25 metres, I'll give you the catch. And it will mean that at the end of the innings, it was a stumping to finish it. It's 92 for 8 off of their 10 overs for Marcour. Marcour looking to take themselves off the bottom of the table. That's what they're looking for here this morning. And that just shows you one batter getting in, another with a bit of an uncharacteristic cameo, but a cameo nonetheless. 21 for Kamar, 42 for Siddiqui. No one else getting really any runs on the board. 16 for Ahmed. No one else getting into double figures though. And extras, look at that, by the way. How tidy is that? 2 extras in the entirety of the 10 overs. Don't think we've seen anything like that yet. That's why the Sri Lankan Lions are roaring on top, and they're loving life at the top of the table. Proof is in the pudding. What is going on here, by the way? Because that's now another 2 wickets apiece for 4 bowlers. So that means that there's now, what's that? That's going to be it's going to be a number of them all on 4 wickets. None for Rise. You've got to feel for the man because he bowled pretty well, just didn't pick up wickets. Wickets though for Sadoun. He was the pick of the bowlers for me, 2 for 13. It will mean it's 93 for victory for the Lions to make it 5 from 5. And I'll tell you what, they'll be looking at that bonus point thinking 7 overs. Yeah, we can give it a good go. That'll be coming up in round about 13 minutes time. We'll be back in 10 minutes time to start the process. We'll see the second half of this match 13 of this European Cricket Series here in Cyprus with me, Charlie Hunt, right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to this Ipswich cricket ground here in Limassol, Cyprus, for the resumption of game number 13 of this European Cricket Series here in Cyprus. It's the second innings, and it will be the Sri Lankan Lions who are looking to chase down what can only be described as a measly target of a 93 here. And you can see that if they're restricted to 64 or less, then Marco will get the bonus point. But if the Lions end up chasing this before the 7-over mark, then they will pick up the all-important bonus point and the 4 points in total. The thing is, folks, at the start of it, we were looking for Marco. If they get 4 points, they move up a long way in the table. If the Lions get 4 points, they pretty much solidify their spot at the top of the table. But you say that, all can change in the matter of one game with this new point system. Anyway, it's 93 runs needed off of 60. Kalagula off the back of a well-made 70-odd is opening with Sadoon up against Tajamal. And it's a wild, wild swing to start with. Pleasure to have you alongside just myself here this morning. Rico, just got actually in that break, got a nice message off Rico. He said, hope you have a good couple of good games. I said, Rico, you just missed a classic catch. And he said, oh, well, I'll have to wait for it on the socials. If you aren't following us on our social media, by the way, at European Cricket, do so. A lot of stuff coming out over the course of the season. It's a lead from Kalagula. Wow. Okay. Maybe he knows he's got a bit of time at the crease that he can utilise here. Hasn't exactly struggled for runs, though, or timing. He's hit some amazing shots. Thing is, both lefties at the top of the order, exquisite stroke players, so they are able to play the textbook shots if necessary, but they've also got the ability to hit the big shots as well. Oh, chases the wider one, and this one is too wide, judged by Tracy. And that's going to be the first runs on the board. It's not off the bat, but it's runs at the least anyway. Very good morning to everyone there tuning in. If you're on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel, subscribe and like the stream. It lets us know that you're enjoying what we're giving you. If you're not, well, sorry. It's all I can say. But it's a pleasure to have you with us. And Ivan, I think, is saying that he's off. Enjoy. Off the toe end of the bat. This is a good start to the over, apart from the wide. Tajamal on the money. Ivan off to run in the what was it, 1 degree? Where would I rather be, on a park run in Norfolk on a 1 degree run, or Cyprus in, what is it now, 16 degrees? I'll let that one up. I'll leave that one to you to have a thought. Anyway. Short. And he does pull this just in front of square. It'll be taken cleanly by mid-wicket. And it's a good bit of fielding by Sadiq out there. Abu Bakar will probably be a little bit disappointed. Getting a start, getting out in the 40s is agonising for any batter at any level. So to do so and then watch his team sort of implode on themselves will be a little frustrating one for them, has to be said. Well, the win predictor and its cousin in terms of the expected score. Expected score obviously not on this one, but the win predictor's got it 95 to 5. So, well, should be pretty comfortable. Well, with shots like that, they're going to do it with relative ease. Sadoon, first ball up, and, well, has he done some damage here? I think he has. He's done some real damage because he's straight away taken a glove off and he's holding his arm straight away. He might have just potentially done a bit of damage. You can just see there at the top of your screens. He was very much in a bit of pain as soon as he hit that. It was a beautiful shot, by the way. An elegant lofted cover drive. Might have just sort of tweaked a tendon or something in that arm, or a nerve potentially. I have to keep an eye on it for Sadoon because, well, it's his bowling hand as well, which is not good for the Lions. Pick of the bowlers, wasn't he? 2 for not very many in 2 overs. Outside edge is going to run and fly over the top. And he is in some serious discomfort, folks. And this is not good. And it will be, it gets 4 for it. And it will be 10 off the first over. Similar, well, it's the exact start that Marco had. And yeah, he's signalling he needs something here because he's in some serious discomfort. 10 off the first. Score 10 for none after 1. So it looks as if he's going to retrieve a bit of medical treatment here just to try and... Well, I say medical treatment, it's cold spray. Of course it is, it's the magic spray. What else would it be? You have to tell me what everyone got up to in their evenings yesterday. For me, it was a pretty quiet one. I say pretty, it was very quiet, in fact. Got back, lied down for a bit, got up, went for a wander, went to the supermarket, got a couple of sort of soft drinks to have in my room, and got some room service, got a bit of extra work done, and that was it. And then KO'd until about 1 a.m. when I was really awoken by what can be described as a party next door at 1 a.m. But we sort of spoke to a couple of in the crew. Oh! Well, if you're in the crew, you might be in play for a catching chance. No, because it's gone into the opposite field. Wow. That was picked up beautifully from Kalagula. Watch this. Oh, splendid. And Tracy watches it sail overhead, right? Sort of admires it as it sails off into the distance. Not a good start for Solari then. And yeah, no, I said to a couple of members of the crew this morning at breakfast, said, was anyone else woken up by the party? And said, no, we slept all right. And I said, okay, great. And then they said, why didn't you join in? I said, well, because I've got to be up in about 4 hours. Oh, a little tickle. This will run and race away. And that's going to be another boundary. So back-to-back boundaries to start the over. Solari's gone for 10 off 2. And Kalagula, albeit not the most convincing of shots this time around, gets enough on it. So Doon, he's still not looking too comfortable. He looks a bit happier. 8 off 2 and 11 off 6 is a pretty good start for the openers here. So yeah, so that was my story. That was how my evening played out. Oh, got it again. Too short and too straight from Solari. Kalagula just rocks back. And already, by the way, and I can't believe I've just seen this, by the way. Remember we said yesterday that Marco looked like a sort of family in the middle of a divorce? I've seen a cap already thrown on the floor. I've just seen that, and I'm not even lying to you, folks. A cap already thrown on the floor. Not the best looks for the side if you've got players and fielders alike already throwing the toys out of the pram, really. So, change in field. There's been a sort of very wide fine leg. It's more, or a backwards deep square almost. Well, that's why, because he's not going to change his line. He's adamant that the line is correct. He needs to change the field. Interesting tactics deployed here, but nevertheless. They bring on Sadoon. Now, let's just keep an eye on Sadoon, see how he reacts. I'm sure he'll play the shot because he loves his cricket and he'll play a shot straight away. But it's the reaction after the shot is what you want to look out for. Because if he's got an injury, it's something you've got to keep an eye on for now and the rest of the tournament. Straight away, that right hand comes off the bat. Straight away, it comes off the bat. So there's definitely an issue there, isn't there? And you feel, considering he's their highest run scorer at this point in time in the tournament, that could be interesting. Well, he's gone for it. Oh, no way! What is going on? How's he taken that now? What is happening here? Is it Voodoo Day or something on a Saturday? What am I missing here? Oh, hello. It's off the splice of the bat. I thought this was going over his head, and he's just got it out of thin air. What's happening here? I don't know what to say. I'm almost lost for words, but Sadoon is in trouble with that hand. That injury is not good for him, but it's the first wicket to go. Oh dear. First wicket goes, 26 for 1. It's another Jalebi catch. Unbelievable. I'm having to write it down, and it's just non-stop. I don't know if we've got... Let's just have a look at this again. Look at this, off the splice of the bat, up in the air. I thought it was just going to get over him. Just puts a hand up, doesn't he? What a catch that is, by the way, from the man out there. And that is, of course, Amir Sahel, the captain. And he's probably turned around. He had it, by the way, unbelievable. That's the same player that thrown his cap on the floor probably about 3 minutes ago, if that. Genuinely threw it on the floor in disgust. Unbelievable. Well, Shazad, I know you're on the document we've got that we sort of used to communicate what should probably go and get clipped. Get that one on there. Oh, wow. Okay, Rajith is in. And he's going to start with a dot. Good comeback from Solari, has to be said. Went for 6-4 in his first 3 deliveries. Then he's gone 1 wide wicket dot to finish. End of the over. Score is going to be 26 for 1 after 2. I don't know what's going on here. So this is what a win would mean for each side. Sri Lankan Lions, they would go on to, let's say they get 4 points here. They'd go on to 16. They'd be 5 ahead of the Kalandars, who are their nearest competitors in second. 3 points gets them to 15. It's 4 points. Basically, they're well ahead of it at the moment. Markor, if they can pull off the unthinkable here and get a couple of quick wickets, it would do nothing but good for their campaign here in Group A. Of course, Group A, only 2 days left. We're in the penultimate day of it. And, of course, it will mean that by the end of tomorrow's play, we will know that which is the first team to drop out of the tournament. It's, of course, the top 4 go to Elimination Day, which will be a week from today, if I'm not wrong. And then the finals day on the Sunday. Anyway, here's Ayoub. Down the leg side, starts off with a wide. So of course, folks, you've got to remember that the top 4 teams of the group will go into elimination Saturday, and then it's finals day on the Sunday. Just the 3 games on the Sunday, of course. Not only is it it'll be finals day here, it'll be finals day in Gibraltar. So lots of action for you. Oh, up in the air, chipped over. Oh, do you know what? I thought at one point it was going to be another one-handed screamer, but it didn't stick. It was just going to get over the outstretched hand, the right hand of the fielder at mid-on. It's agonisingly close for Taj Mahal, but it's 4 runs to Kalagula. Kaligala, in fact, and, well, 20 off 9 for him. This game's had everything. Well, if this doesn't wake you up, I don't know what doesn't. Outside edge, this is going to go for a boundary yet again. This will be 1 bounce 4. And, well, if you're going to swing hard. Swing low, sweet chariot. And it's going to be 4 more to the total. So back-to-back boundaries again. And Kaligala showing why he's up there in terms of run scorers in this tournament, because he just finds a way of getting it all towards the boundary, doesn't he? Oh, and this is going to be another one to make that a hat-trick of 4s. 12 off the, 13, in fact, if you include the wide off the first 3 here. And this is not good from Ayoub. We saw this yesterday, struggled a bit to start with, but he often gets a good comeback, and he'll be hoping and dreaming for it here, because at the moment they are eating away at this target. And already that 7 over spot of getting that bonus point is well in play here, as long as Kaligala keeps on going at this rate. Oh, and of course he does. Just rocks on this one. And that is massive. That's the biggest one yet. That's again gone into the opposite field. And new ball, please. And I'm telling you, Jeff, if you're listening, we're going to need a new order of Grizzlies here, because we are running out quickly. And there's only so many ball boys we can have, but you can't put them everywhere. That's another maximum. And Kaligala, well, I tell you, they're already over, or almost over halfway of that target of 93. And we're only not even finishing the power play yet. So, Kaligala, 34 off 12. He's playing pretty well at the moment after losing his opener. He's carried on. His opening partner, that is. Oh, that's even better. That, although not the biggest hit, that's the best of the lot. He's hit that on the up, by the way. And Ayoub, this over's gone magical, and it's a sensational bit of hitting. Look at this, on the up, and away. High elbow, textbook cricket. And this game is, well, it's going to be over before it's even begun here. That's the 50 up as well with the ball left. Oh, dear, it's going to be 5 wides, and oh, dear. Well, Minimo, and Ayoub is hinged. He's hinged over on his hinges, and he's just doesn't know what to do. He's just lost the plot. That's all it is. It's one of those things when you're up against Kaligala, a batter of his sort of dominance and caliber, you sort of just lose the plot, and you think, well, I don't know where to bowl here. And now there's players' heads are down, they're on their ankles, and 56 now, and well, there's no coming back from this. And well, it's not going to happen because he's hit another 6 onto the offside, and Ayub just sort of looks at himself in disgust. The over goes for 36 off the over, the equivalent to 6 sixes in a row off the over. It doesn't happen like that. The over goes as such. Wide, 4, 4, 4, 6, 6, 5 wides, 6. At the end of the power play, the score is 62 for 1, and they very simply put, they need, what is it, 31 runs needed in 42 balls is rather sensational. What a power play. I reckon that might be up there for one of the best, if not the best power players we've had. I'll have to do some research, but I reckon that's certainly up there, and already they're over halfway now. Well, now, who do you go to? You sort of have to look and go, well, who wants to bowl? I wouldn't want to bowl at this point. Why would you? Gala's 46 off 14. Rajith, to be fair, is none off 1. But it looks as if that is going to be Tassawar Hussain, who has shown signs of promise, but also struggled at times. Oh, dear. Well, this one is up, up and away. And this looks as if it's going to be 4, and it is. So Rajith continues where Kaligala left off in the previous over. And oh dear, you've got to feel for Michael here because there's nothing you can do. You've got to find a way, but the bowling just hasn't been in the right areas, and batters are just laughing it up. And 66 now on the board, and it's now just that's 27 needed. Jeffrey has already said, he's saying bonus point coming. I think you're probably right. Of course, for those of you that aren't aware, that's 65 in the brackets. What that means is, well, it's gone, first of all. Oh, this is hit firmly into the shins. It'll be a dot ball. That 65 would have been that if Marco could have restricted the Lions to 65 or less, then it would have been and meant that they would have got a bonus point, but obviously they haven't. Now, for the Lions, for the batting side, the chasing side, if they chase the total before the 7th over, they receive the bonus point. And at the moment, it is looking as such as the Lions. Oh, I'll tell you what, he's actually taken a lump on this one here. Umpire Rahman's just sort of just gone, let me touch it. Yeah, that's not good. He's going to radio in here. And I don't know if we can see here. I can't see. Oh, there might be a lump on that already, by the way. Yeah, they're asking for, guess what? Magic spray. We're going to get a perfect view of it being applied here. I reckon that's already ballooning up for Hussain. It wasn't hit terribly hard, but okay. What do you reckon the conversation is there? Yeah, no, it hit him pretty hard, didn't it? Yeah, not good, not great. Yeah, that's it. Let's just douse it in magic spray and see what happens. Yeah, a little bit more. Yeah, can I have a little bit? He's asking for a bit more there, by the way. See that? Yeah, a bit more. Go on. He's limping away, is Hussain. It will be sore. And, well, that's just sort of rubbing salt in the wounds, really, at this point, isn't it? I am surprised that the win predictor is giving them a % chance. But I'd probably have that at 0, to be honest. But, hey, what do I know? Hussain puts his body on the line. He got a dot ball for it. Needs a fair few more if he's going to do something magical for his team here. It's off the toe end of the bat. They're going to get a 1. They're going to take it on. Oh, he could be gone here. This is an excellent bit of work, and Hussain does superbly well to take it cleanly and take the stumps. I think Rajith is in trouble here. Let's have a look. Right off the toe end of the bat, almost misses it in fairness. Look at this here, sort of doesn't ample his way. He's motoring along. Oh. Now the key here is when are they broken? When are the stumps broken and the bail's gone? That's the key bit. The bat's so the bat, is that even down? I can't even see that's down. That looks down to me. Oh, now this is a big one. Nilkesh, you're in the hot seat, mate, early on this morning. What have you got for us? I wouldn't want to be Nilkesh in the third umps here. They've made a decision. Just waiting on it. Not out. Not out given. And I think that's the right call. It looked to me as if the bat was just down in time. So Rajith, well, what that is, folks, and if there's any youngsters paying attention, what that is a lesson to you. Run and slide your bat in. None of this sort of just dabbing your bat in. Because then if he slides his bat in there, he completely removes any element of doubt. But he makes the ground, they get a single. course, these two sides will go at it again. Marco probably thinking, do we have to? They will go at it again. That'll be coming up in just under an hour's time. Oh, shot. And that is big. That is 6 runs. And that is another half century for Kalugala. And what a way to bring it up. It's slot bowling. It really is slot bowling. While the ball boy's been called into action. But what a 50 that is. A superb half century. Brings it up off just the 15th delivery for Kalugala. And does so with just 3 dot balls, 5 4s and 5 6s. Going at 3-4-6 is rather impressive. Look at that, though, by the way. Square leg has been pretty busy. Well played to you, sir. 73 on the board, and it's going to be a dead ball. Yeah, Jeff, of course, saying bonus point coming, and Phoenix was saying he's been impressed by some of the fielding, but, well, you can't really do much fielding when it's just going over your head, to be honest. Oh, no. Oh dear, Hussein's lost a plot, that's 5 wide, and it's now just going to be 15 needed off of 38, and you kind of feel that this game is all but said and done, really. That's poor. That's bad. So yeah, of course, it's a Saturday, start of the weekend, and if you haven't got many plans, stick around with us, because you are watching an excellent display of hitting. What we're going to try and do is we'll try and get an update on Sadoon's injury, by the way, because that's a big play in the next game, and also tomorrow for the Lions. Change in field by the looks of it. Someone more coming across on the offside and someone going back on the leg. So, in theory, Hussein's got to be bowling right at his pads here. Nope, it's going to be a wide. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, I mean, what can Marquardt take from this? They can take from the fact that one of their middle order batters had a good cameo. That's healthy. Siddiqui was in the runs again. Apart from that, there isn't much more to take from it. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. This is not good. Hussein can't get through the over. He can't finish it off here. They can do it in just 2 hits now, Kern the Lions, and this is looking like it's going to be a pretty embarrassing one for Marquardt. And well, I mean, how do you pick yourself up now as well? You've got to go again in 55 minutes. Well, he gets it right, and they don't take the single. I think Kalugala knows that he can just do it in a couple hits in the next over. It'll be the end of the 4th. It's 81 for 1. Just the 12 near. There we go. Finally, the win computer says it's 100% for the Lions. Finally, we've got there in the end. And well, there you can see. It's a bit of it's like Mount Everest sort of looking over its subjects, isn't it, really? It's a mile ahead. So then it's going to be Siddiqui, who did some destruction work with his batting. If he can get through this over, I'll be pretty impressed, to be fair, with Kalugala on strike. Just 12 needed. They can do it in just the 2 hits here. Oh, he won't do it this time. They do take the single and take the 1. It'll just be 1, so the field then changes for the right hand, left hand combination. And well, there is they're trying to get the field set. They're trying to get it right. Just 11 now at the moment. Ooh, well, they're going to take a run here. No one's really walking in or to be quite frank, quite keen for this for Marquardt. I think they know that that their fate is sealed in this instance. Yeah, at this point though, Kalugala 54 of 17. It's rather impressive. Oh, this one up in the air then. Could be gone here. Hussein's underneath it. And does take it. So Caligala's fun comes to an end. Hussein gets a bit of a celebration in there, even though he probably got no chance of winning here. But it's a good catch nonetheless. It's one to add to the tally for him. And it will be a wicket for Siddiqui. So out goes Caligala. And it's the second wicket to fall. It's 83 for 2. And good morning to Chris, who joins us as well. Chris, you've joined us at a bit of a tricky time for Marcourt, because at this point in time, they aren't going to get anything from this game. Because you'd argue that the 7 over, or before getting the total before the 7 overs, is pretty comfortable. Just need the 10 runs in 33 balls, but to do it before the 7th is it's going to be pretty easy, in all fairness. This one is going to go big into the onside. Well, there's 6 of them, and it means that it's just the 4 needed now. And this is well picked up, too short though from Siddiqui, and the new batter in Cyril Wadana says thank you very much. I'll take that one to get off the mark, and does so pretty elegantly really. 4 runs now just needed. So it is going to be 4 points for the Lions. Puts them a long way ahead at the top of the table with a game in hand. Sort of find it tricky to find and see how anyone's going to take them away from there, from the top of the table. Slower ball, well bowled. Cyril Wadana didn't pick it. Sort of played 3 or 4 different shots by the time it reached him. Oh, wild swing. So we'll go into the next over. I didn't think they'd get there, but they do. Siddiqui does it. He does get them through to the next one. And at the end of it, of the 5th, the score is 18-9 for 2. These 2 teams will go at it again. And well, guess what? It's going to be the Lions that bat first this time around. Interesting choice as Priyanta comes in for his first involvement, but no changes for Marcourt. So that will be the case of that one. And you'll have to keep an eye on Sadoun. He is listed to be in the lineup, but that may be subject to a potential quick change or late change. But we'll keep you updated, and we'll also have to keep a look on what's happening there. Okay, then it's going to be 4 required, and that will do it. There you go. So Umer Farouk comes in for his first ball of the tournament, and it's only going to be the 1 ball that he will get to bowl, because that will be game, set, and match. And that's the 4 runs that they needed. And yeah, that'll be, there's a bit of confusion here. That is the game. That is 4 and gone. And it will be 4 points for the Sri Lankan Lions. They beat Marcourt by 5 wickets here. And it's mostly down to some incredible hitting from their opening batter in Caligala. Finishes with an outstanding half-century. Take a look at the highlights. There'll be a good few shots in here. I don't think there'll be too many though, because there wasn't really. There's beautiful hitting from to sort of all areas of the ground, in all honesty. And that was a good catch though, wasn't it? There was a special moment in there, in fairness, as the captain himself, Amir Sahel, took a good catch to remove Sadoun. But even still, that didn't stop the flourish of runs. And well, it was just an onslaught from Akila Kangulo. It was really impressive, to be honest, for Caligala. There was a bad over from Hussein. Couldn't get his line right. Siddiqui came in and he picked up a wicket, to be fair to him. That was the one to remove Caligala. It was a good catch as well from Hussein, but that was all she wrote. The man with 4 on his back got the winning 4. And it was a pretty comfortable one at that. So the bonus point does get used and utilised, and it just cements their place at the top. Still yet to lose a match are the Sri Lankan Lions. They make it 5 from 5. Caligala 54 off 18, 8 off of 3, 9 and 6 for Rajith and Cyril Wadana. And no one else really required, so no use of Mad Dog Maduranga. Shame. Maybe we'll see him in the next one, because of course the Lions are batting first in that one. And that is coming up in what it will be 45 minutes. Bit of an extended break, of course, due to the start time of the next game. That's on the hour. And it is going to be a 45-minute wait until then. And there's just the confirmation of the bowling figures. Sharing it around, Farouk, though. It's not fun, is it? But Ayu going for 36. Not great for him at all. Mark all then, a bit of a disappointing one for them, a bittersweet one as Sri Lankan Lions take all 4 points. They win by 8 wickets. Match number 14, the second one of the day, comes up in 45 minutes time. Go and get yourselves a coffee or some breakfast or whatever you please, whatever you fancy, and make sure you're back and you're ready for the next game. These two teams will go at it again. It's 45 minutes time. You're watching the European Cricket Series here in Cyprus with me, Charlie Hunt, right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Ipsoma Cricket Ground here for match number 14 of this European Cricket Series here in Cyprus. The second game of the double-header between the Lions and Marcour here. And, well, we're coming off the back of a pretty bittersweet defeat for Marcour. They couldn't get enough runs on the board, only 2 or 3 of their batters, in fact, getting into double figures, which just simply wasn't enough. And, well, it was one batter that really took the reins for the Lions. And it was, well, they ended up roaring, didn't they? They ended up with a pretty comfortable victory, getting all 4 points and extending that gap at the top of the table for them. This time, though, it's going to be an interesting matchup because Marcour looking for some revenge. Let's go to Nilkesh, who's out there at the middle with the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Your call? Head. It is tail. Bad pass. Sri Lanka like a Lions bad pass.
Okay, then news from the toss there that the Lions, they're going to have a bat here, so changing it up from the last game. And it's an interesting choice. I thought they would have opted to bowl first if they would have won the toss, considering what happened in that last game. I guess they're looking to just show off what they're capable of with those openers. We'll have to look out for Sadoun, though, because we know that he's got a bit of an injury, isn't he? He didn't look comfortable, and the way that he got out wasn't quite the best from him. So looking to see how he is, and fingers crossed that he is okay and that magic spray does some wonders. As for Marcour, then they're going to be have to set out and probably stand out in the field for another 10 overs, which isn't easy. The sun is out here today. It is bright, it is sunny, it is nice and warm. There's not really much breeze at the moment, so it could come to play. That could be a factor that they may have to deal with. I'm looking forward to this one. I hope you are. Let's get things right underway.
Let's do that indeed, and welcome back. And it's a pleasure to have you alongside me again. And of course, if you aren't aware, Rico is off this morning and throughout the entirety of the day, so he's enjoying a well-earned day off. And well, I'll be taking you through it. The second game of the day, then, it is the Lions taking on Marcour. The Lions will be batting first, and they've got one change as Prianta comes into the lineup for the first time here in this tournament, down as a bowler. Looking forward to see what he can bring to the side. But it's all about Caligala and Sadoun. News is Sadoun is in the lineup, and it is batting, and he is opening alongside Caligala. Of course, it's, well, who will win? Well, 86% will say the Sri Lankan Lions, 14% for Marcour. You can kind of understand as to why that is the idea at the moment. But we're ready to get things underway, and it is going to be Tajamal. And we're going to start with a nice looking shot into the onside. Rotates nicely. Good bit of work out there, in fairness, as well. Good bit of footing. That's Mohammed Kamar out there. And oh dear, on a better throw, and there could have been some trouble. But a good start from Marcour in the field. See this here. Does nicely, to be fair. Just gets the wrist over it. Good stop though as well. Gets his body behind it, which is mostly what you want to be looking to do. Let's see. Someone needs his lease is done. Yeah, it is good to see, though, that Sadoun is out there. Not to face a delivery yet, but, well, Caligala's having a conversation about something. He's not happy with something, but, yeah, Sadoun, he's out there. We'll see how he goes. It'll be interesting to see how he sort of, if he winces after a shot. That was kind of the issue that we were seeing in the back end at the start of the innings last time around. Oh, this one. Off the bat into the pad. Good bowling though, Tajamal. Good wheels. Bit of an effort ball that one, it seemed. Straight away there, the expected score has got the Lions looking at around a 156 score, which would be above par, but it's not above par for them. That's where they set their standards. And they expect to do so. I mean, you look at the last game, sort of winning but comfortably by 8 wickets and doing so within the 7 over bonus point limit. No ball called. Lofted down the ground. Big chase is on. It's going to kick on and spin up, and it'll be a boundary. So a minimo comes up. Tajamal getting his foot placement wrong, it seems. And, well, you can see there, no ball, nothing behind the line. And your standing umpires in this game. Free hit signalled. Not quite the best of starts from Tajamal then after a good first couple of deliveries, but a front foot no ball is not what you want to see. Standing umpires, Uraman and Tracy Pascoe alongside Taranga. And, of course, Nilkesh Patel is your tournament referee in this time around for today. Free hits. Well, it's another one. Another free hit to come because it's a wide. And Tajamal, well, he's furious with himself. He's livid. He's not happy. He's not too best pleased with this. think he feels that that one should have been okay. He's he's not happy with the call. I have to say, I back the call. On the full, nothing touching the line. Umpire's got it correct in my eyes. Well then, another free hit coming up then. No, not yet. Tajimal's playing with me here, isn't he? He's he can hear me and he's saying, no, don't worry. I'm going to keep you on your toes, Charlie. You've had an easy morning so far. What a game that first one was, though, by the way. Early finish. I hope you got your refreshments in and you're settled down for what could be a big innings. Free hit and does go for it. Doesn't quite catch all of it, but gets enough of it and utilises the power play restrictions. Goes all the way. Maximo time. Caligula goes big. 6 runs. In the slot, though, isn't it, really, from Tajimal? That's been the error that we've seen a lot of bowlers sort of lead towards. Short is also an error that we've seen and an issue, but bowlers just not really finding the right length and just sort of missing it, really. Opting for the Yorker length, but just not getting it right, and it just sits up nicely. And a batter like Caligula, who's determined to be out there and get some runs, he's not going to miss out. Goes shorter. Down the leg side, it's a wide. Keeper gets a glove on it, but is it going to be enough? I think it will be to prevent it from going all the way. And it's eventually they're going to come through for an extra run. So, not the tidiest of starts, really, from Tajimal at the moment. Has to be said, though. Markor, I mean, you look at the side, and we've already said that Markor have had some team cohesion issues over the last couple of days. They seem to enjoy getting on the back of each other, and I guess it kind of comes, apparently, and this is what I'm being told, is that it's rather the culture in tape ball, is that it's very, very aggressive, and it's not really a surprise in tape ball to have a go at your teammate. So I guess that's where it mostly comes from. Back of a length, oh dear, foot fielding is never the option. It's never the one to go for, and well, you can exactly see there. And Sadoun in his first ball doesn't look too phased by the injury he had earlier. He does release the bat out of the glove pretty quickly, but a good shot. Rides the bounce, runs away. Good end to the over. Well, not even the end of the over, I'm miscounting. 20 off it already. Goes magical. Sadoun, 4 off his first. Just looks like he's got a lot of time at the crease, doesn't he? That's when you know you're dealing with a good player. Oh dear. We'll see this time around. You can see, though, straight away, not really happy using that hand, is he? So I'd be very surprised to see if he comes out and doesn't really play his normal shots. I think he's probably going to opt for the more power shots and just sort of, not going to use the word slog, but you can kind of get what I'm hinting at. Played down the complete wrong line of that one. Last ball, and I tell you what, he's been bamboozled here, hasn't he? And well, we've already seen a catch yesterday of a collision ending pretty well. This one wasn't as spectacular, but the full toss, and well, he just gets bamboozled by it, doesn't he? Just plays down the wrong line. Bit of lateral movement, and Tajimal, albeit a pretty disappointing over from him, does end up picking up the wicket. And well, that is the upcoming events. And I just want to take a look. It was a full toss. And there you go. So that will be the end of that over, and it will be 20 for 1. And Sadoun goes. So we can take a look at the upcoming events. Of course, we're here in Cyprus. Vinny is taking you through the events out in Gibraltar, and then after that we go up to Barcelona, Catalonia, to Spain. And that starts on the 29th of January. That's when I start uni for the year. Can't wait. And from the 26th of February, it's the European Cricket League. And then we've got Portugal, and well, that'll be the ECS and the Western Shield. If anyone doesn't know about that, then I'll let you know about what that is later on in the day. Then we go to France for the very first time in ECN history. Looking forward to watching that one. And then we go to Italy, to Brescia, where we'll have some varied tournaments there. Good to see a good mixture of ECSs, ECIs, and ECIWs as well. Rajith comes in at 3 to join Caligula out in the middle. So Hale take the second, and this is up in the air, and very, very near and very close to the fielder. It was a big dive. It was a good effort, in all honesty, from the fielder at mid-on, but didn't quite come out of the middle, did it? Look at this, good effort, but it wasn't meant to be. It's another boundary yet again, 4 more, and I think you know that away Solari there, he knows that that one is, well, that's unfortunately probably an opportunity that goes a missing, really. And in a game like this, up against the opposition that are leading the standings at the moment, those half chances are the ones that you've really got to take, and you've really got to try and make the most for it. We're going to need a new ball because that one's gone through the fence, pierced through it. We do get a new ball eventually. I'll make it commonly known, by the way, that newest member of the crew, Russ, is stood next to me. He's having a watch, and he could have fielded it, but he opted not to. Shot. Oh, pierces through the hands again. It's another one that goes down, and this one is more of a chance than the last one, but unfortunately it doesn't make a difference. Caligala gets dropped on 16, and wow, well, I tell you what, we've seen a couple of expensive drops here in Cyprus, but dropping Caligala on 15 is potentially, well, that could potentially be the most expensive one of them all. Dropping him on 16 even is not good at all. So he moves on to 20, and Sahel, he probably thinks he should have had him twice. Bottom edge. And I think Caligala was potentially looking to take it on a second time. Luckily for him, he doesn't. He would have been in some trouble there. But yeah, being dropped on 16 for Caligala. I mean, it was a tough chance. Came at him pretty quickly at a regulation square leg. Didn't take it though. Short. Man's out there again. He's not going to cut this one off this time. There's no question about it. That's 4 more. Beautiful shot this time around. Shahzad Ahmed cannot quite cut this off yet again, and he'll be thinking, oh dear, this drop could be ever so expensive. So then Caligala now races along to 24 on the back of making 54 off of 18 in the first game this morning. He's already, well, he's carrying on exactly where he left off. Maybe that's why they opted. That's going to be gone. Oh, wow. Well, they're going to have a look here because they're looking at the one for height, but there's been no short ball already that's been enough. And, well, Caligala isn't moving here. And to be honest with you, oh, I tell you what, well, what's going to happen here then? Well, Caligala's looking around, but to be honest with you, I don't think there's too much to it. Yeah, he gets sent his marching orders, and luckily so. For Ahmed, more importantly, Caligala goes. And it's a great catch, by the way. Didn't need to play at it, but what a grab that is, and they know that that is huge. And it's a great take by Mohamed Kamar, and that one will mean that, well, the big man is back in the shed. Caligala gone. And, well, now you're looking at an interesting little matchup here. Sri Lanka Lions, they fall to 32 for 2. Didn't need to play at it, did he? Just sort of got drawn into playing the shot, and he hit it well, to be fair. What he did well is he rode the bounce and sort of rolled the wrists over it, did everything correctly, just managed to find the only fielder that was there. So, well, there'll be one there. He'll be sat down, and he'll be thinking, what have I just done? So that's lucky. Only goes on to cost them a couple of runs and a couple of boundaries, but he does eventually go. Only added 8 more runs after being dropped on 16, twice in fairness. That victory for the Sri Lankan Lions takes them to 16 points. 5-point gap now between them and the Limassol Colanders, who we will see play later on today. They take on the Nicosia Tigers. Markhor still sat rock bottom, and that net run rate is falling drastically. Every loss they seem to pick up. And that's what I was talking about with Rico yesterday, is that we talk about losing games at the right time. Winning games is also a huge thing. That's why I think that the British Forces Cyprus won a game at the right time yesterday, because they can now utilise that momentum and really push on over the course of tomorrow's action for them. Up, and that's going to be a boundary. And if you're going to swing, swing hard. Swing low, swing chariot, Rajith, and that one will go the distance, and that'll be a 1 bounce 4. Oh. I'm glad our umpires aren't playing, because if we saw more fielding like that, it'd be a long day. Watch this one here. Ready, and gone. Let's take one on the ankle as well. Get the old cold spray out. Magic spray, please. Rajith off the mark with a boundary. slaps. Doesn't get through the covers, and good fielding by the man in that cover region. Well, good morning to everyone tuning in around the world. To Chris, to Jeff, to Kroom as well. In the slot, but misses out on it. Oh dear. Gets through him. Gets through Sahel, the skipper. He won't be happy with himself there. Keeps it down to just the one. Yeah, see, do you know what? It's like clockwork, this weather here in Cyprus. The morning game is always pretty warm. No wind, no nothing. As soon as that 11 o'clock hits, wind starts to pick up, cloud starts rolling in. Becomes a bit of an overcast day. Anyway, I'd still rather be here than in the UK. It's -5 at the moment, which is pretty grim. Wild swing, keeper misses out. That's poor. And take a shot at the stumps, and well, I tell you what, Tajamal's almost worn one there, but poor from the keeper there. He's got to do better. Has Cher. He has been pretty decent, but at the same token, similar time yesterday, just looked to lose a bit of patience and a bit of concentration. Expected score still at that 1-4-2. That's another one that Tajamal is not happy with, so he's going to pull out of that one. Bottom edge. Turn into the corner. No, why are you going for foot fielding again? Oh, you're better than that. Oh, no. How's that gone for 4? What am I seeing here? That's awful. That's not good enough for me. I'm sorry. You can't be doing that. I understand that the outfield is pretty tricky at the best of times, but that, he goes for 2 options of foot fielding, and it doesn't work both times. 0% success rate should tell you never to give it a go again. It's a boundary nonetheless, though. And once again, Rajith, he'll be happy with it, though. He'll take the 4 runs onto his name. We'll be like, it's in the book. Doesn't matter how you get them. There's going to be a wide. Tajamal just falling off of it a little bit. Just seems to, you can see by the way he finishes, he's obviously quite worried about not getting across the umpire. But look at that. Falls off the pitch straight away. And hence why the sort of arm, the angle of the arm all completely falls off, and it just, well, the action just becomes unavoided, and it doesn't really click, and then the rhythm's lost. There you go, see, that's better, but it's, well, the result isn't quite as good as he would have hoped for. It's another maximum, and it's 6 to end the over, and it's a good power play for the Lions, considering they do lose both their openers. They reached 49 for 2 at the end of 3. And, well, this is the end of the power play then. So 20 off the first, 12 and 17 off the second and third. Just want to look here. This is what I'm saying. See how he follows through. I know that the end result isn't good enough, but his follow through there is much better. It's heading towards the target, and that just shows you that it makes a difference. Albeit the result was probably worse than what the first one was when he completely fell over. But still, it was just shows you. It does help, and it's something that you hear a lot, especially at junior training and sort of youth cricket. You're always taught in your run-up, follow through, and especially on Astro pitches, as long as you're not in the way of the umpires, it's fine, no issue. Here's Sahel. Oh, he's tucked him up a little bit there, cramped him for a bit of room. Sorry, Wadano finally gets off the mark on the 3rd time of asking. He's saying, my best batsman is Srinath Rajith. Well, he's out there at the moment. 15 off 5 for the big man himself. He's probably feeling a bit of pressure, to be fair. Both set batters back in the shed, the big ones as well. He's not happy with himself. He knows he's missed out on one there. But that's good bowling. I don't mind that. The direction is what helps him, albeit short, but doesn't offer any width. And he's also pushing it for pace. So Rajith hasn't really got the reaction speed to be able to pull it in a controlled fashion. Trying to run it down to deep third man. Well, this time he goes for it, but it's 2 straight, and he can get something on this. And well, it's only going to be 1, so it's not too detrimental to the bowling unit. of Marcourt. Yeah, it's bizarre, this weather, isn't it? It really is a bit strange. It felt as if it was a sort of bright summer's day up until about 11, and then since then it's just felt like a, well, oh dear. Oh, okay, he's all right. Okay, that sounded and looked worse than what I was than the reaction gives, but that could have been very, very messy. I say this isn't, you know, it's not. It was a summer's day this morning, and it's not so much now. This is probably a bright summer's day in the UK anyway. So I'll take it. I'm happy with it. Follows him, but doesn't get away with it. This is a beautiful looking flick off the pads from Suriwadana. Does follow him. He does well, doesn't he? Sort of tries to give himself a bit of room, but gets followed into the pads. He says, that's all right, I don't mind it there anyway. Good looking shot, 4 more to the total after what had been a relatively quiet over, just 2 off it up until that point. Still though, if he keeps this one down to a minimum, 6 or 7 off the over, you'd be pretty happy considering what happened last time around. Last ball then of the 4th. Gone big. Has he got enough on it? Yes, he does. Agonisingly close. You can see Sahel thought he had his man there for a moment, but he just gets enough on it. Muscles it down the ground. No real timing on it. Just gets it over. So it will end up going for back-to-back boundaries. A 4 and a 6 at the end of the over means it's 61 for 2 at the end of the 4th. Going at 15s then at the moment, aren't they? And you can see there a wicket falling in the 1st and the 2nd, which then just meant that the strike rate, or the run rate, sorry, just slightly decreased on a downward trend since the 1st after that one magical over. And it looks as if that's going to be away Solari, who he's probably thinking, well, what I do with the ball is going to help with what I have to do with the bat in the 2nd innings. Nice shot. Really nice looking shot. Just pushed down, and well, Rajesh sort of dismisses it with anger. In the slot, gets the drive out. And you won't see much better than that. Textbook stuff really from Rajesh. This has been the issue though. 9 times out of 10, any balls that have been dispatched have been in the slot or too short. That's better though. That's much better. Just back of a length. Well, now they're going to get a cheeky run. And well, that's poor. Well, he's not having a good game then, is he, Cher? Because he had a bit of an issue at the start, and now he's had an issue here. So they're going to come through for a bye. And I tell you what, when you're when one of your leaders in Solari is bowling, that's probably not what you want to do. And Sahel, as the captain, won't be happy either. And misses out on this one. Suriwadana. I have to say, he's shown promises throughout the last couple of days with some with some good hitting. And there it is. That's Exhibit A. That'll be a couple bounces and 4, and he's offered too much width from Solari. You cannot be bowling there because it's just sit back, stand, and deliver stuff. And Suriwadana will utilise it pretty nicely. See that on the outfield, couple bounces. Even though the outfield is a little bit ropey, we'll word it as such. It does go though. It does run along pretty nicely. Goes for it again and gets it. And well, fielders just sort of had to stand and watch as it sails into the field on the other side of the fence. And it's back-to-back boundaries yet again. It's the 3rd of the over. And it's not been a good one from Solari. And oh dear, he's now going to have to really try and rail things in here, because otherwise he's running the risk of going magical. Last ball of the 5th, goes for it again, and goes magical. It will, because it sails over the boundary, and Suriwadana has said, thank you very much for coming, Solari. I will eat up your bowling for dinner all day. Left, right, and centre, and that will be the end of the over, and it's a magical one at that. It goes for 21. It is 82 for 2 at the halfway stage and welcoming you into the commentary box here with myself here on the European Cricket Network. And as I say, just me, myself, and I here today. No Rico Full. He's away on a nice day off, and I'm sure he's. What time is it now? He's probably just sort of lounging about the hotel. Maybe gone for a little wander this morning, had some breakfast. I'm sure he's enjoying it. Much well deserved. But a huge thanks for all of you for keeping me company here today. And at the moment, it's all been realistically about the Lions, isn't it? Markle haven't really had an answer to them. It looks as if they did with a couple of early wickets here this time around. But now they've just got two other batsmen that are really having a go at them, and their bowling just isn't in the right area, is it? They're not showing promising signs. They've got to find a way. But at the moment, it's not looking too promising. But it's always a pleasure to be here in Cyprus. First time here. Hopefully first of many. It's a lovely place to be. And, yeah, really, really looking forward to seeing what happens and what unfolds over the rest of this tournament. And, well, 2 days left, or a day and a bit left of Group A action. And we'll find out who's going to be eliminated. Ayub is in, and he's going to get hit into the offside. Oh, well. If you run past it and you forget the ball, you're not going to do very well, and that's exactly what Kamar's done. He's had a bit of a stinker, and it's going to be 4 to start the over with. Oh, I'll tell you what, I wouldn't have him in goal, would you? I'm probably, not exactly the tallest of men, but I wouldn't have him in goal because A, he's missed it, and B, he probably can't even touch the crossbar. Ayub, after some suspect foot fielding. I don't even think you can call it foot fielding. It was an attempt at it. Didn't complete it. Gets the bowl. He started with a 4. Against his name, that is. Better. In the block hole. Crunches on the toes. Digs it out. Pushes it for 1. Rajith now 25 off 11. But Suradana, out of nowhere, has found a bit of rhythm, isn't he? 27 off 10. Which is pretty impressive. Should be okay time-wise. Probably the slowest I think we've seen in a bit. 17 minutes to get the rest of the overs in. Oh, no. That's Gundy. That's Gundy. And that's going to be 4 more. And he's asking to have a look at the batsman asking questions. I think he's okay. Dipping below. That's fine. Yep, no issue with that. That'll just be 4 then. So at the end of the day, it's still not good enough, really, from Ayub. He's bowled 3 deliveries. 2 of them have gone to the fence. And it's not good enough at this point in time. And in so much so, I think we're going to need another cricket ball. Grizzly, please give us another order. Because we are severely running low. Have to get the old calculators out and work out what we've lost in, 4 days? No, 3 and a bit days now? Oh dear, he's not really in too much control of what's happening here, is Ayub, is he? He's had moments of promise over the last few days, but this time, just doesn't look up to it, does he? Oh dear, now he's spraying it left, right and centre, isn't he, this time, down the leg side. And Tracy, almost probably reluctantly, is thinking, I feel bad for the poor bloke, but there's another wide, unfortunately. Of course, got to think that you can't bring him back on, can you? Well, probably you'd say that for a couple of the bowlers. They haven't exactly been pretty good, have they? Well, this one is up, and gone. That'll be another boundary. And Rajith moves on to 29 off 12. And well, I think Ayub was probably just thinking, and this is the issue now as well for Markor. Couple of boundaries, and the heads have dropped drastically. Pretty quick as well at that, as if I'm being totally honest with you. I mean, it is tricky out there. You're getting pumped around the ground. Their expected score now has gone up to 162, which would be the highest score we've had. We've had a 160. Albeit... albeit that one had penalty runs. Oh, dear. Oh, what a beautiful pull shot that is. And Rajith will... Well, it's another magical over here, and, well, unfortunately, you feel that Markor are potentially getting batted out of this game, and it's only down to themselves, really, because the bowling is not good enough. It really isn't. It's the end of the over. 100 comes up, 103 for 2 after 6. Run rate of 17.17 is pretty sensational stuff, really. It really is. You can see there a shock really that Caligala, nor Caligala or Sadoun could really put their mark and stamp on the game. Caligala with 24 off 9 is arguably a bit better than what Sadoun was able to achieve. It has come to my attention that my laptop has frozen on the chat and I've missed a fair few bits of chat. So I do apologise for that one. I've got to go quite a long way back and I'm now scrolling through. There's a fair bit to catch up on here. So very good morning to John Gray, to James in there as well. And to both James Stewart and James Metcalf as well. Very good morning to you all. Now, again, apologise for not seeing your chat. I blame technology. That's what I always do. That's what Rico would do anyway. But let me know, folks. I mean, at the moment, this is looking pretty dire for Marcour, and they're going to go to a bit of spin or slower bowling from Kamar. This one is up in the air. Could be a chance. No, doesn't quite get there. And it will end up just being a single for Sherwood. He'll probably be annoyed that he doesn't get that away because it was a shorter delivery. Oh dear, this is bad. This is going to be some work to get off. He doesn't quite do it. Rajith is motoring along and he is possibly in the thoughts of a half century now because that's 39 off 14 and it's a bad, poor delivery. It really is. It's too short. It's too short. It's not good enough. Well, Hussein's coming up to him saying, don't worry, mate. I still back you. Ignore Charlie. He's just chatting rubbish. Don't worry about him. You do you. Well, if he does carry on doing so, he's going to go for a fair few. 108 now on the board, and this is staring down the barrel of a big one. Well, there you go. That's one way to shut me up. Is to get a wicket, and he points to the sky, and he'll be pretty happy with that one because he does remove the dangerous Rajith because I gave him the classic commentator's curse. Spoke about a half century, and he plays a horrible shot around the wrong line of it. And he's saying, well, there you go. He's saying to himself, why didn't you play a straight batted shot? And that one as well. That one would have looked much better than what you played, but you didn't. And he will go. He goes for 100. The score at 108 for 3. I'm loving it. There's a bit of chat going on about some weather, which is good. I love talking. I'm English. I have to talk about the weather. It's what happens. It's what we do. 9 times out of 10, it's moaning about it, but again, it's what I'm good at. New batter out to the middle then, and it's the skipper, Nalin Patharana. So Kamar, 2 pretty rank deliveries. Third one picks up a wicket. What can he do for the remainder of the over? Full toss to start. Well, this one is going to take some cutting off. They will. Been called on field as a no ball. Just to have a look here. I reckon Tracy's spot on. She normally is. And she's bang on with that one as well. Okay then, so that's my answer. Picked up a wicket on the third ball. What was the fourth one? Pretty bad no ball. Free hit coming up then. And it's Cyril Wadana on strike. Oh, he's trying to hit this into next week. It's right off the toe. He's going to take the catch. And there's going to be a couple of celebrations, I'm sure. And then there'll also be a couple of realisations. Oh, no, it's a free hit. Get it in. And they do so pretty well. So it only cost them the 1 run. I have a feeling, by the way, that Marcour could potentially struggle for a bit of time here. Oh, asking the question. Umpire gives it. Gone. And Kamar picks up another. And he says, thank you very much for coming. And he says, when I get it right, it's pretty good. But when it's bad, it's also not very good at all. This one here, let's have a look at this then. And it's on the back leg. Is it on the hip? It's off the hip. The only element of doubt that you could have there was a potentially height. But there's enough greens for me there. And seeing it in slow-mo is always easier than anything else. And, well, there's enough there. Enough greens, more greens than red. And it will mean it will be the end. The end of Pathinari goes for 1 off just 2. It's another wicket down. It's 111 for 4. Hit nicely to the offside, but not to much success. It'll be a dot to end the over. Pretty interesting one, in fairness. We've had everything. We've had a no ball, free hit, we've had a boundary, couple of wickets, couple of singles. It's 8 off it at the end of it, and the score is 111 for 4. This is what's coming up later on this evening. Bavaria, they make their debut in the tournament. They take on the Sloggers. Of course, the Sloggers played in the first night, but they're coming back for the third night. And I have to say, this is something I wanted to bring up, by the way. I completely forgot about this. What did I do? What did Rico and myself do wrong last year, this time last year, considering we had worse weather than what they've had this time? We were outside in the horrible, horrible conditions, yet Vinny's inside in a nice commentary box inside. How's that happened? All right? I've got a bone to pick with someone. I'm going to work out who. If it's Richard Cunningham, I'll be fuming. But yeah, not good. John Gray asking, how long have you got left on your studies? I believe it's 102 days or something like that, as per someone working out the exact day. May the 1st is the day of celebrations for me. This one is a leading edge, though, and it's going to run away. This will be 4, not stopping that one. And that is Baba Ayub, who we saw earlier, struggles to do a bit of fielding at some points with his field, so I didn't really give him too much chance there. Yeah, 1st of May is the the day of everything for me. I can finally say I've done it and finish with it and get on and move on with it, but long way to go, though, until then. Shot down the ground. Chance? Oh, no. Oh. Right, you've got to make your mind up pretty early as to what you're going to do. You can't just run past it. It's not how you're going to be successful. He sort of looked at it and just went, yeah, I'll get there. Hang on a minute, maybe not. And then just sort of ran past it. So that's going to be another boundary. And Cyril Wadana, after not looking so confident early on, is not far away from that personal milestone. 120 up with that shot as well. Mark Orr, got a feel for them. Hit again, cloth this time, and will he get something behind it? He does. It's the old classic, the old long barrier. Comes out. Yeah, not too sure as to what's going on here. The chat's malfunctioning. I can't work it out. Try a different way, shall we? Hussain. Shot. You're not stopping that, or is he? Oh, he's done very well, in fairness. That's pretty decent from Mohamed Kamar. And he's right next to me as well, so he probably heard me and he went, Charlie, be quiet. Once again, just trying to prove me wrong. I like it. I like it when they try and prove me wrong. Brings out something else in them, which is good. Well, I tell you what, good luck with this one. This has gone high and long and handsome, and that will be 6 more to Cyril Wadana, and he moves into one run away from that half century for himself. Picked this up nicely. Look, was he pointing at there? Was he sort of watching it and pointing it down as it re-entered the atmosphere? Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, this over's gone for 17 again, running the risk of going once more magical. Will it? No. Asking the question. Tracy's turning it down. Hussain is not happy, but Hussain should probably realise that there's a cricket ball being thrown his way. And, well, first thing I want to do is I want to see and have a look at this. Cyril Wadana's sort of ushing him away, saying, no, don't be silly, son. What's happened here? Ooh, okay. No, impact outside. Good call. Very good. And the good thing there as well, the promising thing there, by the way, wasn't rushing, didn't rush to make a decision, had a look at it, looked at it for enough time and said, no, it's outside the line. Not out for me. Good call. Once again, doing very, very well. And the best thing is, Tracy's only been umpiring for about 3 months, which is rather outstanding. End of the over. Still going at 16s. It's 129 for 4 after 8. So yeah, that answers your question, John. Not long to go at all. Down the ground. Being busied out there. Does pretty well this time. That's the skipper out there, I think. Is that the skipper or is it away Solari? Not too sure. Can't see what's on his back. That's nice. Little conversation. Oh, there you go. Well, that's why, because it was a 50 brought up by Cyril Adana with just the one. Pretty quiet celebration, but a great 50 in that as well. 50 off just 20. Here's Mad Dog asking the question. Umpire turns it down. And my initial instinct was this was probably close. It depends on the impact there, in fairness, but once again, probably the right decision. Now he's going to get pulled. Oh, that's huge, by the way. That is massive. So much so that it sent the camera out of focus. And Mad Dog Madaranga has, well, he's turned around and said, yep, I like this one. And we know what he can do. We know what he's capable of. And that one is going to be out of here. 6 runs. 136 now on the board. James saying you'll have to climb a bit further up the ECN totem pole before you even qualify for walls on the comms tent. Well, exactly that. Asking the question again. Umpire once more saying, no, I'm all right, thank you. And it's a shot at the stumps. Keeper takes it. That'll be a leg by. Cream saying, well, Miles. It wasn't quite Miles. Saradana just off the back of getting his half century. That's a pretty poor shot, in all honesty. Tried to hoik that into the onside, but he gets nothing of it. Gets one for his troubles. But James, you say that. I'd argue Rico's probably ECN royalty, and he's still having to do with the same conditions as me. Well, there's not much to say about it apart from the fact that it's just too short. It's a good shot, though, from Madaranga once more. You can't bowl there. You just don't seem to be learning from the mistakes, though. I think this is the more infuriating aspect of it more than anything, is there's not really much sort of self-talk and sort of self-realization and looking back at your mistakes, because everything's bowling short. That's the end of the over, and it's 144 for 4 with 1 over to go. So yeah, looks as if it's going to be a tough ask for Marcour to try and, well, get anything out of this game, and they're running the risk of, I mean, if they get skittled out here, they could be the first team to take no points from their 2 games. That would be pretty impressive. Last overtime, here's Solari. And here's the ball getting hit miles and long and massive, and see you later, 6 runs. But guess what, though, folks? Watch this. Look at where the ball pitches. In the slot, shot Cora. And it's just, it's frustrating for me, and I'm not even playing. I don't get how I don't understand how you can't realise that your bowling is your issue and it's not working. And you've got to look at it and see where it's going wrong for you. In the slot again, and gets pumped for 6 again, and it's rinse and repeat stuff this for Cyril Adana. And to be honest with you, it's bowling machine bowling. Do you know what? If I was out of form and I needed to get in form, I'd go to the nets, go to the bowling machine, chuck it on 70 mile an hour, chuck it in exactly that spot, and hit ball after ball. Eventually, you'd get in some good form, and that's what we're seeing here from Cyril Adana. Solari's got to sort it out here. Yeah, and he's going to try and change it up and go round the wicket. Oh, dear. Well, this is a little bit unlucky in fairness, but to be honest with you, his history and his and the last couple of balls haven't really shouldn't deserve to buy him any luck. Inside tickle. Actually, in fairness, how does that miss the stumps? That's absurd. It's 4 more anyway, and when it rains, it pours, I guess. 160 comes up now, so anything from here on in, this is the highest. This is going to be the highest score we've had so far. There you go. This one's up in the air, and it's 6. That's gone again. And this time did get it slightly fuller, but I have to say that it's still in the slot. It's not good enough. It really isn't. And for a batter to just sit there and stand and deliver, he's going to laugh it up all day long. So this is the newest, highest score. By the Sri Lankan Lions here, and well, they've still got, what's that, 2 more balls left. They could get into the 170s here, in the high 170s at that. Oh, there's one of them. Oh, I tell you what, it turns into a point where you actually have to go, actually, well, this hitting is rather incredible. I mean, look at this. It's stand and deliver. Look at the pickup off the bat. That's sensational. It really is. And by the way, Cyril Adana's now moved to 79 off of just 29 deliveries, which is rather sensational. Last ball coming up. It's already gone for 22. And this is up in the air. Could this be the end of him? No, it's 6 yet again. What a huge last over that is. 28 come off it, potentially even more, in fact. I have a feeling it is, you know. And it is. It's going to be 34 that come off it. It's 6-6-4, 6-6-6. Pretty sensational stuff. And it will mean that they have a new highest score of 178 off of their 10 overs. And oh dear, well, Marcor, if you felt bad for them after this morning's first game, well, now they've got to try and pick themselves up and go and chase this down. Well, let's have a look at the highlights. It's going to be a pretty good one if you're a Lions fan. And well, this was how the openers got out, but apart from that, it was all the Sri Lankan Lions, and you can see that it was Marcor not setting the standards with some pretty rubbish foot fielding. Then we just saw some ballistic hitting, which was pretty sensational. And well, to be honest with you, it comes down to the fact if you've got to look at yourselves, you've got to take accountability. Your fielding wasn't good enough. Your bowling wasn't good enough. There was a couple of moments where they tried to get things back, and they did. But the thing is, in between those deliveries, there was a ranked full toss no ball. Consistency isn't there, unfortunately, and that's where Marcor, and probably is the reason that they find themselves rock bottom of the table at the moment, and running the risk, if they get skittled out here, they're running the risks of being the first team to not pick up any point in a day's play, which would be rather incredible in a bad way at that as well. I mean, this scorecard is going to be pretty scary. It's pretty monstrous in fairness. 178 for 4, 24 for 39, 85 not out off of 27 deliveries is pretty impressive for the man himself in Cyril Wadana. And to be honest with you, I feel that they've already batted them out of the game here. And I know I'm probably pointing out the obvious. Mad Dog was in there as well, 13 off of 6. And in all honesty, I think that might be the game over. Look at that then. Look at those economy rates, by the way. 27, 21, 17, 18. Pick of the bowlers, if there was one, is probably Kamati for 22. Not good enough, though, is it, for Marcor? They've got it all to do, haven't they? They need to try and chase 179 off of just 60 deliveries. It's going to be tough. We'll be back in 10 minutes' time to see what Marcor can make of this. Can they scrape a point? Can they find a way of getting something out of this game? We'll be back in 10 minutes' time. You're watching it all unfold with me, Charlie Hunt, right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Howdy folks, welcome back then to the Ipsama Cricket Ground here in Cyprus for the resumption of the second game of the day. It is match 14. It is the response of Marcour after, well, getting quite frankly spanked around the park after being hit for 178 runs. They now have to try and chase 179 in 60 deliveries. If they don't get up to 124, then they won't get any points from today's play. If they do, if they do the unthinkable and get this target within 7 overs, then they deserve to win the whole tournament, because they've not done it in many occasions. And if they do it now, then, well, fair play. It's 179 runs that's going to be needed. They are opening with a different pair here, which is slightly interesting. It looks as if it's going to be Shahzad Ahmed who is opening alongside Mohamed Kamar, and it's going to be the bowling of Kamar Rise to start us off. Short and pulled, and that's going to be a boundary to start, and instantly players are sort of looking and saying, well, that's definitely a loosener, because we spoke about it, and the plan was for you to bowl on the offside, sir, but that's not quite the offside, but okay, you do you. But very good morning, and not quite good afternoon yet, but not far away, to everyone tuning in all over the world. It's a pleasure to have you alongside me here in Cyprus. Strongly suggest if you've never been to Cyprus, do visit. It's a beautiful country, and we're being very well looked after as well. It does have to, you do have to sort of put that out there, really, because we're being very much looked after, sort of getting from A to B in the mornings and the evenings, and the food is also very, very nice. I'll have to try and find a time for me to get me food in at some point today. I'll be all right, though. No, 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 no. What's happening here? Well, not quite what I was expecting to see this morning, and especially in this game from the opening bowler of Rise, but nevertheless, good start this from Ahmed. 2 balls, 2 fours, 8 on the board. Carry on at this rate, we'll have a chance. Wouldn't surprise me if they're going to have a conversation and say, I'd say so first thing you need to do is change your angle, but, well, at the end of the day, what do I know sometimes? That's better. Not better, not enough, though, because it's going to be a wide down the offside. So an overcorrection this time around. Oh, what a shot that is. That is outstanding from Ahmed. Stand and deliver stuff. Punches this one down the ground. Follows it through as well, in all honesty, and gets all of it. Catches a piece and goes the distance. So 6 runs, 15 off the over, and 15 off of 3 deliveries, 14 off the bat with a wide in there as well. Well, this is not quite what I imagined at all. Once again, I mention again, if they carry on at this rate, it will be a pretty close contest. But they've got to get it right. Oh, okay, a bit of a conversation. There's a bit of a clash between Oh, no, 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 no! It's a no ball. 6, 7 up. Free hit coming. Oh dear, oh dear. What's happening? Well, now the wicketkeeper's having a conversation saying, what are you doing here? Come on. Almost sort of pull your finger out, mate. What's happening? What are you playing at? Come on, we're better than this. I'm very surprised at this. 22 off the first. Ahmed, 20 off of 4. Okay, free hit coming up. Ooh. Oh, okay. Let's have a look at this one here. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but that one from, I'm afraid that one he's just got slightly wrong as the umpire. But it will mean that it's another free hit to come. I tell you, this team's in all over the place, by the way, because someone's changing the field, then someone else is changing it. Oh dear, well, they get away with that wide, don't they? Here's another one. And he's going to hit it down the ground. This is going to be 6 runs. Maximo time. And oh dear, Marcour on the boundary line, applauding, and rightfully so. It's another maximum. This over. What's going on? I mean, it could go for more than 36, which I think is the highest we've seen yet. Oh, this is straight to him. And, well, it's going to just be a dot ball. So finally they get something right. What's happening? I can't believe what I've just seen. This is wacky Saturday. Has to be. Some voodoo stuff going on here. It's going to be another boundary. Well, I have a feeling that might be the last time we see Rise with the ball, because it's a magical, it's a supersonic over, in fact. It's going to go for 34, and it's 34 for no loss after 1. 33, in fact. I can't do maths. 33 for no loss. 20 matches now, by the way, folks, since the Golden Ball. Of course, that was all the way back in Cartama in 2023 in Malaga, Cartama, as I said. It was Spain taking on Austria. And it was a teenage sensation, Naomi, who was eventually able to get the win for Spain. Chris just saying that was not a wide. Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there, but in the pressure, and you make. This is the thing, by the way, that the officials have been outstanding. So we'll give them one. We'll give them one because they make couple hundred decisions a day. So we'll let them off with that one. Being wonderfully led today by Nilkesh, but in general by Stefan Gooch. Up in the air, no one there though. It's going to take some cutting off. Has he run past it? You bet he has. It tends to be the trend at the moment, is getting there and then running past it, because he's done it once more. And well, that's another boundary. This time Kamar, after having the best seat in the house at the non-strikers end and watching it all unfold, he's gone, yeah, I'd quite like to get involved in that. Well, the man right in front of me, he's going to be a little bit disappointed with that one. Is Govindu Madaranga, Mad Dog himself, got there, covered the distance, and then realised that he had to get the ball as well. 37 off of 7 deliveries. Good comeback. Very good comeback from Rajith. He had to get it right, didn't he? If he didn't, then there could have been issues, but he will make the most of that one this time around. 18 degrees at the moment, but there's a breeze, so it keeps it pretty nice and cool. John Gray with a good one there. So he's going to have to raise the bar next time he bowls. It's a good one. I like it. I'm here for it. It's better than Rico. Rico comes up with some awful ones. I mean, there were some ones about, what was it, the Hoover one? Was it Dyson? Yeah, that was it. Is it Ben Dyson? I can't remember, but he likes to... he likes to change things up a little bit. Oh, that's going to be a wide. At the moment, this is poor. This is really, really poor. Bowlers just, maybe there's, I reckon someone's come overnight, sprinkled some voodoo dust along the ground and all over it, and then done a runner. Just feels that way, doesn't it? No one's clicking at all. That'll be the one for the over. Good wheels, though, from Rajith. John Gray saying Tortugalad. It is a little bit, does have that sort of effect. It was yesterday. I was sort of in the break. We had an extended break, I remember, and I was sort of throwing a ball around, and as you do. And it deviated like anything. It's impossible. It's not easy out there. Up in the air then. Chance. Oh, nearly. He's nearly palmed it off and then taken out with a slide tackle. Oh, dear. Today is the gift that just keeps on giving. Ready? Oh, nearly two. Ref, have a word. Have a word. Oh, dear. You've got to laugh, haven't you? Hey, listen, as Rico said, cricketainment here on the European Cricket Network, and I'm sure that a couple of those clips will be going out later of what we saw earlier this morning, the palm off and then the one-handed grab. It was just the fact that he was sprinting at his mate, going full pelt. They're reserved. Oh, dear. Reserve strike, and the fielder tries to get it in, but doesn't quite pay off. Someone needs to have a word with the bowler, says Chris Ward. Well, you would have to agree. Not too sure as to what's happened, really. I'm going to back my voodoo idea. I reckon it's happened. Genuinely. I reckon it's kicked off. Anyway. Yeah, for those viewers that are here, and for those of you that tune into to Gibraltar later, can you do me a favour and say that Charlie says to Vinny that what's he got to do to get inside an inside commentary box? Well, this one, almost what could have been a very good bit of fielding, but eventually it will go to the boundary. It was a little bit of a rash shot from Kamar, but it's the end of the over. And, well, he almost gets lost with the horses down there. It'll be the end of the second. Score 44. For the loss of no wickets. So here you go. A win here can for the Lions. Pretty much cements their position at the top, and I'd be very surprised to see them get knocked over or knocked down from it. The Calanders, of course, they're playing against the Tigers later, so there is going to be a bit of movement. I called it at the start of the day. I said there's going to be well, it's going to be a bit of a day of moving, a moving day. I love a moving day. You get it every now and then where a win or two that may surprise you or not changes it. And I think that's what we're seeing here at the moment, because it's the wins are really affecting the bottom half of the table because no one's moving and it's not getting any better. So can he work out a way here of trying something? And the man who made a pretty impressive 85 not out off of 27, he is going to take the ball here in the third over. It is that man, Sirawadana. Shot. Nice looking shot. That'll be 6, and that's over the top. And again, this is the pretty classic angle of right arm around the wicket across the batter, and it's a pretty common theme in tape ball. And he's going to sit on it nicely, plays it right underneath his nose, and says, "Thank you ever so much. I'll have that and eat it for dinner." 6 runs and 6 of the best. Ahmed moves on to 37 off 9. Oh no, down the leg side now, and this is poor. This is not good enough for me, I'm sorry. We've seen some really good spells of bowling over the last 3 days. Today is not an example of it. It's Rico's not here coaching them through it, that's probably why. Oh, bottom edge onto the pad, and they don't decide to take the run, which is interesting. I don't think Ahmed wants to give up the strike. I think he's liking the look of Sirawadana at the moment. Who's saying will do? Yeah, I want to know. What did I do wrong? Because I spent about a week there, and Rico's the same, and he'll back me up on this. We spent a week there battling the elements. Shot down the ground. Has he got enough on it? Oh, it just falls away from the fielder. Survives, gets another run to the total. We battled it for about a week each other, me and Rico, and myself and Rico, and I remember being sat there with a shirt on, a jumper, a jacket, a coat, a snood, and a woolly hat, and gloves. Was there gloves? Gloves might be a bit of a stretch. Outside, commentating in these conditions. What's Vinny got? Vinny's inside, in a nice warm room, loving life. I've just got to, got to look at myself in the mirror, think why didn't I do it? But hey, what can I do? Eh? What can I do? There's always next time, hopefully. Another wide down the leg side. Now, one thing that we often do, and what Rico often does, and I am just going to steal it entirely, is what is today the National Day of? I'm going to do some research and see what I can find. Tell you what I will talk about is how big that 6 is, because, well, Rajith underneath it just sort of looks at it and goes, there's no point me trying to look at that because that's gone. That's massive. Kamar goes large. Picks it up nice. Look at that. Sits in the back, and classic Kamar gets that front leg out of the way. Boom. Off it goes. And near enough the 60 mark at the end of the over, at the end of the power play as well. Last ball of the over. And it's going to be a dot to finish. That will be the end of the third. I just want to take a look at this one here. He's fine, sneaks in, absolutely. End of the third. It is 59 for no loss after 3. Power play done and dusted then. And yeah, really, I mean, it's more than I was expecting them to get. They're currently above the run rate at 19.67. Required is... So that is the required rate. The required rate is, of course, 17.9. I've lost the plot for a moment there. 17.9. And oh yeah. Today is National Use Your Gift Card Day. There you go. See if you've got any gift cards. Go ahead and get them in the shops. This one is hit nicely up in the air. taken. Oh, I'll tell you what, I think he might have done really well, though. He's right in front of me, and he's done himself a bit of damage. Just Mad Dog Madaranga out here. But I think he might have done a splendid job of saving us a fair few amount of runs here. Let's have another look at this one. Hit well, by the way. It was coming towards me. Oh, he's done superbly well, I think, here. It's a brilliant stop on the boundary. Keep it going. Oh, incredible effort. Very, very good from Mad Dog Madaranga. That is outstanding on the boundary. And at the end of the day, no matter what the circumstances are, if you can pull something off like that, you're going to be pretty successful, and that's exactly what's happened there. Pretty incredible just to have the athleticism to pull something off like that. Oh, now in the slot, but he's just going to dig this one out. It's also National Cheese Lovers Day. Well, there you go, folks. I know. Now, for those of the lactose intolerant, it's not the most inclusive of national days, but it's National Cheese Lovers Days. In fact, we had a little, I don't know what it's actually called, but we had, well, I'll tell you what we are having is sixes galore. Ahmed goes humongous down the ground, but that's just timing. That's pickup. Watch this. Slot bowling, shock horror, bit of taste of the own medicine for Marco, and that one is 6 and 6 of the best. Yeah, Cheese Lovers Day. Now I had a bit of pastry that had some halloumi in it, which was very, very scrummy, brought by one of the umpires. Very nice. Got a little piece of it. Got lunch probably between the two games. Try to anyway, but yeah, at this point, pretty happy, pretty content. Breakfast was all right at the hotel. Well fed and watered, well looked after. Said it. I'll say it again though. Very well looked after by the federation here in Cyprus. Oh, miscued, gets away with it. It'll just be a single to end the over. Then 4 down. And they're going nicely, but they need to keep it up, and that's probably why the win predictors still got them at just the 10%, because it's having the consistency to keep this going. It's 68 for no loss after 4. Yeah, you can see they're just dropping below it there, as they're now sat at 17s, but again, just shows you a big over, and it's still in the lines of it. Every over's got to be almost magical, which is rather incredible. Looks as if it's going to be Renath Rajith who is going to take the next over, this 5th over. James Stewart saying it's International Charlie Hunt Appreciation Day. Maybe. I mean, I thought that's technically a birthday, I feel. Mine's just actually not far away from mine. What is the date today? The 20th. Less than a month. Anyway, here is Rajith to come back. And he's going to get pumped and hit firmly down the ground, and 6 runs to start the over. And what a way to bring up your half century as well, by the way, in just 16 deliveries. An incredible display of hitting today this time around. And the move to take Siddiqui out of the top order and take him down and move the man in Shahzad Ahmed up to the top has worked a wonders, isn't it? 52 off just 16 for him. Got to kick on though, hasn't he? Off the pad, and this is going to run away. They're going to trickle. I don't think it'll go the distance. And they're thinking, what's going on here? What is he doing? What's happening here? Oh, they're going to get away with it. Are they? Oh, I don't know. I think they aren't. I don't think they are. What was that? That was suicidal. Absolutely suicidal. Why have they done that? I will never know. But that will be that Mohammed Kamar is gone. He's gone to have a word with his... He's gone to have a serious word with his partner here. Let's try and watch this, and let's try and break this one down. So off the pad, it's going to be leg by. They come back, and he's put his arm up. They're running anyway. I don't know why he's running. I tell you what, you've got to feel for Kamar, because he's been done here. He's been absolutely done. There's nothing he could have done about that. He got sent down the drain there. Oh, dear. The poor boy, you've got to feel for him. But that's suicidal running that time around, and it will bring the first wicket run out. Look at this here. But what I don't get is, what's Ahmed doing? Hand up saying, yeah, no, but then still runs? It's voodoo. It's the voodoo dooju that's on there, I'm telling you. I don't get it. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Anyway. No way. Is it National Charlie Day? Genuine? Ah, there you go. Thanks, folks. I'll take that. I didn't even notice. I didn't even clock it. Through the pad. No, asking. Well, I'll tell you what, he could be run out here. I think he is. It's 2-2. Oh, my word. What a magical bit of work from the captain himself. Patirana. Checker, look at this. So they're appealing for something. Not out. And he's miles away. I've gone by a long way. Oh, what a way to flip a game on its head. And, well, you've got to feel for the man who made a brilliant half-century, Ahmed. He goes for 52 off of just the 17 balls. But my, oh my, what was he thinking? 2 suicidal bits of running. The first one was just silly. He's just running away here. Doesn't think that he's got to get back. Banks on the fact that Patirana misses. He doesn't miss. He gets him. He's gone. Another wicket falls here. And oh my word. It's 70. What will now be 75 for 2. We're just catching up on the graphics because it's all happening. We appreciate your patience, but oh dear, I didn't even know. This was the first one. Look at this. Here we go. Puts the hand up, says, no, I want to get on strike. Let me get on strike. Okay. And, well, Kamar gets left in no man's land. That's the first one. Second time around, he's on strike, misses the ball, just starts walking away. And Patirana says, yeah, that's fine. You do that. Gone. And oh, fuck. What's happening here? What am I seeing here? Hang on a second, folks. We've got to try and work out what's going on here. Am I seeing 5 penalty runs here? We are. Look. Am I seeing this here? We're just keep an eye on this one. We're just trying to get some confirmation as to what's going on here. Hang on a second. There seems to be a bit of an issue here. We're trying to get some confirmation. As soon as I understand, I have not got a clue what's going on. It's a dot ball. I'm trying to work out what's happened here. Well, I don't think anything's been applied. I'm as confused as anyone. That's a wide, by the way. Okay, so they've not put. Well, why was that being? I'm lost, folks. I am completely lost. I'm just trying to work out what's happened here, because there was a. I'm baffled. Oh, up in the air. This could be another wicket here. Oh, it will be. It will be another one. So that's Solari that was going to have to go now. And oh dear, oh dear. It's another wicket to go then. Now the chat's saying that they feel that he could have been, was he quick enough to get in? It's a good catch though, in all honesty. So fair play there. I'm still trying to type it away and trying to find out as to what's going on here. Okay, so it was an issue. It was an admin issue. It was wasn't to do with anything on. Wasn't anything to do on the field. Anyway, so another wicket goes. It's 76 for 3, and that's going to be the end of the over. It is 76 for 3 after 5, and I can welcome you into the commentary box here. I'm as lost as you are. People were thinking that he's not got in time. There was actually no penalty runs in the end. Nothing was given. I've confirmed that. No penalty runs. Don't know why it was signalled. We'll move on past that, but it was just an admin issue. Someone was given out online that wasn't given out. Anyway, doesn't matter. All we know is that the game's just entirely flipped on its head, folks. Completely changed. The outlook on this game now is completely different for both sides. The Lions were probably a little bit worried. You have to be when they're scoring at that rate. Marcour, at the moment, well, they've just got to try and find some momentum. They're trying to. This is going to probably be 1 bounce 4, and it will be. That'll be a boundary to start the over. It was all panic stations then at one point. I was very confused as to what was going on. Glad to see we all got it sorted though. It has been added. Hang on a sec. I'm lost. Up in the air. Gone, taken. And that one's going to be another wicket to fall here. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, it's gone from bad to worse for Marcour. So that goes another one, and Siddiqui will go. He couldn't find anything to get things going here. It's 80 now for 4. There were penalty runs. I have missed that. Okay, I've messed up there. Brilliant. I'm on my own, and it was all going off, and you can't. I'm not quite going to take the blame from that. I've just missed out on that one completely. The batter did take over a minute to get out, and that one is going to be pushed into the onside. So I'll take the blame for that one. That's fine. You see, I may have done commentary school, but I can't do panic school clearly. Oh dear, there we go. So it is a 5-run penalty, which therefore the target has gone up to 184. Oh dear, oh dear. And there we go. That one up in the air. And oh, good bit of work. No, it's not. Thought he'd done very well there. Oh dear. The last 5 minutes of I've completely lost that. I've lost all hope. Oh, what a nightmare. Anyway, maybe it shouldn't be National Charlie Day, because I've lost the plot. 6 runs again, by the way. Kamar's come in, and he made a good 21 or 20 odd off of about 17, or not even that, probably less, in the first game. And well, this time around he's continuing, and he's hit a nice one there into the Olive Groves. Yeah, ever since I've lost there was 5. Oh, embarrassing. Oh well. See, Rico, can you come back, please? There was so much happening. There was 5 runs given, then they weren't, then they were. Then there was someone given out that wasn't out, then he was out. Oh dear, I don't know. Anyway, that's a short ball, and that'll be 1 for the over. And it will be the end of the over. It will be 91 for 4 at the end of 6. Kroom's right. Ever since you found out it's National China Day, it's all gone off. Genuinely has. I mean, I couldn't keep up with that. I was trying to focus on one thing, then another. Ah, oh dear, oh dear. All we know is that it was a 5-run penalty for not getting that. And then someone was given out that wasn't out. The wrong person was given out. That got changed. There was too many messages flying. I couldn't keep up. My pea-sized little brain was struggling. There was a 5-run penalty. The target is now 184. We got there in the end. Oh dear, oh dear. Thanks for sticking by me, folks, because that was a whirlwind of 5 minutes. Because not my finest hour. Oh dear. Hey, New Year. It's fine. That's going to be a wide. Yeah, good call. Good call straight away. As Madushan has a good set of hair, is what I'm going to say first of all. Sun's out again, by the way. Oh, this is hit nicely. This is huge. That's big. That's a very, very good-looking shot from Sher. And that one has gone all the way. That'll be Maximo time. ring the alarm, sound it, because it's that's gone a distance once more. This one up in the air, chance. Sadun, he doesn't drop it, but he's already hurt his hand. Look, straight away. I don't think he really wanted that. And Saduni's going to have to get this looked at. I mean, credit to the boy for sticking at it, but he's in some serious discomfort now. And I could see this man coming off the field here because it's almost not worth it. The game's almost gone, and you're running the risk of it. He's in some serious pain here, folks. This is bad. This isn't good at all. That's another wicket, though, so it's the 5th one to fall. It's 98 for 5, but yeah, Sadun's in a bad way here. I think he's got to come off it. There's no point on sticking around. What's it now? 86 needed in 20, right? He's got to just think about this in the grand scheme of things. Do they have, I don't think they have a 12th man. I'm trying to look over there. They might do. I'm not too sure. I'm having to work it out. I don't like all this drama. It's too much for me. I can't handle it. Oh, dear. He's going to carry on. But he's, I mean, fair play, but I wouldn't risk it. I really wouldn't. But hey-ho, what do I know? He only knows his own limits. That's another wide from Adishant. Anyway, back to National Charlie Day. It's my day. Wow, there you go. I'll take it. Yeah, well bowled. Welcome back. That's a good comeback after the wide. National Charlie Day. Rico, day off on National Charlie Day. I would have made him got me water, do everything. Oh, it would have been great. Well, another dot. Can't get him away, can Umar Farouk, of course. First involvement here today. Oh, dear. I'm still just trying to wrap my head around how I messed that one up so badly. Into the onside. That'll just be a single. And this has been a really good over from Adishant. Only conceding, what's that, 9 off it now? And yeah, that rate's already gone past 20, and it's impossible from here on out, really. It's possible, but it's on the verge of impossible. And what's the saying? It's possible, but not plausible. That's probably it. Something like that. I'm sure I'll get told that I'm wrong again. It's fine. Shot. That's 4. That's a really good shot. Halsey! Yeah! Good take, Halsey. Halsey's on it this morning. There he is. And Stigsy enjoyed that one as well. There's the crew. And great crew to be a part of here in Cyprus this week and throughout the next week as well. It's the end of the over. It will bring the 100 up has happened. It's 104 for 5. Nicosia Tigers taking on Limassol Calanders. That's the next game coming up. It's in just over half an hour's time. And a couple of changes there. Asif Mahmood, Masoom Ahmed comes into the lineup, as does Sohail Adnan for Nicosia Tigers. No changes for the Limassol Calanders. No new players for them. Looking at Huzaifa and Numan and Khalid for the Calanders. They've got to try and change something, haven't they? Anyway, here's Saradwana. It's a dot to start with. Yeah, John saying we had a lad in Gibraltar with a dislocated. I saw that. I did see that with the dislocated finger in Latine. Latine is a physio. So in Latine, he is a physio. So he knows what's going on. That's going to be a wide. He knows what's happening. So he's no stranger to the injury or two. That's a wide, and it's too far outside the off stump this time around. Not quite the line and length that he was hoping to achieve. Yeah, good to see that he was okay. I'm pretty sure he carried on and played a decent knock at some point, if I'm not mistaken, but... Oh, outside edge. This is going to go over the top. This will trickle over the boundary. This will be 4, and... Well... It's a little bit too late, really, isn't it? But yeah, at the moment, it's a shame for Marco. I mean, at least at this point, actually, there is potentially the risk that they don't get to that 129. That's where they've got to be thinking of now as well. Is that to even get a point out of this, they've got to get to that 1-2-9, haven't they? It's well stopped. And it will just be 1. Chris saying, yeah, he slid for a stop in front of the cameras. His finger looked badly swollen. Yeah, it was swollen badly. And he did well to carry on, didn't he? I mean, I've had a fair few finger injuries, but yeah, not nice. Not nice at all. Shot. This one's hit pretty firmly, and this will pierce the gap, and this will go for 4. It's a good shot. Too short, though. Too short. Has to be dealt with in the correct and appropriate manner, and exactly does so. 69 needed off of 14. I need something special. That's not going to help. That's a pretty poor shot very early on it. Keeper saying something. He's excited about something going on over there. Gone. Got him. Full Yorker. That's where it's got to be. That's where the mark is set. And Kamar will go. And it's a good delivery to end the over. He does pick up a wicket in his spell. And it will bring an end to Kamar's little display once more. Got to get him higher up the order. He's done pretty well here today in a losing battle yet again. It will be the end of the over and the end of Kamar. It is 115 for 6. So, yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I mean, 115 for 6 with 2 overs left. If they were to be batting first, you'd be pretty happy. But on this occasion, it's a shame, really, because Marcourt, they had done pretty well at times over the last couple of days, but it hasn't happened. But they, at the same token, they've come up against a very impressive Sri Lankan Lions side, who, in fairness, did give them a chance at the start of the game, or the start of this innings. But apart from that, though, it's all been the Lions, hasn't it? 2 overs to go, and Marcourt have just got to be thinking of 14 runs. That's all they've got to be worrying about. Well, that'll help. That's a no-e. It's Priyanta. Amit Priyanta taking this over. I think it's the first time we've had a look at him with the ball. Oh, free hit has been utilised to full effect. That's a beautiful shot from Farouk in the slot, and says, yeah, thank you very much. 6 runs. Maximo time here in Cyprus. Of course, going back to that stat pad, you're averaging 9 Maximos an innings. That's good from Sardoon, though. Goes up and has a conversation with him, and executes pretty well this time around. Back of a length, tricky to get away. Can only splice it up. And yeah, Kroon was saying exactly that. Got to try and get to 129. Absolutely, that's where they've got. If they become the first team to play 2 games in a day and not get any points out of it in this new point system, it's not going to be a nice thing to have. And at this rate, it could be pretty close. Oh, another dot. And now it's almost, this is the game, isn't it? This is it. Who is going to take this bonus point if it's going to be anyone? They've got to try and restrict them to less here, and it is certainly doable. It's going to be tough, though. Oh, that's hit well. There's a man out there. He's not going to want it, though, is he? I reckon. Do you know what? I reckon he might have broken something, you know. Just the way that he's sort of carrying it. I reckon he's done something bad. He's hurt badly. And now brings Farouk back on strike. So it's what's that now? 5 needed to get to 129. Oh, well, that's going to be a wide. With 125 now on the board, it becomes trickier. So potential bonus point or potential just point in general. Oh, Oh, there's no one there. They've got to push for 2. Surely they've got to try and push for 2. Oh, dear. Are they going to think about it now? Farouk wanted it. Rightfully so. There's definitely 2 there. They don't get it. It'll just be 1. It'll be 1, 2, 6 for 6 after 9. And well, here you go then. So this is it. Restrict to 1, 2, 8 or less. So 1, 2, 8 would still mean that the bonus point would go to the Sri Lankan Lions. And 1, 2, 9 would mean that there would there'd be no bonus points, and it would be 1 point for the loss and 3 for the win. So, and who are they going to go to here? They aren't going to go to Samira Madushan, who is going to take this last over. They're currently sat on 1, 2, 6, so he's got to bowl a pretty sensational over if they're going to do so here. And there you go, 1, 2, 6 on the board. It's a good start. Needs to have 5 more of those, really, doesn't he? If he's going to have any chance of doing something here. That's another one. Another one that gets through. So there's 2. 4 more. Farouk's just got to get something on it, even an outside edge or something that runs away. Are we going to see it happen here? Is this going to be the first time that a team doesn't take a point in this tournament out of a match day? Well, there's another one. Oh, he's throwing the ball as well. That's an interesting tactic here. Oh dear, well there it is. That is the bonus point out of the equation. It's a loose delivery. You're asking quite a lot of him to bowl 6 top balls. Or he didn't even have to bowl 6, he didn't have to bowl a maiden. But it's a 4, so they will get to that 129. They get to 130 in fact. So they will come out of it with a point, and that embarrassing note of finishing the day without any points in the new point system continues for another day. They won't pick it up. Trying to just finish off the over now, and for the sake of his own figures, and he'll pick up another wicket as well. So Farouk will go for 18. Picks up another one, does Madushan, and that's going to be 130 for 7 now with a ball to go. Whoever's coming in now. Come on, let's go. Let's get this done. What have we got? Just over 20 minutes until the start of the next game. That starts on the hour of 1 o'clock. So a little bit of a quicker turnaround. Try and get the bite to eat in there potentially. Good catch this though, in fairness, by the keeper for the Lions, the skipper Patarana. He'll be happy with the way that his team have conducted themselves here today in this morning's games. Tries to get funky. It'll be a dot to finish. And bit of a game of chicken here. It will be the end of it, and that will mean that it's a 53-run victory for the Sri Lankan Lions. Markor not at the races today. They do come away with a point out of the day, but they didn't get one in the morning game. They managed to scrape it in the last. But this is what's coming up in, as I say, 20 minutes time. It is going to be the Tigers taking on the Kalandars. Looking forward to that. The Kalandars looking to get some form under their belt. But the Tigers also had a good first day. Second day wasn't quite as good. But third day I should say. Anyway, these are the highlights of what was an interesting start with a supersonic over first up. And then we thought, hang on a second, can they keep this up? They were giving it a good go with a few pretty poor displays of bowling. And that was an excellent bit of work from Mad Dog Maduranga. And well, then this was the start of the craziness. Puts his hand up to stay there, so he stays there, but carries on running, which I don't quite understand. And even still, though, and then there was a run out, and then the very next ball, he runs past the ball, carries on going, gets run out, and that was kind of where you felt, okay, maybe that's probably the end of that one. And then apart from that, then it was just the chase of trying to get enough runs for that bonus point. Well, there was some suspect fielding. Also some suspect shot selection this time around. There was some suspect commentating at one point. So I missed couple of elements of the game. But it will mean that it's a 53-run victory for the Sri Lankan Lions. And yeah, not quite the highest of efforts from Marcourt. See there, no one really getting going. I say that a couple of people tried. Ahmed was good though, wasn't he? 52 off 18. He'll be disappointed with the end result, but it was pretty decent rolling from the Lions. Apart from the first couple of overs, they nabbed it back, and of course were able to go on and get a victory. We'll be back then in 20 minutes time, maybe less than that, probably about 15, as we will get the third game of the day underway. The Tigers taking on the Glanders. It's happening right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Welcome everybody back to this beautiful ground here in Cyprus. We're getting things ready and underway for match number 15 of this European Cricket Series here in Cyprus. It's an interesting matchup, the next two games, the doubleheader between the Nicosia Tigers and the Limassol Calanders. It's going to be an exciting one. Let's go to the two captains here out in the middle with Nilkesh. Let's get the toss right underway. Maybe. We might do. We'll try to. Maybe not. Anyway, okay. Well, it's all good and fun and enjoyable here anyway. And well, what I can tell you, and, well, you can see the teams are making their way out here. And, well, all I can tell you, of course, that these two sides are looking interesting, aren't they? The Nicosia Tigers taking on the Calanders. Calanders have won the toss, and they are going to elect to bowl first and field first. So looking forward to seeing the Tigers with the bat, which means we'll see Mazumdar alongside Akhtar, and Aminul was pretty key with the bat as well. And also Farouk. Umar Farouk had a pretty good time of it yesterday in spells. And, well, you got to say that the Calanders are on a bit of a bad spell at the moment, aren't they? They haven't quite been able to work out a way of getting that winning formula to become consistent. But you'd argue that tonight, or this afternoon even, is a prime example and a prime time to be able to sort of turn the tides for your side. But they've done the first thing right. They won the toss, the Calanders, and of course that's being led by Sahel Ahmed. Let's get things underway then. We'll start with a wide from Mohamed Hossein. Big tall left armour. And this is what the Win predictor is saying. It's predicting a pretty close encounter, but it's edging towards the Nicosia Tigers, which is interesting to see, of course. But these two sides are in both in a bit of a poor spell of form at the moment, so they need to try and get some momentum behind both of them. That's another wild swipe from Mazumdar. It's going to be called a wide. Now this one is a little bit tricky. Let's have a look. Ooh. Yeah, it's a tough one. I've seen him give him, but I also haven't. It's a tough one to give, but again, at first glance, it didn't look as tight as it was, but it was a tight one. It depends on the impact on the crossing of the line, but another wide anyway. Well, that's definitely a wide, and I tell you what, fair play to the wicketkeeper Mohamed Huzaifa, because that one not only swung, but it wobbled as it went past the bat. So that's a little bit tricky to deal with, but he does well, doesn't he? Comes round and covers quite a fair amount of ground. Here at the Ipsoma cricket ground, it's a nice place to be playing your cricket. Yeah, to have a legal delivery. We finally do, and it might bring a wicket. It should do, and it will. It's a pretty comfortable catch and a pretty easy one at that in the end for Sahel Ahmed, the captain of the Limassol Calanders. And with the first legal delivery, finally, Mohsin gets it right, and it's on the money, and it will bring an end to Mr. Roman Mazumdar. And that's a big wicket to get, has to be said. Big wicket indeed. And there we go. And we found it eventually, and Sahel Ahmed was able to take the catch cleanly. First wicket down then, score 3 for 1. So out comes the next batter, and the thing is here, I mean, you look at the Nicosia Tigers and you look at where the runs could come from. You would say that it isn't heavily reliant on the top three. Of course, the top three being Roman Mazumdar alongside Akhtar, and now Aminul, who comes out, and well, Aminul will probably have a big part to play with the ball in hand as well. Wind's picked up. 10th starting to look like it's about to take off, but it's given a shade, so I won't complain. At the moment, though, Mohsin finally getting it right and getting a wicket out of it, but this time it's too wide, but it's hittable, and that's going to go all the way. 6 runs, first maximo of the game, And first maximum of the afternoon session. We're seeing not far off, but just too much width, and it allowed the the batter to just pretty much just throw his hands at it. Really, do you know what I mean? Just was allowed to throw the kitchen sink at it. Aminul starts with a maximum. What an eventful first few deliveries. 3 wides, a wicket and a 6. And this one, oh dear. Well, he saved a minimo earlier, did Hazaifa, but this time around, he hasn't been able to stop the leg bars from going through. Clips the hip on the way through. And it's going to go towards the rope. So this, I think this over's almost had everything. It hasn't had a no ball, but it's had a wide, a wicket, a boundary. That's pretty sensational. Runs off the bat, wickets, wides, no ball, but hey, listen, cricketainment right here. That one swings away wildly after the bat as well. Good bowling from Racine. When he's on the money, he's difficult to get away. With that extra bit of bounce that he gets, he's a pretty quick bowler. In fairness, John Day saying no Derek ? Derek's been lost in translation by the looks of it. He's in and around. He comes and goes. That's going to be too wide though. That's another one. So this over has had, how many deliveries has it had? 8 deliveries. 4 of them legal. And the legal deliveries have been wicket. Oh, excuse the fly. Wicket, boundary, dot. So a mixture of everything this time. Back on the money and back into the dot ball territory. I've seen a bit of an effort ball. There was a, I'm not sure if the effects mics picked it up, but there was a bit of a grunt after that one as well. Putting a bit into it. Of course, it's Saturday, everyone, and well, I've dubbed it as Voodoo Bookie Saturday, but because of some of the fielding and bowling that we saw this in the morning session, but oh, well bowled, good comeback in the end. It's a long over, but it's a relatively quiet one with 14 coming off it and a wicket falling in there as well. It is 14 for 1. 37 days to go then till that European Cricket League gets underway, the Champions League of Cricket. And, 33 nations, 35 clubs, 1 European champion. Of course, the reigning champions, unlike the ECC, they don't get an automatic ticket into the final week. They have to take on a number of clubs to get through, one of them being a fellow French side as well. Hornchurch up against Wimbledon in Group C is an interesting one as well. A number of different nations being represented, which is what we like to see. I mean, it's crazy to go back, and I was actually having a talk about it with a couple of the umpires this morning. You go back to what is it now? I mean, it's nearly 5 years ago. It's 4.5, 5 years this year. Back of a leg. Oh, pumped down the ground. What a beautiful cricket shot that is from Akhtar. And whilst these two are out there at the crease, there is still a chance for a good total to be set here. What a beautiful shot. Gets right on top of the bounce. Firmly places this down the ground for more to the total. It's crazy to think that, 4 years ago, 4.5, nearly 5, there was that first ever ECL tournament. And I remember, I mean, the thing is as well, is that I feel like I actually have quite a unique outlook on it. That's going to be a dot ball. That's well bowled. I feel like I have quite a unique aspect on it in the fact that I was young. What was it? It was 4.5, nearly 5 years ago. So I was probably 15, 16, and I was just excited at the fact that there was this whole spectacular thing happening at the ground that I played cricket at, which was rather sensational. That's going to be too wide. It was rather incredible. I mean, it was just the matter of the fact that there was these massive cameras and this whole setup, and the electronic LED scoreboards were incredible. And at that age, and sort of just seeing it all unfold, it was so inspiring and just incredible. And the thing is, now you see where it's grown. It's pretty outstanding stuff. Tell you what I will do, and this is the task for the afternoon. That's left. He's left that one. Let that one go. Looks back at the umpire. Umpire stands his ground. Let me know in the chat. Have a look at this one here. It's okay. In the chat, let me know where how you found the European Cricket Network and what your first memory is of it. That's what I want to know. That's the task for the afternoon. Let me know. Firmly hit, and he gets something on this, but I don't know if it's going to have enough on it, but it will run towards the rope. And, well, Rahman, the bowler, did get a finger on it, but it wasn't enough to take the majority of the sting out of it. In fact, it's probably just stung his hand more than anything. 4 more. Yeah, that's what I want to know. I want to know your first memory and your first instance of how you found out about the European Cricket Network and your first memory. A little trip down memory lane this afternoon, shall we? Oh, up in the air, lofted over the top. This will run along the boundary line, and that'll be another boundary. 4 more. So 3 fours in the over, and the over from Junaid Rahman has gone for 13 now. This is a pretty good start from the Nicosia Tigers. Pretty steady. They've been aided by a couple of extras, a handful of extras. Oh, this is hit firmly down the ground again, but this time there is protection out there. So as soon as those comments start coming in about what we spoke about your memory and how you found it, we'll get into it and we'll get involved. That'll be the close of the second over. It'll be 28 for 1 after 2. And of course, there's the updated standings. And you can see there that Markov still sat rock bottom, whereas the Sri Lankan Lions now, look at that, by the way. That's incredible, isn't it? 8 points between them and the nearest team to them, Limassol Calanders on 11. Of course, both the Calanders and the Nicosia Tigers with a chance here to make a name for themselves and put them. And the thing is, for the Tigers, is that it's a big game for them in terms of being able to. Oh dear! Hang on a second. He's done all right. They come back for 2. The key for them is to make a bit of a gap between them and the team in 5th, which is Marcor. If they do that, then it almost means that tomorrow is null and void. But as of course we know, it's the penultimate day of Group A action here. And it is tomorrow is the final day. Shot. It's a full toss, but he gets a lot on this. Mohsin again trying to get a bit of extra couple of yards of pace in here, but overstretches the mark. And it's a good-looking shot, in all honesty, from Akhtar. Gets it away, whips it away nicely. Good-looking cricketing shot. It's one thing you've got to be good on is being able to play off your pads, and I've actually seen a good display of it. First one's in then, John. Said ECC on Free Sports Extra 15 months ago, totally by chance. Well, there you go. The ECC 15 months ago. So back in 2022. Seems like a long time ago now, doesn't it? 15 months ago. John, thanks for getting that in. We appreciate it. And listen, it is just me on solo comms here today. No Rico Phil. Rico will be back tomorrow, though. We'll be together for Sunday, Monday. I'm off Tuesday. And then he's off some point in the back end of next week. Not too sure which one. Onto the thigh pad. And good running. Good positive running. That's one thing that hasn't really been an amazing display. All the running's been pretty standard. There's been no pushing of singles drastically. It's been it's been good though. It's not been terrible. It's not been bad, but it's nothing special. John's saying since I discovered the channel, and the family, he was hooked. That's one thing as well. Over nearly 5 years, the community that's been built is one of the special aspects. Well weighted on the slower ball, but straight to the fielder and covers. That's one of the things as well. Is everyone's sort of. The community involved is really special, and it's something that's that I know a lot of people are pretty that are pretty happy and content with what's happened and proud of the community that's been built as well. I think that's the thing. So many people that get involved in the chat on a day-to-day basis, and those that just sort of jump in here and there. I mean, it really just shows you that there's a lot of scope for cricket within Europe, and a lot of potential already being being fulfilled at the moment. That's the end of the power play. It is 35-1 for the Tigers. And at the moment, you'd argue, it's pretty even Stevens at the moment. Jeff saying Fox Cricket back in 2022 couldn't sleep one night. Now watches every season on the YouTube channel and then on Fox twice a year. Well, that goes to show that it's just another example as to why it's so amazing and of what's happened here is, you've got people from all around the globe watching this one, these tournaments week in, week out, and enjoying it and discussing it as well and discussing anything in the channel as well, which is good. Shot, nice little pickup. It's Gundy from Hamza, who is started a little bit loosely there, back of a length, too short and too far down the leg side, and on a batter of Akhtar's calibre is just going to help it on its way up over the in-ring, and that'll go the distance. Another boundary, 4 carreras más. And well, now, of course, the Calanders looking at Hamza and saying, come on, first over out of the power play. We need a solid, quiet one here. He's got a long old run-up, I have to say. About 24 odd paces there. ECN knew about for a while, but mainly when it went viral with Pavel. Yeah, listen, this is the thing as well. I mean, you've got to look sort of at the history, and that again goes back to 4.5 years ago in La Manga. You had Pavel, the rise of Pavel Florin. I mean, at one point you had sort of Shane Warne. The late great Shane Warne was, sort of tweeting about him and talking about it. And this one is lofted into the air. That's a beautiful cricket shot. Has to say, that's one of the best ones we've seen today. Amazing from Akhtar, really is, and he's played that one beautifully. So yeah, I mean, Pavel Florin was, he's done wonders now for not only cricket within Romania, but the continent as a whole. And he loves the social media as well, which is always helpful. Good afternoon to Wayne, joins us. How are you, Wayne? Hope you're well, mate. Wayne, I know you've been around for pretty much as long as I have. Oh, that's going to be a wide, I think. Yeah, wide ball called. You've been around for pretty much as long as I have. What was your first? How did you discover the European Cricket Network, and what was your first memory? That's what I want to know. That's what we're looking at. And Cream's also saying, but just before that, just everyone going on about some bloke who always said Maximo for a 6. It's quite funny actually, because I remember one of the very first tournaments that sort of got broadcasted by the ECN, aside from the ECL and after the pandemic, was a tri-series between Gibraltar, Spain, and Portugal in La Manga as well. And yeah, I remember being sat there watching, because I knew obviously a lot of the Spain players, and at the time, and a certain. Oh, this one onto the pad. Too high, though. Too high, but a good delivery nonetheless. I remember a certain James Cantor was commentating at the time. And obviously didn't know who James was at the time. I was young as well. And he said Maximo. And I remember, shock, I took the mick out of him from behind. I sat with a couple others and sort of took the mick out of it. And, well, 3-4 years down the line, here we are. It's a good story. Anyway. Another shorter delivery, and now they're going to call this one. And this one is going to be called a no ball, just due to the fact of bowled the one short one, and then and yeah, I just want to make and have a look here. Yeah, we're just waiting for confirmation on this one. This side on angle will probably help us a little bit more here. He does rise with it. That's the only thing. He rises with it, doesn't he? It is a no ball, and it is a free hit. So good umpiring out on the field. Called it before the use of the cameras. Good work by your standing umpires, by the way, in this contest. Saturida Taranka and Shuda Tenakun. Free hit, slower ball. Doesn't get it. It's only going to be a dot ball, and they're supported by Abdul Rahman, who is the third umpire, of course, with Nilkesh Patel here today. So yeah, Nice little story. End of the over, 48 for 1 after 4. Nice little story. Yeah, James Cantor, he sort of took the mick out of him from behind, as he said, Maximo on a shot, and yeah, 3-4 years later, it's quite a funny story. Wayne was the exact same as Kroom, saw Pavel when he went viral and had to see what all the madness was about and loved it. That's amazing. I love it. It's good. It's brilliant. It's actually quite funny. It's a good story. Corey Rutgers and I have probably had a run-in before, like any of Spanish cricket or anything like that, or ECN. That's a wide. In La Manga on that first one, obviously he was part of the winning side of VOC Rotterdam in that year, and I used to work at the bar, and the main bar that was on La Manga Club Resort. Big shout out to those who they know who that is, and there's another one down the leg side as Patel can't quite get it on the money, and I was working the night of the final of that day. And I remember all of these you had Maxo down, you had Scott Edwards, they all came in, and Corey and Pierce Fletcher and all of that group of that side, they all came in to into the bar that I was working at. This was, we're talking late hours of the night, sort of like around about midnight. They started earlier, but obviously came into midnight, obviously after the dinner and stuff, and I probably served, most likely, as this is picked up nicely into the onside. And this one, yeah, going to come back for a second. They've got to get the skates on. Oh, dear. He's taken one on the back there, and that's going to be a little bit sore for poor Aminal. Oh, dear. But, yeah, so I probably served Corey a drink or 4 that night. I definitely served Max, Maxie and Max and Scott Edwards, and yeah, all of them. It was quite funny now you think about it, actually. I've never thought about that up until now. Hit nicely into the covers. Straight to a fielder, though. Bit of a quiet period in this game. Wayne says, if you haven't had a run-in with Corey, you're not living. It's true. It's very true. But no, it's a small world, isn't it? It's weird the way worlds work sometimes. Anyway, that's going to be out. That's a good catch down in the long off position by Numan Munir, and it means that Akhtar will come to an end because he goes for 33. And finally they break up this little partnership that was happening, and it's a good one to get. It's the in batter that they get as well in Akhtar, so he will go. The score now 53 for 2. It is weird how sort of life goes that way, isn't it? I mean, it's also similar in the fact that you look at, for example, myself and Rico, how Rico's known me since I was a young, a young boy, and was sort of, coached me at times and umpired with me, and now we work together and spend a lot of time together. It's quite funny, really. Anyway, Mahmood comes out then at number 4. With a couple of balls left in the over. It's a good delivery from Patel. Petra is saying, came up on my recommended list on YouTube about 8 months ago. Then I got more into it, mainly due to the commentary in the ECC at Carter. Improved a lot. Now appreciate it a lot more, and the great job. Well, we appreciate you, Petra. Thanks for sticking around. Oh, yeah, little paddle scoop kind of vibe. Oh, off the post and in, folks. Well, there you go. What a good shot that is. I tell you what, in the UK, that 3 o'clock kickoff time is probably coming up later on this afternoon. But look at that. In off the post, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, nice. Very good. Something that I'm pretty sure Timo Werner will not be doing for Tottenham Hotspur throughout the next 6 months in the Premier League. He won't be scoring any goals, but what a shot that is. I'm hoping that Andy House is listening at some point to that. But anyway, yeah, Petra, we appreciate you. Thanks for sticking around, and we appreciate you supporting us. We appreciate everyone's support, of course. But yeah, good to see you. And I actually don't recognise your name in the chat, so get involved, Petra. Get involved. Okay then, Mahmood, last ball of the 5th. It's going to be a dot, so that will be the close of the 5th over. It is 59 for 2, and I can welcome you into the commentary box here at the Ipsoma Cricket Ground. And yeah, I love sort of talking about these things because it's crazy how this little project of Daniel Weston has come about and how it's all clicked. And, you know, you look back at sort of 5 years ago to where we are now, it's pretty incredible. And the thing is as well, is we're getting bigger and bigger every year. More games per year. You know, the sort of amount of staff that are involved is getting bigger and bigger. And bigger and better is the best thing about it as well. So I hope you are all enjoying the coverage that's coming your way from here in Cyprus. Of course, you've got to remember, we've got this game, one more coming up this afternoon. Then that's us done for the Saturday. But Vinny will be taking you through some cricket out in Gibraltar later on this evening, as it looks as if that is going to be Rana Hamza. He's going to continue. And, well, the chains are back. It's a decent chain. I can respect that one. Not too big, not too small. Just the right size. Actually, that is a little bit crazy now, I come to think about it. The whole VOC in there as well. Outside edge. It's going to be 4. Going to swing hard. Aminor hasn't quite clicked, has he, this time around? Less than a run of ball up until that point, but now he's on to 14 off 12. So hopefully he'll be keeping his fingers crossed that he can sort of motor along from here on in. And the thing is as well, I mean, at 20th of Jan, right? I can say Happy New Year to a couple of people, but I think it goes after like a week and a half, maybe 10 days. Stop saying it. You don't need to, I reckon. But no, I do hope that everyone had a great Christmas and New Year and everything in between. This is a good-looking shot. Oh, dear. Well, that's oh, hang on a second. I think we might have to check this one. In fact, that was right in front of Nilkesh, the standing tournament ref, by the way. I have a feeling this could have been on the rope. That foot just looks as if it moved slightly. Let's have a look. The next one, if we keep it going, it's the next step after here. This, oh, there, on the back one there. On the back one there you go. It's that back foot rather than the front foot. It's a different one, but yeah, 4 runs. Good work from the team at Spring Productions. And yeah, that was definitely a 4. So a welcome boundary. So another one for Aminor. Oh, and now he's going to hit this one to the other side of the fielder. Chases on. That is hit firmly. And that runs away towards the boundary. And that'll be a back-to-back-to-back boundaries. 3 in a row. Hat-trick hero, Mr. Aminor. Very good. Petra, let us know where you're watching from as well. Interested to find out. And at the moment, though, they expect to score around 120, which is probably about par. That's well bowled. Keeper's pretty keen, and rightfully so. No one else really went up with him, but the bowler certainly didn't. But the keeper in Hazaifa, he knew straight away that that was certainly a wicket. Caught behind, and it will bring an end to Aminor's little flourish of boundaries and runs. And that's probably a good time for the Kalandars as well. As you can see there, he didn't need to do it, did he? He could have gone the other way and he would have got a wide out of it, but was pretty adamant on playing it. It was a well-directed ball, with fairness. Cramps him up for room, and another wicket goes. The score, 71 for 3. And very good afternoon to Dave B. Jumps in the chat. Dave B, actually, I say afternoon, it's probably, 2 hours behind, so it's just gone it's coming up to 11:30 in the UK. And, well, you're in France, so it'll be an hour in front of that. So it is afternoon. There we go. We're all good. Shahi comes in at 5. Last ball of the 6th. Firmly hit. Gets well cut off in the end. Eventually by the Mark Ronson lookalike by Salman Khan. That'll be the end of the 6th over. The score, 72 for 3. So there's confirmation of what's going on at the moment. What I want to say, and what I haven't said, is I want to get what everyone's favourite moment that they've witnessed on the network as well, with those involved in the chat at the moment. Let me know what your favourite moment is. Mine goes back a long way. Mine's a long way in the archives. It's actually happened to someone that I play a lot of cricket with, Mr. Tommy Knowles of La Manga Torrevieja Cricket Club, in what I think was the first official ECS. There was a test run and then the ECS in Alicante back in 2021. So 2020, in fact, sorry, not 2021. And Tommy, around the Alfas ground, there's poles. Tommy managed to headbutt one of them, trying to stop a boundary. That's forever one of the favourite ones. Hit on the back pad. Umpire not interested. Well, there's a shot at the stumps, and now they're going to come through for a single. That's not good. That really is not good, is it? And unfortunately, they're going to get a run out of it when they really shouldn't have been. Let's take a look here. So first of all, that one going down leg side for me, and also probably too high. Then the keeper unnecessarily had a shot at the stumps, and they do eventually come through for a run. So there you go. Petra from a very wet and chilly northern England. Yeah, not fun. That doesn't sound fun. I know that almost everywhere in the UK is pretty cold at the moment. This one here, potential, but doesn't quite happen. Wayne saying it's about 400 degrees here in North Queensland, Oz today. This one again, bowling very well here is Khalid, by the way, Shah Khalid. Christopher saying same here, although Manchester is always like that. I swear that's actually true, by the way. I swear that Manchester is always raining. Like, genuinely, I've been there a few times, it's always wet. 9 times out of 10. Again, good delivery from Khalid. It's another dot to add to the collection then. This has been pretty impressive stuff from the Kalanders, has to be said. They've kept them relatively quiet, haven't they? There haven't been too many flourishes of runs or boundaries. There's been a couple at some points, but they've dragged them back with wickets at the right time, which I think is pretty key. Oh, and it won't be the personal maiden that Khalid was looking for. Mahmood will slap this onto the leg side, but it will be stopped. Expected score, then the cousin of the win predictor is now sat at 110, which to me would describe a below par score. Hit firmly. Good luck. Nope, not going to get there, and you can't really blame him for struggling, because that was hit very firmly from Shahi. You can watch this here, straight out of the middle of the bat. Umpire was in the firing line. Good evasive action, but that will be another 4. So there is momentum behind them here. They've just got to keep the consistency. End of the over, 78 for 3 after 7. Speaking of different memories and maybe where you first joined, I'm sure a lot of people would have first heard about us at a European Cricket League event. And, well, the 2024 edition is coming up in 37 days' time. And, well, these are the teams all taking part, of course. And, of course, some big names to take out there are the likes of CIYMS, Pakai Care Barcelona, Forfarshire as well. VOC Rotterdam, the first ever champions of the European Cricket League back in 2019. Okay, so here we go. A couple of them coming in now, which is good. Chris saying, my favourite moment was the run out that never was from the semi-final of Malta Encore 2021. Fielder pulled the stumps out of the ground without the ball. Okay. I can't remember that one off the top of my head, so that will, yeah, that'll be one I'll have to keep an eye out for. Oh, he likes that shot off the pads. We've seen a lot of similar ones, in fairness, but Mahmood is shown promise to it because he played a little scoop earlier, and this one is a flick. And this one is a lovely looking shot for 4, as that's Rahmani's come back into the attack. Davey saying, I started watching ICC Associate Cricket with Lenny in Nepal and his love of his second country. And then in April, I found the European Cricket Network here in Cyprus. That's, oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, that's not very good from both keeper and bowler. Keeper will probably say to the bowler, well, I shouldn't be having to do this sort of thing. I mean, it actually gets quite unlucky. Okay, I'll take it back. There's not really much you can do with that, in all fairness. Oh dear. Chris saying grim up north. So you think you're saying grim up north? I can't say it without going grim up north. That's the thing. So here's what it is. And again, and still, and they're going to get a run as well. Keeper. God, I'll tell you what, the throw wasn't far off at all. I love hearing about all these different experiences, though. I think it's great. I think it's really interesting to find out as well. how different people discovered the network and what their favourite moments are. Chance takes it on the ankle, and they'll come through for just one, so it's not the end of the world. It was hit pretty firmly. Wind's just picked up, by the way, folks. Swirling around. It's not really in one direction either. Oh, well bowled, but well duck out again. They're going to take it on. It's a direct hit, but I think he's made his ground pretty happily. See here, just to make sure. He's fine. Gets home in, well, before his curfew, a.k.a. the throw to the stumps. Well, another one here. And, well, this one, I sort of look a little bit bemused by this one. He kind of just, see this one here. It comes off the pad, doesn't it? Oh, proper inside edge. And, well, this is going to take some cutting off because that outfield is so quick down there. Oh, dear. Oh, no, that's not good enough. That is not good enough from Mohsin out there, and he knows it. He knows it for sure that he's not done well there. He's got to be doing better there, isn't he? You've got down there. You've made the graft. It's a long way down for him, to be fair. Further than it is for me, but even still, though. Not quite hit cleanly. Straight to the man Munir. Just one. That'll be the end of the 8th over then. Creeping up towards a par total here, slowly but surely. 96 for 3 after 8. Cream saying Lenny was one of those who's commentated on IC events in ECS. And he has. He was at Switzerland last year with Vinny. And I know for a fact that he is off to South Africa for the under-19s World Cup qualifiers. I haven't actually met him, but follow him on Twitter and sort of track where track his whereabouts. He's a very busy man. He's in different countries almost all the time. Shot into the onside. That's again well fielded though. I have to say that I'm fairly impressed by the Kalanders that are on show here. They've been pretty on top, to be fair. Haven't really let too much go against them. They've fielded as being up there at times. Had a couple of moments. Now, Chris, that's concerning how quick you found that, by the way. I'll have a watch though. I'll have a gander. Oh, over the top, gets lucky. And it'll go towards the rope. And these are helpful runs here because they are probably looking at a par total, but you feel that they may need to try and find anything a little bit extra. But a good shot nonetheless. And that will get a little bit lucky from it. The 100 comes up with it as well. Watch from 4:06 mins. Okay, 4 hours and 6 minutes. Okay, try my best. Oh, and again, this time it's square. And it's going to run and run away, and it's going to be an agonising chase, but it'll be another boundary. It's another 4. And all of a sudden, momentum starts to shift yet again. Okay, from 4 minutes 6 is what I've been told. So I 4 hours 6, sorry. Oh, well, I tell you what, I'm going to have to keep watching this, though, because this is sky high, and it's also travelled the distance. And what a lovely shot that is from Mahmood, who but it did sort of had to buy his time a little bit, but now he's got going. He's motoring along now. That's another boundary. That's 3 boundaries in the trot, 4-4-6. And all of a sudden they're looking at a above par score now. It's a good comeback, that is, isn't it? It's a good comeback, to be honest, because he was under pressure there. I mean, a 2 off the no ball, a 4 and a 4 and a 6. Desperately needed a no ball. Desperately. Okay, I think I'm at it now. I'm at that moment, so I'm going to have to pause it and we'll do it in a minute. Up in the air. There is a fielder out there. It's a tricky chance, and he puts it down. Shells it completely. And there's going to be some annoyed characters in that Limassol Calander's camp now, because that should have been taken. It was into the sun and the sky, but didn't really have to move. What am I seeing here then? This is a classic. Okay, this one is hit down towards back to the bowler, and that will be the end of the over then. And I think we've had a bat's gone. A bat's gone kapoom. Well, I think you might need a new bat then. That'll be the end of the over then. 114 for 3 after 9. There you go. It'll probably be Shah Khalid who will take this this final over. But wicket share between Hamza Patel and Mohsin at the moment. Oh dear, I'm watching this and it's rather interesting. Okay. I can't believe I was never aware of this. Oh dear, I'm going to have to save that and watch it with sound, because I reckon that's a weird one. But okay, I like that. Dave, no, it's because I am here in Cyprus, therefore it is National Charlie Day. That's why. Look at that, by the way, with an over to go in the first innings, evenly poised at 54 to 46%. Last overtime, it is going to be Shah Khalid. And this is going to start with just a 1, so a promising start this time around. Still going, though, with the last over to come. Oh, this one up in the air then. It's a chance, and this time they will take it. So finally, they get something going, and they take another catch. And this one is the one that they were looking for as well in Mahmood, because they had to try and change some things up here, and they finally do, and they do take the wicket that they were looking for, because if he was able to get going in this game, and in this last over even, then it could have been a dangerous total. But now they can try and look to stem the flow of runs in this last over. Out comes a very keen batter, runs out. Maybe I think there's I think there's been a highlight of getting out there. Well, as quick as he's got out there, he's gonna have to make the long walk back. That sucker what has said. He was running out there to get out to the middle and have a bat, and he's gone for a golden duck. Oh dear, that's quite funny. Well, off he goes, and as quick as he was out there, as quick as he's going to head back. Oh, we got 2. Okay. Oh no, now we're just back to 1, but he's frozen. Oh dear, I love the fact that he was running out to the middle and then gets sent back first up. Oh dear. Oh, all of a sudden, by the way, he's on a hat trick. Here we go then. Shah Khalid. Farouk's on strike. Oh, it wasn't far away. It really wasn't far away. I've lost it. How has that got me? I don't get it. Well, this wasn't far away, by the way, folks. Good delivery. Good over. What a great bit of death bowling this is, by the way. I keep just getting Roy running it in my head, him running out and running back. It's like a heat map. It's like Steven Gerrard's heat map. Oh, dear. Pulled. And they are only going to push for 1. So Shahi will be on strike for this. Or will he? Oh, yes, he will. Because they won't get in. Khalid a bit furious. Oh, dear. Shazad, if you're listening, not even for socials, but just for me, can you clip up him running in, getting out, and running back? Anyway, here we go then. Last ball. And it's going to be a single. They're going to get a run for their troubles. Khalid's not happy. He's furious. Oh, he's furious. He's livid. He's absolutely furious. And oh, this is brilliant. Oh, I've missed this. Watch this. Look, he's furious. He absolutely goes off at him. Look, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? I've had enough. I'm walking off. And it will be the end of the innings. That was a weird innings of cricket. They finish on 117 for 5 off of their 10 overs. So expected to be around the 130s, but they end up dropping short at 117. Let's have a look at the highlights then of this first innings. It's going to have a bit of everything, really. This one was a good early take by the skipper in Sahel Ahmed to take this one. And then we saw very next up. This was a good couple of shots, though, to be fair. And don't get me wrong, there were some good shots in there. I mean, to still get to the 117 is a good going. It's about a par score, to be honest, just slightly below by 7 or 10 runs, but good catches, though. Catches were taken at the right times, and that was the thing that surprised me. That was a 4 in the end. That was what surprised me and impressed me by the Calanders, was the fact that they took wickets at regular intervals, and well, that was one of them. That was the one that they wanted as well. That was the big wicket that they were looking to get. There was a good couple of shots, though, in between that. That was unlucky, as it just rolls off the pitch, and it also rolls into the snaky area. Well, that's not how you feel. That was Mohsin down there. Then there were some brutal strikes at times. A couple of flourish of boundaries towards the end, drop catches. It had it all this innings. We had a good chat in the YouTube chat, but we also had some interesting cricket as well. And it will be the end of the total. This was Sakawat Hussain ran out and got skittled first ball and ran back. Off he popped. It's so good. Oh dear, 117 for 5 means it'll be 118 for the Calanders to get out of this little rut that they're in at the moment. Trying to change things up then, as they're trying to work out something. Oh, what's happened there then? That's not very useful. Apparently they didn't score a run. Well, I can tell you it was 117 for 5. It will be 118 for a victory here. And we're going to leave you with, well, there we go. The scorecard's back. Everything's happening. Shahi 13 not out. Farouk 1 not out for him. Everyone else. The first ball of that was from Mazumdar. The legal ball. There was a couple of wides before he went. And then Wakas Akhtar and Mahmood. Asif Mahmood was the surprise package, hitting some nice shots. As for the bowling side, evenly spread really. Shah Khalid definitely the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 7, but some good spells from Mohsin as well. I thought he bowled okay. Apart from that, a little bit too expensive, but nonetheless, look at those extras, by the way. 16 extras, not good enough in 10 overs. 118. No, there are other companies available, but 118 is the total required for the Limassol Calanders. We'll be back in 10 minutes' time to take you through the remainder of this game. I hope you're enjoying it as much as I am. It's a pleasure to have you with me. We'll be back very shortly.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Indeed it is, and we thank all of our partners for all of their support. Welcome back to this European Cricket Network ECS Cyprus. And, well, what I can tell you is that, well, it's going to be an exciting game, this one, isn't it? We've got a game on our hands here, it has to be said. 118 is the target for the Kalandars here. And if they're going to do so, then, well, this is going to be interesting at this time around. And it's not going to be an easy chase, to be said. It has to be said. It's not going to exactly be as simple as that, but they have got to work for it. They've got to put everything in here. And the first ball is from Umar Farouk, and it's well played by Mohammed Kasim, but it's straight to the field. So here we go then. This is the equation. They've got to restrict them to 81 or less to get the bowling point, the extra point from a bowling side, and if they obviously get it in 7 overs. The 7 overs, I think we know now. I think we understand that if they get it in 7 overs, they get the bonus point. And I think we are aware that that's the case, but it's the bowling one that has to be worked out. And the easiest way to do it, I'm pretty sure, is just by by timing it by 0.7. That's what I've been told. Whether I'm right or wrong, I'm probably wrong, but around that area, that's where it's got to be. Even with at the start of this, though, look at that. Look at the win predictor, 51% to 49. It's just switched to the other way. So there you go. I mean, it is a close one. I genuinely feel, I mean, I wouldn't be against a slight tingle shout. Anyway, this is up in the air, and this is going to go towards the rope. This will be a bounce and a couple of bounces for, and it's a good-looking shot, this one, isn't it? He gets it away nicely, waits for it beautifully, and yeah, picks it up in a pretty good way. So the first boundary of this second innings, and very much looking forward to seeing what ends up happening in this one, because not only in terms of the context of the game is it going to be exciting, but also the context of the group. Depending on the results, it could tighten things up or change things around. And asking the question, umpire not interested in this one. I think my initial reaction here is due to the angle, impact outside, or pitching, sorry. And, well, both of them, both of them are impact, and the pitching was certainly outside the line of leg stump. So you can't do, to be fair, if you're a right-hander bowling against a right-hander and you're bowling around the wicket, I would be very impressed if you get an LBW shout, because it's got to be one of the balls of the century. This one is straight to the man. Oh, they sort of meet in the middle, but it's a bad throw. It's a poor throw from the fielder at square leg. So Adnan, that is, for the Nicosia Tigers. But they're too disappointed, though. They still applaud him. It was a good bit of fielding to stop it. But then the field was a bit of a loopy sort of T-Rex arm throw. And, well, if it was flatter and harder, it probably would have ended up in a run-out. But an early chance. Numan gets to face his first delivery here then. With 5 on the board, it's been a pretty good first over from Farouk. They'll be hoping that it stays that way. Oh, and it won't, because it's pumped. And, by the way, thumped through the offside. And that one will go towards the rope and, well, towards the fence and possibly in the car park, because that was muscled and timed beautifully through the offside. And it'll be a boundary to end the first over then. It's 9 for none after 1. 21 matches now since a golden ball. And for those of you that weren't involved in it, it was all the way back. When I say all the way, it was what, 2 months ago? Less than that? No, it was less than a month. Excuse me. It was, of course, back in Cartama. And it was Spain taking on Austria in the women's ECC. And Spain came out on top, didn't they? Spoilers if you didn't know. If you hadn't seen it already, then I suggest at some point you go back and watch it, because it's a sensational game. It certainly is what I would call an ECN Classic. In fact, I think it is classed as an ECN Classic. I'm pretty sure that during the rain break yesterday, Vinny would have gone to it. And it just goes to show that it is rather incredible. Anyway, here's Tamar Aminul. Oh, what a shot. That's 4. Beautiful timing of the highest class from Kasim. Doesn't get much better than that. 2-4 though, isn't it? In the block hole, and it's just pretty straightforward, isn't it? To try and get that one down the ground. And yeah, sensational stuff. John's full of it. Now the new man, as in no man, is on strike. It's very good. I respect it. Kasim starts with a boundary. Aminul, what can he do? Can he work out a way to change things up? See, I'd say no. I'd argue that's probably an identical ball, but for Kasim, he plays a pretty strange and different delivery. So, yeah, as Aminul, he'll be happy that he gets away with it. Oh, lofted, up in the air. Has he got enough on it? Yes, he does. Only just, though, but Kasim muscles this one over. It's very toey off the bat. Didn't find the middle, but he got enough. And it sails over the rope. 6 more. Maximo time yet again. And this one goes the distance. And I'll tell you what, something that I don't think's been brought up and is actually pretty impressive, by the way. I'll bring it up afterwards, after this delivery. Carved away, cut away. Excellent stop. Great bit of fielding. I think that's Umar Farouk. I think I could be wrong. You never know. Probably am. But it's an excellent, no matter what. And it is Umar Farouk. Excellent bit of work. Pretty impressive this, right? So check this. Technology is always moving on and becoming even better. This game, right? And we're going to have to wait for the next ball now. Don't talk fast enough. Up in the air, and this one has travelled. That is a long, long way back in there, by the way. That was massive. As soon as it left the bat, you knew that was going the distance. 6 runs, and that's gone a fair way. And I tell you what, New Grizzly, please. So get this. This game is not being directed by the crew here in Cyprus. It's being directed by Elvira, who's all the way back in Latvia. I think that's pretty cool. I think it's pretty impressive. I find it pretty cool anyway. Oh, he's got again, and he's got it. That's another one. That's out of here. That's into the into the olive grove. Look at that. That's gone. We're not getting that back. Oh dear, you can't bowl there. That's just in the slot. It's hit me bowling. Thank you very much, says the batter in Numan, and he says, yep, I will have this all day long. End of the over. Oh dear, 23 come off it. It's 32 for no loss. So then a win for the Calanders of 3 points would get them to, would just separate them between the British forces. And you saw there in 4th place is the Tigers. And, well, a win for them would be crucial in extending that gap between them and 5th place. So yeah, I liked it. Technology's pretty cool, isn't it? It's pretty impressive. At some point, I reckon we'll end up start on the ECS. I know it's done in sort of on different sports and in different sort of places, but sort of just commentating remotely, I reckon that'll be part of it soon. Well, I tell you what, doesn't matter where you're watching and where you're sitting, because all I know is that's gone the distance yet again. Actor comes in and sort of says, "Oh, don't worry, lads, I'll try and change it up." Nope, same result. It's another 6. So the last 3 balls have been 6s, and it's 18 off the last 3. And all of a sudden, this total is looking pretty small at the moment. Their target of 82 is, of course, where the Tigers are going to try and restrict them to, but if Kasim keeps going, this game's going to be over before it even began. Shot, very nicely played. Doesn't quite pierce the gap. A little bit concerned about the running between the wickets here for these two. It's not a lot of communication, and when they do communicate, it's often just sort of next to each other at the middle of the pitch, and then they sort of go, no, we'll go back now. Got to work out a way of working on it. No Luna here today, by the way. I'm not seeing Luna apart from this morning. I think she's in a different field. I hope, anyway. goes for it. Doesn't get it all, but it's luckily for him, he doesn't catch any of it. What an arm that is, by the way. Great throw from Shahi. That's Sergeant Shahi who threw that. Electric bit of fielding. He was quick to cover the ground and got it in as well. Nice bit of work that time around. $39 on the board off of just 15 deliveries. Oh, that's 6. That is massive. And it's, again, it's flat, it's hard, and it's going to travel the distance. This is sensational hitting. To be honest with you, I didn't think it was a terrible ball, but the only thing you'd probably say is that the width is an issue. Just lets him throw the hands at it, and he reaps the rewards. And Numan joins Kasim in the 20s now. 45 off of 16 deliveries for these two as a partnership, which is pretty impressive. Add a few more here, because this is going to take some stopping. Oh! Wow, there was contact with the rope, but was it before or after he released the ball? They're going to have to check this here. Nilkesh being called into action. Let's have a look. There definitely was contact, but it was whether or not he had the ball in hand. Let's have a look. He's okay there. He's fine. Does he let the ball go? Yes, he does. Then he touches the rope now. He's fine. He's done that's an excellent bit of work again. Superb stop. It's also a good bit of work by Elvira back out in Latvia, doing a good bit of work with the replays, and credit to everyone here as well. But in the spring crew, best in the business. And well, at the moment, Kasim will probably say, "Hey, I'm the best in the business at what I'm doing at the moment," because he said he's hitting runs for fun. That's the end of the power play. 50 comes up with it. It's 50 for no loss after 3. Hit me with your rhythm stick, hit me, says Dave B. John says that one landed in no man's land. Good one. Again, liking it. I'm going to add it to the list and use them at some point. This is a comparison as to where they were at the moment. Well ahead, aren't they? Almost 2 magical overs, just the one in fact. But look at that. I mean, 50 for no loss after 3 when you're only chasing a mere 118. Pretty impressive, to be frank. And you're already a big chunk into there. It's now, what, 68 needed off 42. So that run rate just above, or sorry, just below 10. So plenty of scope to go here. Of course, only 32 away from that, from taking the bonus point away from the Tigers. Here is Umar Farouk to come back into the attack. Let's see Nicola Fernando in the chat. Hope you're well, Nicolo. Dave B, I've got to ask, are you going to be at the ECL this year? I've got to ask as well, is who else is going to be at the ECL this year? Or the ECC, or the ECCW? I think you've got to add that to your list as well. Oh, it breaks through the hands of the fielder at backwards point. I think that's my man, Sakawat Hussain. I think that's him. You know, the one who ran out and then got out and had to run back? I think that's him. Puts it down. It was a tough chance, though. It flew off the face of the bat. Sort of just squares it up there. That's a dropped catch then. So, Numan gets put down. And, well, how expensive could that be? Pretty big, because next up, Kasim goes large downtown. And I tell you what, the amount of Grizzlies we're losing here is just crazy. I reckon this is a record. I want to know what the record is for the most amount of lost cricket balls is, because I don't think we're going to be far off it. Don't forget, we're not even a week in. This is day 4. We're here for another. How many days is that? We're here until next Sunday. I can't do math. We're here for another. I didn't think it was that easy actually. Here for another 8 days. Oh dear. John Gray could be heading towards a clean sweep of points. It is true. They've got to remember that you've got the chance of getting this done before the 7th here. With this start, you'd probably back them. I mean, that win percentage now is at 90-10 off the pad. Oh dear. Well, when it rains, it pours. That's what you've got to say. I like that, by the way. They've looked at it. They've gone, I don't fancy going in there. It's going to be 4-leg buys. Watch this here. I don't know if we can keep it rolling, but look at this. Sort of sees it go down into the abyss, and Bikash says, nah, I'm not doing that. Not for me, thank you. To be honest, know what? I've seen what's down there. It's probably a fair assumption. Oh, dear. already over half now then, as it's 57 needed off of 38. Look at this partnership, 61 off 22. It's impressive stuff. Oh, and again, this time, it's still going up as it passed the camera tower. That one has gone a long way back. That's lost. See you later. And how many is that now? Is that 7 or 8? Is that 7 Grizzlies we've lost in this game? Or in this innings alone? I reckon it is, you know. I mean, watch this, though. Stand and deliver stuff. Your money or your life. And look at that. Goes a long way off that bat, doesn't it? Pings. Of course, it is the shortest boundary on the ground, this straight one. But to clear it by such distance is impressive. He's moved on to 39 off 16 here. This could be very, very much in the ideas to be looking for that extra bonus point. Last ball. That's well bowled. That's a good comeback. Early call of 2. Don't think they'll get it, though. Which means Kasim will keep the strike. 4 overs gone. Score 68 for no loss. So, at the moment, you can see there a bit of cloud cover. It's a measly. It's 19 degrees now, so the hottest part of the day, and there's a bit of wind though, so it's keeping you cool. And there's also a bit of cloud cover, which is nice. 100 and of course 18 is the target, but they're going at 17s, well above it at the moment, aren't they? They're going at a pretty outstanding rate at this point. All they need to do now is go at 8s here, and yeah, not very tricky from here on in. Well, that's going to be gone. So Kasim will be gone, and that'll be 40 for him. It's a good innings though, and he's done a lot of the healthy damage as well. He's taken a large chunk out of this total, and it will be the first one to go. It's a great opening partnership, a great opening stand at that, at 68 for these two. It is 68 for 1 as Kasim goes. Debut saying only the ECC in October. Okay, I can get behind that. Popeye's other half getting bombarded by Grizzlies. Barcelona looked like a ground where loads of Grizzlies were heading downtown. I still reckon this is, because you think of what the surroundings are, right? So you've got behind where I am and where the camera is, right? You've got that thick stuff. Sometimes we get them. 9, 8, 7 times out of 10. They get lost in there. It's tricky. Then you go to the square boundary, leg side. You're not going to find much over there. Behind the wicket keeper, tricky, because it's just down. See you later. Oh, buzzers, got to be. Not looking, not paying attention. And your man, I think, just wants to strike, though, doesn't he? I think you can kind of understand that, really. Man on strike. Again, a bit of an interesting shot selection. It was very much a cross-batted attempt, but yeah, it wasn't the best of shot choices. Misses the wider delivery. Gets away with it, though. Sneaks it in, does Mahmood. Pretty good over this, in all honesty, then. The way you look at it at the moment, you'd say this is an over that they're in desperate need of, and probably a couple more of them from here on out. Once again, misses out on a pretty similar delivery. Well, he's asking the umpire. He's saying, oh, come on, give me something here. Give me something. And yeah, the batter was concerned, but to be honest, the batter's way off the off stump. No wonder he can't reach it, because he's batting outside off. Still, you watch, if his first move away here, which will probably end up being behind. Yeah, see, his first step is away. This is just going to skew up, and to be honest, that's probably a win for the Tigers, because it means that Khalid will keep the strike. It's a single to end the over. It's 71 for 1 at the end of 5. And, well, just a little reminder as to what the elimination process is. So the top 4 of each group will make it to Elimination Day on the Saturday. And it'll be third takes on 4th of each group. And of course, vice versa. And then the second, of course, of each group will make it into the quarterfinals, essentially, which is what that is. Which Eliminator 3 and 4 are essentially the quarterfinals. The winners of those will then go into the semi-finals to take on the first group, the first place teams of each group, and then of course the winners of the semi-finals go into the final, and we crown a winner. This is going to be Arjun Shahi, who comes in back into the frame here after doing some good bit of fielding, but he's going to have a bowl. Starts with a wide though. Oh, and this one is lofted over the top, and a few arms are flailing around saying, well, what was the point in that? And, I mean, it just seems a bit of a lack of a plan here. It's not a bad shot, to be honest. He was certainly looking to go that towards that area. Possibly a little bit finer than he was maybe thinking, or probably a little bit wanted to aim. He was aiming a little bit squarer. That's what I reckon. What's that now? So 76 with just under 2 overs to go to that 7 overs. Got to get a move on here, but this isn't going to help. This is just going to be 1. Numan has got to go big now, hasn't he? Numan has got to work a way of getting a big chunk of this here, because it's now 42 needed in 29. But for the bonus point, which they were in good stent to get to, he's got to do it in, what's that now? That's 10 deliveries, so 41 in 10. Doable, seen it. Is it plausible? Not when you miss out on deliveries like that. That was a pretty easy, that was a pretty slot delivery and a box standard ball that should have got the treatment, but it didn't. Nikolai saying when we'd all come to Rome. Well, fingers crossed. Misses out again, and the thing what's happening here is the Tigers are almost, with this over, Shahi is bowling here. He's almost basically just cementing that point for them if they do go on to even lose this though. But a point is huge to increase that gap that they've got on Mokhtar below them. This one is up and over. Well, that will help. It's an uppercut on the offside. Well, there's Siddiqui, I think that is. And thanks very much. Saves us a bit of time, and probably a lost Grizzly in there somewhere. Good shot, though, isn't it? It's a 6-er, and it's 6 up on the board. And the man moves on to 31 off of 11, but they need 35 in. What's that now? 35 in 7, which is tricky. Very tricky. So I'd argue that bonus point's probably not there anymore. This is hit firmly. Fielder. Oh, he wears it. He certainly wears it. That's Asif Mahmood out there. Is he rocking it? Am I seeing him rocking a good tash there? Is that what I'm seeing, or am I seeing something? Look at that. Oh, he is rocking a tash, by the way. But he does well. Wears it. Takes it on the chest like a champ. End of the 6th. Score 84 for 1 then. You can see there 40 off of 18 for Kasim. And then Malik Numan as well. 32 off of 12. You probably expect to see the likes of Huzaifa and Patel come in next. I mean, those two are still very, very talented batters for the Kalandars. So, it puts a bit of a big emphasis on where you finish in the group is on how successful you could be. I know that's a pretty obvious statement. Oh, how's this miss, by the way? I want to have a look here. Batter's complaining about something. How was that missed, by the way? How has that missed? You want to check this here, by the way. It's fine. Absolutely fine. It's almost by his knees, in fact. Bottom edge. Oh, and it's going to get through. I reckon this is going to go. And oh, it's a great effort. It's a very, very good effort from Bikash Retzer out there. But a little fine tickle It's going to run away, and the keeper in Hassan, there's not much he could do about that. Excellent effort, though. Excellent effort, but it's another 4 against Akhtar, and forfeit for Numan, who's on to 36. Well, the robots in and around and kicking about. Dropping the preview for match 16. Of course, it's the last game of the day. That's coming up in 40 minutes. Last game of the day here, that is, of course, here in Cyprus. Vinny taking you through the action out in Gibraltar later on tonight. Gone for it. Hasn't quite got all of it. There's our man again. Mahmood, the man with the moustache. Mahmood. So the good thing is here now is that they have confirmed that the Tigers will have at least get a point out of it. So it's not the be-all and end-all. It's another point to add to the tally. This is up in the air and, again, just falls into pockets of space that are working in their favour. Something's happened here. I think the man is saying that my bat's broke. Umpire's going to have a look at it and see if it is, and then he'll say that you can either get a new one or you can carry on using that one, get on with it. Nope, the bat's gone. So that's the second one we've had today that's had to be replaced. And on comes the 12th man who will come on. And what's happening here then? I like that. Umpire saying, well, I'm not doing it for you. Take it yourself. 2 right, by the way. Back underway, Numan 37 off of 15, 28 needed off 20. And this is a good hit. Farouk does well, watches it all the way. That's one thing you've got. If you're going to be a good fielder here, you've got to, A, stay pretty low with it and sort of rise with it. It's almost like a wicket-keeper kind of vibe. So, especially just due to the deviations and the tortugas that seem to occur. Got to sort of rise with it and stay low with it for as long as possible. Oh, catching opportunity just put down. Khalid was wanting... Khalid wants to strike. Khalid wants to get involved here, and fair enough. But this one won't happen. It'll be a dot to finish. Good over. Just the 7 runs coming from it. It's 91 for 1 after 7, and it will mean that the Tigers will at least get a point out of this game. These 2 teams, of course, go at it once more to finish off the day. As I said earlier, it's probably about 37 minutes now until that game gets underway. Then Nicosia Tigers taking on the Limassol Calanders. And you can see no changes in the squads for those 2. So look out for the usual names for both sides. Mazumda and probably, well, the man in the crease at the moment, Numan. He's a man to look out for, isn't he? The man, Numan. Here's Mahmood, and he's going to get slapped for 6 early up. Not the best of starts after a very good over from him to start with. Well, can we find the ball? No. Very good. Oh, no, we have got it. Ah, there we go. We've got it. I'm trying to see who's up there. I can't work out who's up there because I can't see and I can't get out of the tent. Oh, dear. I can't work it out. Apologies. There you go. At least we didn't lose it. That's why it looked as if we couldn't find it, because he was under attack. I think we're going to need a new one anyway. Stigsy. Oh, good arm, Stigsy. Okay. I'm trying to work out who's up there. I'm trying to see if I can have a look. See that? I can't see through the trees and I can't see on the other side. It's a shame. Whoever's up there, well played. Oh, well bowled, but the keeper's had a mare, the skipper. Oh, careful. Oh. What do you reckon that conversation? So, calm down, leave me alone. All right, that's probably what it is. Oh, dear. No, it's not International Bat Breaking Day. It's International Appreciate Charlie Day. So there you go. And that's... to anyone that's listening is probably thinking, that's such a load of waffle. It's genuinely not. Which is... I didn't even notice it. I didn't clock it. Blame the YouTube chat. 20 off 16 is the requirement. Khalid is not looking very comfortable out there at the moment, is he? He kind of seems to be struggling up there. Kristaps is up there. There we go. Kristaps, good bit of work up there, fella. Appreciate it. shot. But has he picked up the man? Yes, he has, but he puts it down. He shells it after the impact, really, I think, was the issue. And he'll be disappointed. And it's just been one of those games for the Tigers. Batting, they started well, but then just couldn't quite finish off the innings. And now it's mostly a time where just things aren't going their way in the field. And well, that's a prime example of it. And unfortunately for them, it's going to be the one that goes down. John Gray has dropped a bit of Italian in there. Bottom edge, and it's going to go run away. It's going to be another dive. I love it. It's a great effort once more from Bikash. He's going to be... Oh, no, he's not going to be gone. Deserved it. Deserved to get a run out from that, but they won't do so. Watch this here. Excellent bit of work from Schletzer. But look at this. What's the keeper doing? He probably would have been home, in fairness. Actually was a little bit closer than I thought. Might have jumped the gun up there, but hey, what can you do? 100 comes up with those 2 runs as well. Well, now he's going to go for it, but he's going to get caught here, surely. Oh, no! He's been put down again. Oh, dear, man. Gets a life on 46, trying to bring up his half century, but he doesn't do so, and now... Oh, dear, that's a simple catch that Wakas Akhtar has got to be doing better on. End of the over. It's 8 down, 102 for 1 on the board. So at the moment, it is probably going to come down to these last 2. They're not out of it, are the Tigers. Something you've got to remember, they aren't out of this one just yet. But it's a matter of, it's a matter of getting something here. International Breaking Charlie Day. I feel like I've been broke. There's been a couple of times today that I've had a nightmare at points. So what happens when I get left on my own? All fending for myself down in my little corner. Okay, 16 off 12 is the situation at the moment. And it means a lot for both sides in different contexts. For the Qalandars, it could really mean the idea that they can cement that second place position. As for the Tigers, it means that they could extend that gap. Anyway, up in the air. Good luck. Mahmood! Moustache! Oh, there we go. The moustache man takes the catch, and Numan, after getting dropped on 16, offers up another chance, and they make no mistake of this one. I think this might have bounced off his moustache, in fairness, but he takes it on the second time of asking, and Asif Mahmood, he can be happy about that. Could that be a change in the game here, folks? I mean, look how high that went up into the sky, and there's clouds as well. It's almost impossible to track it. Look at this, though. Bonk. Thank you very much. Takes it on the second time of asking. Takes the sting out of it first up. Another wicket down. It's the second one to fall. It's 102 for 2. 16 off 11. Tigers have still got to believe here, haven't they? Got to keep believing. Hamza is the new batter. Oh, and it's a dot ball. Well bowled, this man, Shahi. Very well bowled. I'm expecting a couple comments to come in here at some point with a certain T word. That's another very good delivery. That one whizzes past the shoulder. Oh, Hamza. That was quick as well, by the way. That was certainly quick. Oh, I tell you what. Could the Qalandars bottle this at the last minute after being so far ahead of the required rate at the start of the innings? And they are starting to believe now. Shots have come on from the fielders. Oh, well, talk about a bit of bad luck. Oh, that's gone all the way, in fact. There's 6, and there's 6 runs. And, well, that just shows you the pace that Shahi's got. We've not seen that happen at all yet here in Cyprus, but this top edge has flown, and that'll be 6. Okay, another ball comes on. Look at that. That conversation between Hamza and Khalid. Khalid is 9 off 10. I don't know if I'd be taking words from him, to be honest. 108 on the board. It's 10 needed off of 8 balls. 2 dot balls, and we've got an interesting game on our hands. Oh, well, he's not going to get a dot ball, or is he? Chance. Mahmood's underneath. He's interested. No, it goes. It just gets over. 6 runs. Oh, dear. Well, he was interested for about 85% of that ball flight, and just at the last minute, it takes it itself over the boundary rope, and now it's a simple equation of 4 and 7, and the Kalandars surely have done enough here. Hamza's come in and played a blinder. 4 needed to win. That won't seal it. It's just pitched up, and they chip it over. It's a bit of a 9-9. It'll be a single to end the over. We are going down to the last here. It is going to be 3 needed off 6. And it's, well, the win predictor saying it's 100% going to be the Kalandars. You never know. There's the T word. Crooms brought it in probably a little bit too late of Tingle. So this is the situation here. 2 wickets, 1 for Asif Mahmood, 1 for Shahi. Mahmood, by the way, pick of the bowlers. Check that out. What a boy. He's got a good moustache as well. Farouk bowled pretty well. But who are they going to go to here? Looks as if it will be... Well, surely it has to be the one man that's only got an over left in him. Look how deep he is there, by the way. Deep in the crease, waiting for it. Surely this needs to be... It is going to be Aminul. Went for 23 off his first. He's got to try and defend 3 here for the Tigers. We've seen crazy things happen. 3 needed off the last. Here we go. Oh, there's one of them. There's 1 dot ball. And they're going to have a conversation here. Oh, the 2 in the middle. Look how much this means to the team on. Look at them. Look, one of them's on his knees. They can't bear it. They can't bear the thought. 3 needed off 5. Oh, they've got to run, surely. Well, now they're going to get stuck at the other end. This has got to be a wicket, surely. It's run out. Oh, okay. Well, now we're looking interesting here, folks, because that's an excellent bit of work, but that's poor from the batting side. Surely with 3 needed, you've just got to run. Bank on the fact that he's going to miss, which he did. And then you... Oh, it's poor communication. And you've got to feel for Hamza, though, by the way. You have to feel for him because Shah Khalid just looks as if he wants to make this about himself. That's the feeling I'm getting here. He just looks like he wants to... But they just sort of... it's just a nightmare. That's an absolute mess. And it's a game of chicken and... Oh, dear, oh, dear. Okay, then. So a run out, no runs scored. More importantly, it's a dot ball. That's the key thing here. Khalid hasn't gone above a runner ball, by the way. The new batter in is Husaifa. What a man that is to come in now, by the way. 3 needed off 4. Oh, it's a wide. You can't bowl a wide in an over like this. You cannot bowl a wide. And he's done it, Aminul. It was so good up to that point. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Dear, 2 runs needed. They just need 1 to tie the scores. Oh, that wide is killer. That wide has killed the game almost. Oh, and I think this will do it. There's a chance. It won't be. It's a big win for the Kalandars. And they do it with time to spare. Only a couple of deliveries, though. And what a win that is. And you've got to feel... for the Tigers. They actually made a serious game out of it. At one point, they looked well out of it, but they took it to the last, and unfortunately, it's a batter's game, and the batting side win as the Limassol Kalandars win by 7 wickets here. An impressive feat. These 2 sides will go back at it again, and that's coming up in 28 minutes' time as these 2 go at it once more. And, well, if this game's anything to go by, we're in for a nail-biting finish in that last game. Let's have a look at the highlights. And it was an interesting start, wasn't it? That was a nice shot into the offside. And in between the power play at 50 for none after 3, you really sort of felt that was game, set, and match. And it was almost cruise control from there. But there were times where the Tigers were able to get themselves back in it. And they're going to come back to look at these sort of moments and really, really regret them. That was a good catch as Asif Mahmood, pick of the bowlers for me in a losing battle side. And you just look at these and you think, keeper, can the keeper do better? That's the question. Changing bats at one point. Well, this one here, it was a half a chance. And then, well, Kristaps found the ball. There he is. And it's always funny when that happens. This one, again, put down, and that's a run that could have been costly. You've got to look at it, Tigers, at the end of the day, only got themselves to blame because you didn't have enough runs on it on the board, and they put catches down. They put catches down like it was going out of fashion. And this one was taken, though, by my favourite fielder ever and my favourite player ever, Asif Mahmood. And then agonisingly close, wasn't it? As you can see here, look, they were desperate. They were so looking forward. They wanted a win. This one, well, this was an interesting moment. There was a shot at the stumps, and then he misses. And then Hamza couldn't get to the other side, but it didn't matter because they hit one big enough. And that was the game, set and match. And that will be a 7-wicket victory for the Limassol Colanders. Good news is, though, in such a tight contest, these two, they've got 20 minutes to relax, and they're back at it again. As in 25 minutes, these two teams will go back to battle out on the field here in Limassol, Cyprus. You can see there, good opening spell from Kasim and Malik Numan, 40 and 47 respectively. Aided nicely by Khalid and Hamza, 15 and 13. They got enough in the tank, didn't they? They had enough in the tank. They got over the line. But yeah, Asif Mahmood, 1 for 13, the pick for me. Everyone else, too expensive, really. When it comes down to it, Aminul, not very good, didn't it? And he also had that wide that changed the game. So we'll be back in 25 minutes for the final game of today's play here in Cyprus. These two teams go at it once again. A huge thank you for tuning in. We'll be back very, very shortly. You're watching the European Cricket Series here in Cyprus with me, Charlie Hunt, right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Good afternoon, and for the final time, welcome back to the Ipswich Cricket Ground here in Cyprus. We're ready to get things underway for the final game of today's play here in Cyprus, and of course it's the second of the two games between the Limassol Kalandars and the Nicosia Tigers. Looking forward to this one off the back of the game we just had about 25 minutes ago. What an exciting finish. You sort of felt that the Tigers were done and out, but they managed to get themselves back into it, and they were able to get themselves into that last over, but unfortunately for them, the Kalandars had a little bit left in the tank to get them over the line. This is going to be an exciting game, of course. The Tigers looking to extend that gap at the bottom of the table from them in 5th position. It's a big game for both sides. I'm looking forward to it. Let's go for the final time to Nilkesh, who's out in the middle with the two captains. Let's get the coin toss right underway.
Your call? It is still. We're going to bat first. Nicosia Tiger won the toss and decide to bat first.
All right, then news from the toss. The Tigers, they're going to have a bat first here in the final game of the day. Interesting choice. I like the move. I think realistically that's probably their stronger point. I mean, that's what we saw in the first game of the double header, but it didn't quite work for them, did it? Of course, with the Kalandars chasing it down. They back themselves though to the Tigers, and I like that idea. Back yourselves, because if you don't back yourselves, you're not going to get very far, are you? For the final time then, the news from the toss is that the Nicosia Tigers, they're having a bat. Let's get this game underway.
4 games in the day, and it all comes down to the final one. Nicosia Tigers taking on the Limassol Kalandars in this final game of the day. And a very warm welcome to everyone tuning in around the world, whether this do be on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel or out on Fancode in India. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Let's have a look then at the squads for this final game of the day here in Cyprus. And there's no changes, no real changes for either side. And yeah, no real shock there. So looking at the two lineups, of course, you're going to look at Huzaifa. Batted very low down for the Limassol Kalandars, but for the Nicosia Tigers, I mean, you look at the likes of Mazumda and for Wakaz Akhtar. Well, there you go then. The supercomputer doesn't know. The supercomputer's gone 50-50, and well, that just shows you how close the last game was, and that it was a matter of depending on what happens. And there you go, 50-50 chance of each side winning. I'd argue that that's probably the likelihood of most games, taking skill and quality out of it. But it is going to be the Tigers who are batting first here. Let's get things underway with Mohamed Mohsin with the ball. It's going to start with a dot ball. And I think almost Mohsin looked a little bit surprised at this one. I think he's okay. I think he's fine. Your umpires for this last game of the day is Tracy alongside Shujith Tenakun. Shujith is the standing one at the moment. Tracy out square leg. Oh, wild swing from Mazumda. It really is a wild swing. And that's the shot he should have played. But he didn't. He played across the line, didn't he? Oh dear. But it's good to have everyone with us here. Last game of the day. Of course, we get a little bit loose here, and well, I've been here on my own, talking on my own for the last however many hours. So what's that now? I mean, we got here at it's a good fair few. But again, keeper probably going for the wrong decision in opting for the fingers up way of taking it, but still, it's a dot ball nonetheless. Now just having a conversation between the two of them. Akhtar and Mazumda. Chrome said he's off and was hopefully catching you all in jib later, and enjoy the rest of National Charlie Day. Well, I haven't even mentioned that to the crew yet, so I might see what happens between all of us in the crew and find out. Good shot though, that was better from Mazumda. Finally got one off the face. It'll be the first runs on the board. Akhtar then up to the top of the order. In the top order, being ever present at the top of the batting lineup. Off the pad, going down leg side. Everyone goes up. Don't ask, you don't get, but... And just to... Yeah, you can see there already, umpire saying angling down, and... You see, I would say that that's probably not even worth asking about, but as I say, if you don't ask, then you do never get. And I think there's an issue here. What's happened here? What's going on? Can we... Is it on his foot? Is that what we're looking at? Is it on his foot? I mean, Zafer's trying to help him out. What's going on? Has he got an issue on his foot, or he's got the... Okay, right. Well, the shoe's off, and the old magic spray's out over the sock, which I'm not too sure if that's how that scientifically works, but nonetheless, it'll probably help at some point. I think it's just what he took on the shoe. Don't worry, Charlie, we're still here with you. I appreciate you, John. I do. I do appreciate you. But yeah, no, slightly. It's always funny. I mean, it's quite funny because I always remember back in my first ever gig out in Malta was 3 T20 internationals a day on my own, and I know a solid amount of the comms crew have done some of those sort of tournaments, and they are tricky. They're not exactly they're quite taxing. You sort of end of the day, you sort of think you almost end up being a little bit delirious. Get away with this one, and he's going to get away with it though. It'll be a dot to finish. Great over to start with for Messine on the money. It's 1 for no loss. This is what's coming up later on this evening at 7. Well, that'll be 5:45 GMT, 6:45 Central European Time, 11:15 in India. Bavaria making their debut. They take on the Sloggers, and of course, looking forward to tuning into that one. I'll be in and around it. Probably lurking. I probably won't be in the chat, but I might have it on at some point. You never know. Depends what we get up to on a Saturday night in Cyprus. Probably not a lot. Up early tomorrow, but yeah, loads of cricket coming your way here from the network. And here it comes, Junaid Rahman. On this one, he's hit nicely. Straight to the fielder though, so we're eventually fielded, but the throw isn't quite the best. Junaid Rahman. Off the pad and almost onto the stumps. Gets away with this one slightly. There's a little bit of luck involved in that one, but it's well bowled, well directed. Ivan's back, says hi guys, back again from a park run. Had a nice warm bath. Well, there you go. Making the most of it. How did you do? Hope you enjoyed it. You missed out on some good entertainment here today. Must be said, there's been a fair few fun and classy moments. Some more than others. But from at the moment though, it's a bit of a quieter start, this, isn't it, in the last game of the day? Normally, the last sort of 2 days or so, the last game of the days have all been pretty exciting. However, this one, to start with, has been rather lackluster. Just the 2 runs being scored, both of them in singles. So then the Tigers, disappointing loss. They weren't very good in all 3 departments, really. Again, on the pads, and the thing that makes me laugh, folks, is that genuinely some of those appeals are actually like legit. They are actually asking the question. It's not hitting anything. Oh dear, anyway. But for the moment, it's been all about the bowlers. They've been right on top. And again, all he can do is hit this down the ground for another single. So it will just be 2 come off the over. What an excellent first 2 overs this is for the Calanders. 2 becomes 3 off the single. It's 3 for no loss after 2. Straight away, that's expected score is going to be dropping down. But there's the updated standings then. So Kalanas take a bit of a gap in front of the British forces Cyprus. As for Marcourt, they're now a point behind the Tigers, and if the Tigers get another point here, they'll go level on 10 with BF Cyprus. So tomorrow is, of course, a big day, but it's going to be an interesting one, of course. The last game of last day of Group A action. Up in the air, hasn't really timed it. It's going to get over the head of the skipper, Sahel Ahmed, and eventually cut off. They will come back 4-2. Still, I'll tell you what, I reckon this is the longest we've had to wait for a boundary since the since the first game of the tournament, I reckon. Anyway. At the moment, though, it's all about the... it is all about the bowlers. Good afternoon to Trip, Mr. Kitty. Denny? Hope you're well, Trip. Good to have you with us. Full toss. Not full toss, sorry, Yorker. Telling you, I told you it's going to be one of those days. It's well ran, good confident running. Okay then. Is there a way of getting a bit of a counter-attack on? Both have faced an equal amount of deliveries in 7 balls each, 2 and 5 apiece, runs-wise. And there we go, but there's a man out there. Oh, and he's put it down, and he does well, though, to stop it from going for a 4. But that was hit firmly by Akhtar, but it's a good stop in the end from the fielder out there. Watch this one back. Really picks it up well, doesn't he? However, that time around... this time is going to be a wide on the... it's going to be a wide down the leg side. That was McGee's Fayaz out there. He dropped that catch, so he won't be too happy to hear it come back to his name. It's going to be another wide down the leg side. So out of nowhere, has just lost his rhythm. And he's rearing down the onside a little bit too much for the umpire's liking. And as to the rules of the game, and rightfully so. Slower ball. All he can do is just back foot punches this one down to the long off boundary. Just picks up another single, and this is something we actually haven't seen at all yet. We've not seen a start like this where the batter's side have very, very rarely got things going. It's always been normally a pretty decent bit of batting. Well, there you go. This is picked up. That'll be 6, and that's a nice looking shot for Akhtar to possibly do his confidence a little bit of good here in reality, because that one was out of the screws and he picked it up beautifully. So, from the scene, it was a good spell up until the sort of last 5-6 deliveries of mostly this over. 14 have come off it with 2 wides and a Maximo in there as well. Last ball of the third. Oh, this time he split the gap. That's a beautiful shot. Lovely cricket shot this time from Akhtar. Splendid bit of work from him. Nice pick up. Gives himself a bit of room, but it's still at the point of contact. Gets all of it. Nice way to end the over. It's a good one for them. It's 18 that come off it. Slight. Look at that incline. I say slight. It's a pretty heavy incline. It's trying to work it out. Yeah, that run rate at the end of the third, going at 7s, 21 for no loss. Oh dear, the Coladas, there's about 4 or 5 cooks in the kitchen, it seems. Loads of different instructions being shouted out. You've got the likes of Numan Munir shouting some bits out. You've also got Sahel Ahmed, the actual skipper. Yeah, I can hear about 3 or 4 voices, which probably isn't the best idea. Good to see Cosmic is back. Very good to have you here joining me in Cyprus. I know everyone will be looking forward to hearing Vinny in Gibraltar. But one thing you got to know as well is that the Tigers, of course, struggled in that last game. They're probably struggling for confidence. That's not good enough from Khalid, who comes into the attack to take this 4th over. This one, I think, is off the pads. And Tracy turns around and says, not interested. First up, one thing you've got to consider as well is the LBW shout, but I think impact is outside the half. Oh, it's not, but it's probably too high. And it is definitely not off the bat, though. Again, excellent call. It's pretty impressive. And what I can tell you as well, by the way, is that Tracy's husband is here. He's having a watch. He's here for the last game of the day. Oh, nice little short arm jab. Almost went for the one-handed option. Probably should have just gone for 2 and opted to try and get something behind it, but he doesn't. And Mazumdar finally gets something out of the middle of the bat. This one is going to be a maximum. So between the likes of Mazumdar and Akhtar, they've amassed a total of 28 runs at this point then, with with just over the power play allotted amount of overs. 3.2 now gone. Oh, he's gone for it again, and he hasn't quite got it this time. And it will be cut off by Fires for just 1. Yeah, looking good weather-wise in terms of here in Limassol over the next sort of week. Pretty good, but that is ever changing. I mean, I think I looked a couple of days ago. That's over the top. That's going to be 4 runs. And he opens the face Akhtar this time and will move on to 20. So took a bit of time to get going, but now they're motoring along and doing a pretty good bit of business out there at the moment. So yeah, I looked at the weather a couple of days ago, and it said that the next week was going to be pretty cold and windy. So I brought me waterproof shoes out. Turns out now it's going to be sunny. So yeah, that's always the way it is in this Mediterranean sort of climate. Had to wait on it, didn't he, Akhtar? He was very early on it. Looking for 2, probably won't get it. And they won't, which is good. Good fielding from the Calanders. Off the pad again, too high. Umpire unmoved, and it's going to be the end of the over. And it's an interesting one once more. Just 13 that come off it. And it will be, of course, the end score of the 4th is 34 for no loss. There you go. There's the run rate. It keeps on climbing. It's going. It's getting there. A good couple of the last 2 overs. I mean, you have to sort of look at it over by over-wise. I mean, in the first over, getting 1, 2 in the third. In the second, 18 in the third, 13 in the fourth. So out of their 34, they have, well, they've scored a grand total. Well, yeah, they have. They scored a total of 31 in the last 2 overs. So that certainly helps. Here's Patel. It's Gundy first up, and this one, I think this might have gone all the way, and yeah, it has. And the umpire's hands are lifted into the air. And there you go, confirmation. Just carries, goes all the way. Good shot from Akhtar. And, well, John's saying it's in a set for him to stage a fight back. Well, it's certainly happening here at the moment. I get to see Chris Smith is joining us. How are you, Chris? Good to have you back. It's been a while. Hope you're well. I know you were, I'm pretty sure you were jumping in the Gibraltar chat at some point yesterday. But good to have you with us here in Cyprus. Pleasure to have you alongside us. There was a shout of good throws. I believe it was Sam Williams who got the arm in for the new ball. And he strolls away. Anyway, Patel, what's the response? Similar sort of area. This time just flicked. And it's going to go for another boundary. So these last 2 to now 3 overs have not been good, have they? They started really strong, only conceding 3 off the first 2. But the the Tigers are, well, they're setting up a comeback of what could be described as of high standards here at the moment. 3 off the first 2 to now be 44 for no loss. That expected score has now got up to 120. Gone for it and hasn't quite got it, or has he got enough on it? Yes, he does. Of course he does. Good shot, this one from Akhtar. It makes it become a slot delivery, doesn't he? Because to be totally frank with you, it's actually not probably a bad sort of area to be aiming for as a bowler, but managed to make it into a slot ball by coming down the track. And he goes for one that probably wasn't there, but gets away with it. That'll just be one. So for Mazumdar, 10 off 12 is very uncharacteristic of him at the moment. Oh, well, he's gone for one again. I think he might get away with this, or does he? No, wow. Well, boy, oh boy, does he get away with this, because Mohsin, who isn't probably known for his fielding, has unfortunately got that one a little bit wrong, hasn't he? It's a tricky one over the shoulder, but he's booted it over. It's a good little through ball to get over the line, but unfortunately, that's not what the side are looking for. Last ball then coming up of the 5th. And it's going to be a dot to finish, so a good comeback from Patel. The over goes magical, though. It is 55 for no loss after 5, and welcome back into the commentary box here in Limassol here in Cyprus. Last game of the day, this, of course, and what a day it's been. It's had some very interesting moments, hasn't it? We've had some very high quality moments, a bit of comedy in there as well. I mean, what else would you expect? It's Cricket Taming right here on the European Cricket Network. A huge thanks to all of you for tuning in, though, and stick around, because this one, it's not over yet. It's not over till the fat lady sings, so I can't wait for this one. Rico, of course, will be back with me tomorrow as well, which is good news. And it means I won't make any more mistakes whilst I'm sat there. But no, it's been thoroughly enjoyable, and I'm loving my time here. I'm very impressed by it all as well. It's been a good bit of cricket here and there, and even still, where we're staying is nice, and the ground's pretty stunning as well. So more than happy to be where we are at the moment. Here's a bit of spin with Khan. Oh, a bit of turn there, by the way. And Mohsin, oh no. Well, there's going to be a lot of anger thrown towards his way now, and rightfully so, because that's 2 mistakes almost back to back. He's got to be doing better there, isn't he? He's got to be getting his body behind it and getting something going there, but he unfortunately hasn't quite been able to. It wasn't a terrible ball, in all honesty, from Khan. Too short, though. Classic leg spinner's poor delivery. Well, there was a rush to make sure everyone was backing up this time around. Oh, now some more. Well, this reminds me of Bulgaria. Well, there you go. Look at that. Some wildlife for you there. I'm trying to work out where that is. I don't even know. I can't even see that. Where's that gone? I don't know. There's Kristaps out there. He's done better than me at spotting that. Oh, well, this is one, and yeah, straight away the finger goes up, and to be honest with you, I don't think it gets much easier than that. Leg spin up full. The one that, more of a top spinner, really, doesn't really get much grip. Look at this. Yeah, doesn't really get much easier than that. The only question you could probably have is height. But there's enough there for me and for Tracy, clearly, to give this one here. Let's see here. The only element of doubt you could potentially have there is height. But I think realistically, when you're getting trapped in front the way you are, it's tricky to not give it. But that one is going to be out, and it will be the first wicket to fall. It's 60 for 1. So Salman Khan picks up a wicket here and removes Mazumdar, who wasn't really doing much, to be fair. 14 or 15 for him. In comes Aminul. Oh, and this one is up in the air, but it falls in no man's land. Aminul, very nice guy as well, has to be said. Says hello every time you walk past him. and is a credit to cricket here in Cyprus, really is. Oh, that's bad. He could get something out of this, and oh my, no! No way! That's ridiculous! How has that happened? Where's that come from? That's ridiculous. Show me this again. Oh, you're joking. Oh, no way. That is absurd. Out of nowhere, look at him. He said, it's all right, boys, don't worry. Oh, that is absolutely outrageous. Oh, my word. I was expecting that to be going miles over his head. And in fairness, it was. Look at the leap. Look at that. He's like the jump man out of Michael Jordan. Oh, my word. Wow, that is incredible. That is absolutely sensational stuff. Oh, wow. That's mental. That has just summed up the day right there, folks. I mean, what? Oh, brilliant. Incredible scenes here, folks. Wow, that is superb. That is absolutely incredible. Who even took the catch? I don't even know. Oh, wow. Mohammed Qasim, take a bow. Here's Mahmood. Up in the air. It's going to run away. It's going to go for 4. Oh, my word. I still can't believe what we've just seen there, folks. Well, today's had a bit of everything. What a shot that is, by the way. Today's had a bit of everything. It's just unbelievable. Incredible scenes, really is. 65 for 2 after 6. And I tell you what, I might have to check my heart rate, because I reckon, how do I check my heart rate on this thing? Because I reckon as soon as that's happened, it's gone through the roof. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, if that's not a like on the stream, I don't know what is. I don't know what is. That is incredible. What a catch. He had no right to take it. Absolutely no right. What a boy. What an absolutely incredible catch. I can't wait for those reactions to come in. Khalid then, as Aminul will hit this nicely into the offside. We'll think of a second. Won't come back for it though. Yeah, John calling for it. He says highlight play of the day right there. There's been a few shouts for it. That's why I wasn't dead set, but that is sensational. I mean, Qasim, take a bow. Oh, this one's played away again. That's a beautiful shot. Mahmood yet again. Well, the first time was so nice, I had to do it twice, is exactly what he's saying there. Look at this. Well, before that one, look at this again. One more time. Ah! Do you know what? I wonder, Artis, if you're listening to me now, if we can get a freeze frame at some point, hold the position, hold the replay. If we get a freeze frame and when he's at that like highest point, oh, what a scene. Bottom edge. And he's going to think of a single but won't. Yeah, if we can at some point work out a way to get a freeze frame and when he's in that sort of like position where his legs are up, oh, incredible. That is something that you won't see ever again. Edge. Oh, gets through. Doesn't get taken. It was a quick one, it has to be said. But they're the toughest ones because you almost it's just a sort of reaction and has to be an instinct to try and take that, and you always have to get a little bit lucky. But that'll go for 4. Mahmood now moves on to 12. That one. Oh well. Umpire and it's going to have a look, but I think, oh dear, he's taken one here. Uh-oh, this isn't good. Oh dear, this is not good. Oh, this is not good. Uh-oh. We might have to get some serious attention on here straight away. Yeah, that's not nice. I think the issue is, my initial thought is I think it might have sneaked under the helmet, sort of in between that neck area, which is not good if that's the case. He went down straight away. That's Tomo Aminul. The good news is that he's standing up, but something's, yeah. On comes Sam Williams, who's going to come on, maybe. No, he just wants water. Could see he's up already, but that's not good. Yeah, it's not nice to see. Well, good to see he's back and he's okay. So whilst we've got a bit of time here, let's see what we've got here. So we're going to run it through and look at this, right? Let's look at that. What a picture that is, by the way. I mean, that is sensational stuff. Class work, by the way, from our crew at Spring Productions. Arthur's doing a classy bit of work there. But that's sensational. I mean, there you go, right? That's it. That's it. Stop the season. Best catch of the year. Done. Well, there was one appeal, and to answer it, not out. End of the over, and it will be 75 for 2 after 7. Oh, I mean, today's had so many highlights. It really has. But for Kassim to take that one is just sensational. I mean, we had a great stop on the boundary earlier. The other way, if you think that this is as far as it goes, you're wrong. We're back tomorrow, folks, and it will be myself, and Rico taking you through the action. Rico's back tomorrow. Can't wait to tell him all about the catches we've had today. The Cassia Tigers, they're back. They take on the Sri Lankan Lions in what is a must-win game for the Tigers. They've got to get something out of that, because if Markor gets some points against BF Cyprus, it's going to be interesting, because you look at the table and you think, okay, well, what's happening? Markor rock bottom, okay, by a point, potentially 2 at the end of today's play. But they've got to work out a way of getting something against that BF Cyprus side. That's going to be an absolute thriller to finish the group stage off. And that's all coming your way tomorrow. I can't believe that catch was taken. I genuinely I was sat in my chair. Sometimes I'm up and down, I'm standing and sitting. I was sat in my chair and I was like, oh, that's gone for 6. Brilliant. All of a sudden, he's taken it. Gone. Good stumping. And, well, a wounded Aminul will go. And, yeah, you can see he's having a conversation with him. It's not nice to see, but Aminul will go. Just a good bit of keeping this, though. And Aminul goes. I think it was a bit of frustration and sort of, well, I'm in a bit of pain here. Good take, though, and good, clean, tidy work by Mohammad Hazaifa. So Aminul will go. 76 for 3. So then, Farouk will come out at number 5. He can hit a long ball. He certainly can give it a whack. That's Gundy. It's a Gundy ball. It's going to get the treatment. What a real nice gift that is to Farouk first up. Oh, now Mahmood's Mahmood's struggling with his pads, and oh dear, it's all happening. Let's see Mahmood, the man with the tash, by the way. Can't sort his pads out. What's going on? Come on. Someone teach him how to do his pads. Farouk with a boundary to start off with. Pretty easy one at that as well. I just had to find the gap, and the placement was perfect. Oh, just tries to overhit this one, doesn't he? Ends up miscuing it. That'll just be potentially more than one. It won't be. Just be one, just a single. So, look at the equation then. It's 81 on the board now with 2.2 overs remaining. 14 balls left. 110 minimum, right? That's where it's got to be at this point. Oh, it's going to get through. Is it going to get through the other fielder? Oh, no. And you can't do foot fielding. You can't do it. It doesn't work. Rightfully so. Khan is frustrated, and understandably so, you feel, because it wasn't a terrible ball. But look at this. Bounce on the knee. See you later. You can't do it. It doesn't work. Can't do it on the best of outfields, let alone here. Last ball of the 8th. Similar area. Right, come on then. Get down. Long Barrett. Ready? Yeah, there we go. It's down. That's good from Sharkali. End of the over. Just a single from it. Good over. Picking up a wicket, but also 2 4s in there as well. That's hurt him, by the way. End of the over. It's 86 for 3 after 8. There we go. Look, this is why. See you later. There's always people in the walls down there, isn't there? Well, some thought that that we should have seen that one more time just because of that, and I agree. I reckon so. Okay, then at the moment, 86 for 3, 2 overs remaining. Yeah, minimum got to be 110. That's what we've got to be hoping for. Now, Cosmic's saying good morning, making their breakfast, and that the catch. They missed the catch, but thank goodness for highlights. Absolutely. Well, in fact, what we'll do for you, Cosmic, is after this ball, we'll show you it again. We won't have to because that's going to be up and that's going to be 4. It's an outside edge. Not very pretty, but it's effective as ever. Mahmood moves into the 20s. And well, here you go. This is the boundary we just saw there. On bounce and 4. There we go. At some point, we will, Cosmic, we'll bring that catch up again for you. Just to remind you, folks, if you missed it, we'll remind you at some point, okay? That's what we'll do for you. Because we look after our viewers. Oh, that's going to be a wide. That's called a wide. I'm just going to check up on this one. Yeah, there you go. Asif sat there saying, hey, hello. It's been changed. It's been changed to a noble. And that's wide, obviously, but a no ball, free hit, and the wide meant that it carries on, and he makes the most of it. That'll be 6 runs, and this hasn't been a good start for Kasim, has it? 5 no ball, and then a wide on the free hit, and then another one, and that's been dispatched for 6. So there you go, and it's a good effort from Mahmood, he's in good form today, isn't he? He's done pretty well, in all honesty. He likes that shot, doesn't he? There we go. Down in stages, but at least he went down. Sharka lead. Needs to just try and get through the over as quietly as possible from here on in, does Kasim. Of course, Kasim is the man who took the catch not too long ago. That's going to be a wide. $100 up with that wide as well. So looking now towards a bigger score than previously preempted. This one is hit up in the air. And oh, what an excellent stop that is. Well, that's super. He's hurt himself badly, but he's certainly saved a fair few runs. Let's have a look at this. Excellent bit of work, by the way. Up high in the sky. Had some serious hang time, by the way. Slaps it back onto the field. Excellent bit of work from the fielder out there, and he is in some bad discomfort. Look at him. Oh, he's in some pain. Oh dear. Well, he'll be all right. He's too far away. That's what they're saying. Magic's better. It's too far to go. Up in the air, gets through, chases on. Bull's always going to win this one. Good luck. Bull's won it. Told you. There's 4, and this over is proving to be very, very costly. 5, no ball 5, a minimum off that one. A wide, a 6, a 1, a wide, and then another 1, and now a 4. Well, look who's in the chat. Mr. Isidore is in there, the man from St. Lucia. Good to have you here, bud. And, well, we'll see you tomorrow. Straight to the fielder. Doesn't set himself, doesn't anticipate it, really. He was laughing at my comment of going down in stages. It's true. Hope you're well, Isidore, and... yeah, well, I hope you you had a good evening last night. I heard it was off to the Wings place, I believe it was. Bit of food talk. I don't really do food talk, which is quite ironic, but I don't do food talk. End of the over, and it does go magical with everything that's gone on in it. It's 20 off it. It's 106 for 3 off of 9. So then, this is the story so far. Pick up the bowlers immediately. You'd probably say Junaid Rahman, who is going to come back and bowl his last over. He only went for 2 off his first. Oh, this is it again. Oh, no, it was. Maybe it was. No, yes, no, maybe. Potentially. That's just teasing you. Artur's clearly is... Maybe. Maybe not. Yes. We'll get another look at it. Here you go. This is if you missed it. Kasim out in the deep with one of the best catches you will ever see. And we'll come back to live action as Rahman is going to start with a leg side wide. It was sensational. It's so good. Out of nowhere, plucked it from thin air. And I have a feeling that one, those are the sort of ones that will end up going sort of, that will go large. They'll go big online. Oh, unlucky. It was a well-directed Yorker, but it's going to run and run away. It's in the bottom corner. It's a good finish, in all honesty. But it's a bit of luck for Mahmood. It moves on to 39 now with that 4. He's played a belter, a belting hand here, isn't he? 39 off just 14 deliveries. He's been a nice addition for the Tigers. Again, he has forgotten how to do something up. Oh dear. Okay, well that's not good. It's not the best of last overs, this, is it really? This is hit nicely down the ground. That's well stopped by Numan Munir. Wasn't easy. Spinning off the face of the bat. So dealing with Tortuga amongst Tortuga amongst Tortuga. Well, you say that enough times. Can we buy us even new pads? Just doing my head in. Get on with it. It's got to be able to get some better pads, surely. Must be able to. Hit firmly, but well stopped. Oh dear, taking a bit of a tumble. Salman Khan, normally in the covers. Hang on. Oh, that could have been close. Could have been very close. Just the one. Of course, the Tigers in the last game set a total of 117 off of their 10 overs. Now, they're not far off making that exactly that again. Up in the air, chance. Taken. That's an excellent grab right in front of the scorers there. And, well, that is an excellent grab to remove Mahmood, who has hit some very, very exquisite shots. Not just a leg side basher. He's hit some nice stroke-playing textbook shots. But he has to go, unfortunately. And for the Nicosia Tigers, they now fall to 114 for 4. So 2 balls left. They could, will they get an improvement on that score? Good catch, by the way. Straight into the basket. That's a wide. Shahi is the new batter. Still 2 to go. Straight to Patel at cover. Gets a hand on it. So then, that's 116. They get a single here, and they hit 117 back-to-back. I will be flabbergasted. Last ball. Oh, they're not even going to get there, so they get one less. It's 116 for 4 is what they will finish on, one less than before. So the Kalanas will be happy in their efforts because they've restricted them yet again as Farouk couldn't get anything off it, and it will mean that they finish their 10 overs on 116 for 4. Let's have a look at the highlights of the innings of the Nicosia Tigers. And it was an interesting start, wasn't it? It took them a long time to get going. The first 2 overs only went for 3, but eventually they finally got a bit of rhythm, mostly down to the fact that Akhtar got a few going. Aminul didn't look comfortable, did he? It was more down to the issue of the fact that he took one in the wrong area. That was an interesting one. Height was potentially an issue, deemed out on the field, but then we saw a moment of pure magic here on the European Cricket Network. And there you go, there's the Freem phase. And we'll just leave it at that. Freem just leave it at that. Happy for that to just stay on the screen for as long as possible. And there you go, look, one more time, incredible, just reaches up, two-handed, says thank you very much for coming. Well then, that was how Aminul went. He was stumped by Mohammed Huzaifa. Then this one, Arthur liked this one, didn't he? He thought this one was funny. This was a great stop on the boundary. Interesting, isn't it? A team can be so good in the field, but also look so amateur. But that was a good catch as well, so they'll finish on 116. It's a quick, tight turnaround here, folks. We're going to be back on in less than 10 minutes, as it will be 117 the target for the Limassol Clowners. If it's anything like the last one, we're in for a thrilling match. There's confirmation of the scorecards there. I'm going to leave you with those, but we'll be back in 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes time, as we will get coverage right underway and get this last innings going. That's what we're going to do. We're going to get it going and see what the outcome is. Looking forward to having everyone back. We'll be back momentarily watching the European Cricket Series here in Cyprus with me, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Welcome to this final innings of the day, of the last match of this day number 4 here in Limassol, Cyprus. Let's get things right underway, straight into the thick of it. And here is Umar Farouk, who's going to start us off. And this is hit nicely into the onside by a man who took a wonderful catch in the last innings. Mohammad Kasim took a beautiful catch. He was just on strike. He hit the first run off the board. Starts nicely. Farouk on the money pretty much as well. 117 the target then. That's well left as well by Numan. Of course, Numan coming off the back of a good innings in the last one as well. But Farouk down the leg side, getting it wrong there. So they've got to keep on pushing as they have done for the Limassol Calanders. If they can just keep things ticking, then they're looking to find a way of getting it and making it 2 from 2 out of today. Oh dear, that's a poor shot, and I think he knows it as well. Numan was very early on that. And yeah, he was just very, very early on this one. Watch the release. It's definitely a slower ball. In swing as well. That's not far off at all. And the man's reaction says it all, but as does Farouk's. That's very close. But a warm welcome to everyone tuning in around the world, whether it be on Fancode out in India or on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. That has got through. Luckily for him, there is a fielder in the likes of Arjun Shahi, who gets through. So that'll just be 1 to the total. Shot down the ground, over the top, 6 runs. And that's a lovely looking shot from Kasim, who can really time them if he puts his mind to it. And that's a prime example of it there. Gets it away nicely. 7 off 2 for him. 9 on the board. Great shot for the Limassol Calanders at the moment. It's a great chance for them here. And at this point, you've got to remember, this is the target. So, of course, we know if they get it in 7 overs, they'll get the bonus point. But 81 or less, and it will be a bonus point for the Tigers. But the way that we're starting off here, I have a feeling that it's going to be a pretty similar sort of style of game as it was in the first game of this afternoon session. It's another 4 though. Beautiful shot from Kasim. Farouk's got to try and find something here, hasn't he? He needs to work out a way to remove both of these two pretty early. Slower ball, slapped and timed, and oh, what a beautiful shot that is. That's a cracking shot down the ground, front leg out of the way, and just sort of hits through the line of the ball. And there's no stopping that, and that will be the end of an over. A great one for the Caladas. It's 17 for no loss. 22 matches since a golden ball. 22 is how old I turn next month. 22 is the number that we've had since the last golden ball, all the way back. I say all the way back, it's about about a month ago, less than. Of course, it was last year, though, so one of those things. Yet to have one in 2024. Will we get one in Cyprus? No, is what I feel. I don't think we're going to get one. I think Gibraltar will have one, maybe 2. I don't think we'll have one here, though. But you should still stick around and hope that you see one, though, because you never know. Here's Asif Mahmood off the back of a good innings with the bat. Can he go and replicate that with the ball? First up, asking the question. Yeah, the answer is no from Tracy, but you can see there that something way outside the off stump. Well, Dave talking about his open mic night, and I'm glad it was successful for you, and I'm glad you did yourself proud, Dave. Gone, got him, and the man swinging for the hills, if all truth be told, and he's furious with himself, but he never looked really comfortable in the 4 deliveries he faced. A lot of them were swipes and big swings, and unfortunately for him, it's a bottom edge onto his foot, then onto the stumps, and it's a disappointing end to his involvement in today's play. It's 17 for 1. And this isn't really a surprise as much as I think people will see it as, but out comes Huzaifa. Of course, we know he can hit a long ball. He loves it on the leg side, but also can hit you on the offside if need be. But he is a very good batter. Didn't come in this early in the last game, which was a slight concern, but good to see that he's out here at number 3 and looking to get involved in on the action. Of course, for the Caladas, you've also got the likes of Miguel Fires as well, and you've also got potentially Sean Khalid, who can do a bit of hitting towards the back end. Ooh, I tell you what, he tentatively pushed at one he probably didn't need to there, if I'm being totally honest with you. It was a false shot that wasn't really there to be played. Good over this from Asif. He's proving to be a serious player. Oh, and there's another one. It's 2 in the over. Oh, it's an awful shot from Huzaifa, who, as I did previously mention, favours the leg side, was trying to drag this one into the onside. But unfortunately, it's a simple game of you miss, I hit, and the stumps go flying. And it's 17 for 2, and all of a sudden we're at the looks of a double wicket maiden hit. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, now you're starting to look in a little bit of trouble. 2 early wickets. Losing 2 wickets in the power play is not ideal for your side. And you can see there, it's just a rush of blood. Doesn't give himself any opportunity. And it means that he goes for a 2-ball duck. Derek's been hiding a little bit today. We had him once. Derek's not really been needed though much apart from that. But Derek didn't. He's looking after his family, I think. That's what he's doing, especially after seeing a certain someone's shirt last night. He's hiding. Can't blame him either after looking at that. That was an interesting look. Anyway, Khan is going to come out then. That is, of course, an interesting choice to see Khan up here now. Got a chance, hasn't he? A wild swing, and one more ball, and this is going to be a double wicket maiden, which is rather impressive here. Last ball potentially coming up here. And it won't be, or it will be. Sensational over. They were going to get a single, but they won't. It's a double wicket maiden for Mahmood. And at the end of the second, it is 17 for 2. And there you go then. So this is realistically where we're looking with a full day left of Group A action. And Marcourt sat bottom at the moment, and that's how it'll look going into tomorrow with everyone playing an equal amount of games. So it's going to be very, very close tomorrow afternoon. It'll all come down to potentially net run rate. You never know, especially with this new point system. It could come down to those sort of minuscule little details. You just never know. Anyway, here's Waqas Akhtar. This is up in the air, and this has got the legs. This will be a Maximo to start. Kasim, while he's there, he holds the key for the Qalandars here. If they're going to chase down this total, they made it look relatively easy in the first afternoon game. However, this time around, they're in a bit of trouble. So then, little Saturday night in Limassol for myself and all of us in the crew. It's going to be, it'll be a calm one. It'll be a simple one. Well, I'll tell you what's not calm and simple is the destructive hitting of Kasim at the moment. Because add that one to the list, and Akhtar's gone boom, boom. And Akhtar, against his name, he won't be happy to see he's gone boom, boom. He needs to try and find a way of preventing this flow of run. Kasim now is on 27 off 6. Yeah, we'll probably try and find somewhere to have a little bit of food this evening. And then again, of course, back here tomorrow for more cricket action. Look at that, by the way. Evenly poised at 50-50, says the win predictor. Akhtar needs to try and find a way of stopping this flow of sixes. Well, that's one way to do it. He's gone, and he tells him exactly where to go as well. Akhtar says, thank you very much. On your bike, son. Kasim goes after going for 2 back-to-back maximums. He goes after, well, a disappointing shot, really. Playing across the line yet again. That's been the downfall of all of the wickets here. And he goes, and he gets told where to go as well. Another one goes, another one bites the dust. It's 29 for 3. Well, a little bit of a send-off there, and as long as it's all within the spirit of the game, which that one potentially, I've seen worse. I've seen less get more disciplinary action in different places. Oh, okay, genuinely firing. Then there's also a bit of a laugh from the batter, so interesting for me. Anyway, Kasim goes 29 for 3. Oh dear, it's all up to Munir and Khan now, isn't it? Because it is Munir now. Oh dear, now you're asking questions of the Qalandars here. Akhtar, what a comeback. Oh, I'll tell you what, you're asking questions, and he's very much equal to it, as that's going to go all the way to the boundary, and that one is going to be 4 more. And they all sort of look at each other and go, well, I don't want to get the ball. Are you going to get the ball? I'm not going to get the ball. I can't get the ball because I can't reach it and take my headset off, but there you go. Oh, no, a man goes back here at long off. 2 men out, long on, long off, so gone for it, and he's trying to get it around the corner. I think he might have done it here. He hasn't. Oh, that's superb. That is a superb piece of fielding out in the deep, and this is a completely different Nicosia Tigers than we saw earlier today. Look at this. Outstanding. Excellent bit of work, that is. Great boundary stop. We've already seen one of an excellent display of boundary work earlier. That's superb, that is, though. Incredible bit of fielding from Arjun Shahi. Oh, now this one is going to go over the top, and this one will be another boundary. So a sigh, a deep sigh of relief after a troubling over. It still goes magical. What an over that was, by the way. I'm going to read it out. 6-6, wicket 4-2-4. Mental. 39 for 3 after 3. So there you go. Ahead of the run rate, but the wickets are a bit of an issue, aren't they, for the Qalandars, but and they are going to go back to Asif here, and rightfully so, I think, in Asif Mahmood, that is. 2 for none off his first over is that's pretty good. It's pretty good. So Needs to, oh, if he can replicate it, it changes the game, doesn't it? Massively changes the game. Well, not going to be another maiden. But Wakas Akhtar down at long off. Does a good bit of fielding. Oh, into the onside from Munir. Pretty confident. Oh no! Well, how do you go from an incredible bit of fielding to that? How do you do that then? Explain it to me. Make it make sense, because that's, I mean, that's not good. That really is not good, I'm afraid. And you've got to be doing better than that, especially when you're trying to defend this total. 4 more to the total then. Now into the onside straight to the fielder. That is Sahel Adnan. Good fielding, boy. Here's the call. 44 for 3 at 3.3 at the moment. Hit firmly. Not quite out of the middle though, was it? Unfortunately for him. So it will just be 1. That run rate acquired is creeping every moment, creeping up more and more as we see this unfold. Over's gone for 6 so far. That's more bold. Good Yorker delivery. Ends up being a low full toss, which are not easy to get away, folks. It's tricky to get under them, especially when Asim is bowling some pretty good wheels, pretty decent pace. Slower ball does him a kipper. It's a dot to finish. It's 46 for 3 after 4 overs. Yeah, that was that was a great slower ball, wasn't it? What a great spell. 2 for 7 off of his 2 overs for Mahmood, with a double wicket made in there as well. Should be pretty proud of himself. Jeff has asked, Charlie, what type of food are we thinking? I'm not too sure. It depends what, as a group, we all sort of decide. But the good news is there's a good variety out there as well. That's the good thing. There's a good variety, and whatever we fancy. I mean, you can go as complex as sort of classic Greek / sort of Cyprus food. As this is Shahi, and he could be, well, I was thinking he was going to be in the wickets, but there was no one there. There wasn't a fielder, so it's going to be 1 bounce 4. So Khan swinging from the hip. And I guess that's kind of what you've got to do, Salman Khan. It's interesting, this, isn't it? Him and Munir listed at 6 and 10. There you go. Look, I can see those. Can see those birds. There's lots of them around, isn't there? Chris Knaps is on the wrong job. He should be on National Geographic or something. Round the corner, that's 4. No luck chasing that one. So that one is certainly going to help proceedings here for Khan. These 2, I think, have just been sent in just to have a swing. Have a go. If it comes off, it comes off and it looks great. If it doesn't, is what it is. We move on. 40. Yeah, that'll be 44 becomes, 54 becomes 54 on the board after that 4. Too many 4s. I'll stop saying the word 4 now. Khan on 10. Munir on 15. Oh. Batter clearly wasn't happy with something. It's a dead ball. Oh, this is a good shot over the top. Fielder is out there. Palms it away. Good stop. They're going to think of the second. They take on the arm. Or there be a lack of, in all honesty. It does well. And that will be another 2 to the total. So that run rate is sitting at about 11 and settling down there, isn't it? It's kind of not really moving too much from there at the moment. So they're up with it. Well bowled. Well bowled. Khan misses out on that one. Doesn't pick it at all. He just doesn't judge the length quick enough, does he? Arjun Sahi pulled off an amazing stop earlier, didn't he, on the boundary, which was then wasted, really, because there was one that went through that really shouldn't have. Oh, up in the air, hasn't got any of this, or is he? He's got enough, and it just creeps over the boundary rope. And Khan shows there's a bit of fight left in the dog. And this one, you can see, doesn't really time it. It sort of twists and turns in his hands, but it goes enough. And it's 6 runs. He's 18 off 9. 55 needed off of 31. Last ball then coming up of the 5th. And it's just going to be pushed for 1. And they will just get the single. And it will be the end of the 5th. It's 63 for 3 at the end of 5. So they're pretty much halfway there, aren't they? And this game's looking a little bit interesting, you have to say. I mean, you probably would have gone after the last game that we saw between these two, that Calanders would have made this look pretty easy, but they haven't. They just seem to have struggled with a couple of early wickets. So credit to the Tigers in that sense, but it's certainly looking very, very interesting. Very quick moment. Huge thanks to everyone for tuning in today. It's been a pleasure to have you alongside me, and we'll be back to do it all again tomorrow. But the good news is we've got a little bit of cricket left to play. And then you've also got to remember we'll be in Gibraltar. That'll be starting later on in the evening. So do make sure that you tune into those. Anyway, back to live action. And this one just miscues it into the onside. And we'll get just push through for 1. Some souvlaki for me and a few beers of the local one. Well, there you go. That's a decent shout. Nice shot. Straight to Asif Mahmood. Gets his body behind it. Does well. So, yeah, a little bit of food options. And probably... I did have some room service last night and sort of just chilled in the room and got some work done. But not too sure. We'll see what's what the sort of vibe is. See if... what's about. Struck firmly, but again, he's trying to muscle it, isn't he? He's not really opting for timing more than strength, is Munir. Moves on a 16, and yeah, this is a pretty level playing field at the moment. Good to see that Aminul is recovered after that little injury he sustained in that first innings. Bowling pretty well as well. Just gone in 2s and 1s. Well, as I say that, he throws it all away because that's a Gundy ball. And he gets the treatment. He gets whipped away and sort of helped on its way more than anything. 1 bounce 4. Good shot from Carlin. I think Aminul knows that that's not good enough. .71 on the board now then, with 2 deliveries left here in this over. 46 needed off 26. Isn't too tricky. This is a good shot into the offside. It's well fielded though by the man out in the deep. Just be 1. So yeah, that run rate, they've got it below 11s now, but still just around about 11s really. Interesting though, isn't it? That win predictor. And more and more towards the Limassol Calanders. Up in the air. I think this is going to fall just short of him, and it is. As Wakas Akhtar can't quite get there. So it'll just be 1. Good over for Aminul, just 10 off it. And that will be the end of the 6th over score, 73 for 3. There you go. That's what's happened so far. It was a good delivery from Wakas Akhtar, but at the same token, interesting that all of them have been bowled. That on the same token, there were some pretty rash shots, all 3 of them, in the way they got out, wasn't it? They were all horrible swipes across the line and weren't really playing the ball on merit, which doesn't really help. It looks as if it's going to be Mark Farouk. Bowled the first over, went for 17. Lucky for him, he was followed up by a double wicket maiden, but he needs to follow it up himself now with a little bit of magic, because his run rate sat at exactly 11s. Struck firmly. Shouldn't do much trouble and will just be the one. Oh, that's hurt. That's hurt. It's an inside edge straight away onto the thigh, and yeah, he's gonna a little skip and a jump. Might have to be the old magic spray. No, he's gonna walk it off. He's tough. He's tough like that. His old Salman Khan. He'll be okay. It's not quite clicking for them at the moment, is it? This little partnership. It's going, but not going drastically. Gone. Got him. And Farouk does get the breakthrough and picks up the wicket that he was so desperately looking for here. And Munir, unfortunately, he's going to have to go for 18. And another wicket, another one bites the dust here. And all of a sudden, this game sort of gets turned on its head again. It's 4 down, it's 75 for 4. And, well, you look back at sort of over by over, 17 in the first, none in the second. But then that was followed up by a magical over in the third. Being relatively quiet apart from Arjun Shahi's over, went for 17. And there you go. A little bit unlucky into the pad and then onto the stumps. There's been a couple of those where people have sort of played on or chopped on at this point in time. Anyway, new batter out in the middle is just going to push this one back to the bowler. It's a good start and applause all round as the new batter is of course Ahmed. Sohail Ahmed, that is, of course, the captain of the Limassol Commanders. He was probably thinking, I hope I don't have to be used here. But look at that now. That wicket changes it so much that it goes back to 53%. But it doesn't matter because that shot will change it also. Lovely shot by the skipper for the Commanders. A lot of noise coming from the players' tents over there. That's gone all the way. That's a sixer. And, well, there's a lot of noise coming from that tent over there. Here we go. That's going to be a wide and an extra run as well. So that will certainly help. So, and see, look at that, I told you, the percentage swings again. Swings and roundabouts, I suppose. Last ball of the 7th. Inside edge, and this one is going to run away, run away, run away. Someone's got to, oh, right, well, we're going to have to look at this here. We're going to have to take a cheeky sneak at this because I have a feeling that there may be some contact here. Let's have a look. So it runs and runs away, and it's just depending. You can see here that, right, so there's contact on it there, and there's contact there. So that's the last point of contact. Okay, they might be okay here. See here. Yeah, no, I think he's okay. He's not touching the rope. The rope moves from the boot of Shrestha, so it's not. That's not Masoom Ahmed that does it. And there you go. That's been given as 2. So he's done well there. It will be 85 for 4 at the end of 7. This is what's coming up tomorrow, as we will see that the Nicosia Tigers will take on the Sri Lankan Lions, of course, and well, that's going to be the starter. But then we finish with the British Forces Cyprus. They take on Marcor. It's the last day of Group A action. That starts at 6:45 GMT, 7:45 Central European time, and 11 quarter past in India. That is up in the air. Asif, he doesn't drop them. He's a superb cricketer, and he's put it down. He hasn't put it down. He's kept it. He's held it tightly and says thank you very much. His good game continues. Runs, wickets, now a catch to his name as well. Great catch. Ahmed goes. Oh, this game ebbs and flows, doesn't it? 85 for 5. So that looks as if that could be a big swing in this game, couldn't it? Big change. I've been very impressed by Asif Mahmood. He's done everything right, in all honesty. Caught and bowled and batted very well. All three elements of the game. So it's Patel, Prashant Patel, who's batted as high as 5 at points. Oh, and this is up in the air. He could be gone as well. Oh, and it's taken. And Waqas Akhtar this time makes no mistake, and it's 2 in 2. And, well, there you go. 2 in 2 to start the over, and this is exactly what the Tigers needed here. And Prashant goes for a golden duck. And, well, Prashant, that's a little bit of a shame. There he is. We'll bring him out for you. There's Derek for you there, folks. And Prashant Patel will go. So it will mean that Aminul is on the possibility of a hat-trick. Let's have a look at this one. As it was off the toe, and it was a good catch, in all honesty, low down. And there you go. The only hat-trick we've had so far is Lorne Burns, who took 6 for 20 in that incredible over of a 5-wicket maiden, which is the second time we've ever seen that. The other time was out in Switzerland back in 2020. So Aminul is on a hat-trick here. He's 2 for 10 at the moment, and the outcoming batter is, I believe, Shah Khalid, and they've got to be close on the timings here. Oh, there you go. Five penalty runs will get added then because of the time infringement. He wasn't there in a minute, so that's not good. So the target now becomes 122. There you go. But he is on a hat trick still, though. Up in the air, doesn't matter. That's 6. That's massive. That's gone. That's out of it. See you later. Okay, then. Well, that basically eliminates that 5-run penalty. Good to see that that they're on it, by the way, because that was over a minute. And so now the target becomes 122, but that 6 removes it. And we're back to pretty much square one almost. And we're going to need a new ball as well, because that's gone. Good shot from Shah Khalid early on here. Hits it. Oh, he gets a hand on this one, I think, and takes out a lot of the sting of this one. Does Aminul? Does one. I think he thinks that it's a drop chance, and it probably. I mean, he'll, with his standards, he'll think it is. But to be honest with you, I think hit hard enough back that it's almost evasive action, really. $30 in 14, just above a run a ball. Oh, no, that one just hit for 1. So Dave B just a little bit confused. He says, I thought that the fielding team have to stop them getting 82 in 7 overs. No, that's not what it was. So what that was is they have to restrict them to that in general. Up in the air, chance. Taken! And there he is, Waqas Akhtar, emerging from the trees. And it's another one, and it's the 3rd in the over. And Khalid goes 6 and out, and all of a sudden, this is a serious game on our hands here, because that's a great catch from Akhtar, and Aminul gets his 3rd, And out goes Khalid. I think he knows that he might have messed up there. Another one bites the dust. It's 73. 93, excuse me. 93 for 7. There you go. So hang on, I just want to see what Dave's got here. So Dave's saying that, okay, so no, so what that was, so essentially it's just they need to restrict them getting, the Nicosia Tigers had to restrict the Calanders in total of getting that 82 or 85, whatever it was. That's what that is. So now the points will be shared. Everyone gets a point out of this at least. Gone. Oh, that's big. That's 6. There we go. That's exactly what they needed, as it's going at 14.5 and over from here on out. And that's a great start to the over for Khan. He races on to 37. And Akhtar, after taking 2 catches, has been pumped for a 6. Well, we called it, didn't we? We said that this game was probably going to come down to the wire. Got him! Akhtar again! The man that just can't stay out of the action. And it's another one that bites the dust. And it's the in-batter of Khan. And with that, you'd probably argue that you reckon that that is probably their chances that might have just gone with them now. Now they've got 2 fresh batters out in the middle. It's 99 for 8 with that wicket, and Fires is now going to be out there, and he's going to get joined by I believe, Salman Khan. Is that? Can't quite see off the top of my off my eyes. My eyeballs might be lying to me, to be fair. It's not. It's Mohsin. I thought it was between those two. It's Mohammed Mohsin. I saw the 7. And it was either 17 or 27. So give me that one. Here's Mohammed Mohsin. Oh, he's hit this well. There is a fielder out there, though. Watches it nicely and does well. Just 1. So what we're looking at here then, folks, we are looking at 22 off 9. So they need, arguably, I'd say, they need 2 more boundaries in the next 3 balls, I'd say. That's what they're going to be hoping for. You've got 9 and 10 out there at the moment as well, which makes it harder, but it doesn't matter because they can still hit good balls, and that is going to be 4. There's one of them, and that time that was Miggy's Fires who gets that one away first up. He's of course he heard himself stopping the boundary in the first innings, and that's why he's done that straight away, is that he's hurt his hand. But at the moment, 18 off 8 then. Anyone getting the idea of something? I have the question, but Fires 4 off 1. Akhtar, 6 wicket, 1-4 at the moment. Good to see that Liverpool aren't on the top of the table anymore. Oh, it's well bowled. That's a superb delivery. Right in the block hole. Right on the toes. 18 off 7 then. Needs a boundary. Has to be a boundary, surely. Also, you look at sort of who's bowled at the moment and who's got one left. And, well, there's if I'm not wrong, I think there's only 1 man left, and it's Shahi went for 17 off his first over. So interesting tactics here. This one, oh, it's pumped. What a beautiful shot that is. And the Calanders are up. They're up and about. They know how crucial that 6 is because it's been pumped down the ground. Oh, it's in the slot. It's a poor delivery. He was going for the Yorker, but he misses out on the Yorker length. And it will be 6 to end the over. And it's going to come down to the last over then, folks. 110 for 8 after 9. 12 needed off 6. So here we go then. The Calanders, they can hardly contain themselves. You can just see them in the left of your screen there. Can hardly contain themselves, and they're going to get a drink of water brought out to them here. Oh, okay, Arters has made the call. That's a bold shout there. Just in case you aren't aware, if you're new to us here on the European Cricket Network, this is what would happen in the case of a tie. It would come down to a golden ball, and in the event of a tie, the match is decided by 1, and the batting team needs 2 to win. Otherwise, the fielding team wins. We haven't had one yet. The last one was back on the 21st of September. It was the Spanish woman who defeated the Austrian women's side. Do you get a tingling sensation? Well, apparently, our director Artur certainly does. Well, Rico's missed out everything today because he's missed out amazing catches, some superb hitting, and he's missed out on a couple of tight games here this afternoon. It is going to be Shahi, and he's only got, well, what's that, 11 to play with. 12 runs required off of just 6 deliveries. Hey, and look at this now, by the way. Fields being set by about 7 different players. Here we go then. 12 needed off the last. Here's Shahi. It's a dot to start. It's well bowled against the left-hander in Mohsin. Mohsin surely has to just try and get bat on ball here and get fires on strike. He's gone 10 off of 3. He's just got to try and get bat on ball here. Well, there's a bit of nervous tension around the ground now. Gone! Got him! And that is a superb delivery from Shahi. And now you've got your 10 and 11 out there. And oh dear, Shahi, what a great delivery that is. That's a superb bit of work that time around. And out comes the man himself in Junaid Rahman, who is going to be facing up here. Bat on ball is what I'd be saying. Bat on ball and get me on strike. That's what Fires has to be saying here. A very good welcome to Steve C. Very good to see you in the chat. Thanks for popping by. What a delivery, though, that is. Full, straight, simple game of cricket. You miss, I hit. 110 for 9 then. The thing is now you're also playing with getting bowled out here. Rahman on strike, deep in his crease. Look at Fires. He's not out because he was in. They're going to have to check, though. Well, this would be a poor way to win, if I'm being totally honest with you. Is he still in? Bat's in at the time. Bat is in at the time of the bells being displaced for me. So we will move on, and the less said about that, the better for me. Fires is looking to go, though, isn't he? Okay, then. 12 off 4. Well played. Sensible cricket. He's got to run, though. He's got to go. Oh, it's a terrible throw. It's an awful throw, but it doesn't matter. They're not going to go for anything else, are they? Rahman is a genuine tail-ender, by the way. He's a genuine tail-ender. And Fires, then. 11 runs needed off of 3. 10 for a golden ball. Panic stations for everyone on the ground now. There's about, honestly, there's 7 different captains out there, has to be. I'm seeing arms up, pointing everywhere. Oh dear, it's absolute mayhem, folks. 11 needed off 3. Up in the air, has he got the legs on it? Yes, he does! It goes for 6. There's 6 of them. Oh, agonizingly close for the fielder out there. And I tell you what, one thing you've got to remember, by the way, is this man is effectively batting with one hand. Oh, sensational. Just gets enough on it. He tips it over the bar. And look at the celebrations. Okay, then. Oh, he's in pain, folks. He's in bad pain. 5 needed off 2. A 6 wins it for the Kalandars. Up in the air. Has it got the legs on it? Yes, it does. What a victory that is. They do it with a ball to spare. Fires does it with one arm. Oh, what scenes that is. The Kalandars. Look at the jubilation. Oh, what scenes that is. Oh, incredible scenes. The Tigers. Oh, they thought they were there. The Kalandars. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, look at this. They're telling the doubters what they thought. And there we go. Interesting scenes here then, folks. They do it with a ball to spare. The Limassol Kalandars in a nail-biting finish do it and win by 1 wicket. And I tell you what, poor Fires, he sat there saying, guys, I need some medical attention. Let's have a look at this one here. What a shot that was. Incredible bit of work to get that one over. And look at the scenes. Absolute limbs by the Kalandars. You would have thought they would have just gone and won the whole thing, by the way. No, this is just a group game. It's a group stage match. Oh, incredible scenes, but they are your winners. Well, let's have a look at the highlights of what was an incredible game. 2 nail-biting finishes, you have to say, in the last 2 games. At one point you thought, okay, interesting, 17 off the first, this could be close, and this should be, well, not close, it should be pretty easy. And then a double wicket maiden in the second. Incredible scenes. And then, well, there you go. There were some pure, brilliant bits of class by both sides throughout this innings. Some of the fielding was amazing. Some of the batting was sensational. The catching was class. Bowling was good as well at points. But you have to say that it's a tricky one. I'd probably say that neither team probably deserved to lose, but I think deserving to win is a different thing, and I think the Kalandars probably had it for me. It comes down to the simple fact that not enough runs were put down on the board and there wasn't enough scoreboard pressure by the Tigers. I think that's what it comes down to. This one was agonizingly close, and you think, if there's someone taller there, he was the shortest, one of the shortest fielders out there, just saying. I know I'm vertically challenged, but that was it though. That was the scenes, and there you go, off and away. You would have thought that the Kalandars have just won the whole thing. No. That is just a group stage game here on the European Cricket Series. Let's have a look at the scorecards here then, and it's going to tell us what has been an incredible story. It's been incredible to see. Look at this, 27-1 duck, 37-18, 6-0, 7-22, 1-1. And that 22 off fires was with one hand, by the way, folks. One hand. Sensational effort from them, and commiserations to the Tigers, though. Farouk, he went to the cleaners, but Akhtar, look at that. 2 for 39. And the pick for me was, of course, Asif Mahmood. That double wicket maiden was pretty sensational. I've had to take a swig of water, because I mean, what we've just seen there, folks, is something that is just pretty bog standard here on the European Cricket Network now, because well, it's just eventually what we've come to expect. We get amazing games. If you play enough, you'd hopefully get amazing games, but we do, and it's incredible to see what I've got to take a breather. What a day we've had, folks. It's been amazing to have the pleasure of calling these games for you here today. Can't wait to text Rico and tell him he's missed a cracker of a day, but I'm sure he'll be looking forward to coming back tomorrow. Huge thank you to everyone for tuning in today. It's been a pleasure to have you alongside me. Thanks to those in the chat, keeping me company, keeping me slightly sane. And hey, it's National Charlie Day. What a day, by the way. But a huge thanks to everyone here on the ground as well, to everyone in the crew has been incredible. But don't forget that we are not finished here on the network. Tonight in Gibraltar at the Rock, Bavaria take on the Sloggers. That's Vinny Sandhu taking you through that. That starts in, well, that's about 3 hours time. But as for tomorrow, it's the last bit of action for Group A, and of course your Tigers taking on the Sri Lankan Lions. And well, they've got to come back after 2 disappointing defeats here this afternoon. As for Markle, they do the same, but they're up against the British Forces Cyprus. That starts at 6:45 GMT and 7:45 Central European time, and 11:15 out in India. I'm losing the voice. The voice is starting to go, but it's, again, been a huge pleasure. Thanks to everyone here on the ground, to Spring Media as well. You guys have been class today. And once again, to all of you guys at home, without you, none of this is possible at all. So we're going to leave you with the highlights of today. What a day it's been. Make sure to check out all of our social media channels. There'll be a lot of stuff going out on there, especially just from today. It's been an incredible day. Can't stop smiling. It's been great. Absolute pleasure to bring you through it. We've got it all to do again tomorrow. And until then, I'll see you later. Have a good evening, everyone.
Bye.